it. Showmaker needs to land every single thing, and Shadow Dash connects yet again onto Chris. Scout of the week is good with the pillar as well. Tarzan jumps back in. Vault Breaker doesn't connect, but neither does the Petrifying Gauge. Probably saves the life, saves the game of DK, but for how much longer? Baron doing all the work. Nexus turret's under threat. AGAL take another body in career. Shadow Dash forward. Shanks jumping in behind enemy line. Showmaker gets his unleashed power, but Hope jumps forward. There's no more fuel in the tank. DK have been taken down, and AGAL stands strong in their first game of EWC 26.
What you got?
You got something for me? We are watching the MSI champions destroy. Depth charge, 3-man from Delight.
Oh my God.
The encore as well. There's a turret there, but Delight cares not as Kanavi brings out the pack, rolls in, gets the reset, gets a double, and Hum Alive haven't missed a beat off of winning MSI to them breaking the hearts of the CB LOL. The Hound in pursuit for another triple, and Kanavi let the dogs out here in day one.
You know what, Jake? Hum Alive seems pretty damn good.
They're not bad. They could win an international.
They could win a few, probably.
They could win back-to-back internationals. I don't know. I don't want to be an overact Andy, but they look pretty good.
They look pretty damn good, and they're not stopping here. Now, Facey has to try to outplay this 1v2, but I don't think it's possible.
He's going to have to turn more feisty than that. Delight, again, just finding another simple engage. No damage on. Unleash power and execute. No, not needed. Drops the orb down. And another kill. And, yeah, meanwhile, camera pans down bot after Dragon goes down. Zayas was not caught. Half HP. Zest tried to get his number.
12,000 gold lead here. 20-3 in the kill score.
Okay. Is Kanavi going to die? Wardless over the wall.
They have a teleport.
He just holds his in. Hound pursuit in. Going to call the pack in. He's exhausted. Kanavi buying time. Teleport. And the boys. Here's Zayas in Minina. His autos are enough. The Boomerang Blade hops over Dudar's head. Savage Charge aren't going to save his life. Mega Inferno Bomb not even necessary because the play was already over. Delight cuts off the escape. And Hum Alive. They don't have time to sit here and chat. They've got a game in under 20 minutes to win.
Are they going to end? Are we going to see a sub 20-minute game?
Surely not. What are the death timers here? Jack, 15 seconds on 3.
I think they're going to try. This would be historic. Oh, like after we've seen plates on all towers.
Encore, Feisty walks away from it. A little bit used here, but Hum Alive are on the next turret anyway. Under 20 minutes. Is it under 19 is the question. One Nexus turret. MIBR respawning. Scout of the week there. Petrifying Gauge does nothing. Delight gets a 2-man knockup while Zayas is dealing with Zest off the side. Cataclysm comes down, but they can't kill the Minina. Zest is going to die as well. Scout of the week on the Little Zeeks. Dudar dead in an instant as Zuckerman joins him in 19 minutes and 10 seconds. Hum Alive assert their dominance, debuting at EWC 26.
And this is why they are your MSI champions. 19 minutes victory.
Even if something goes wrong in this game, you always have that Hextech Soul to fall back on. Not going to be the case for the time being. Yag's going to take the third one, which is going to put them on soul point finally.
Yeah, it was sort of kind of foregone for a few moments there, but it looks like Team Secret not going to be able to get enough vision in order to contest this. As Dire here towards the top side, just trying to get as much money as he possibly can. Using that ultimate because it was wearing off, and now looking for a bit of a reset. But Lucio not going to let him. He is just going to have to walk a little bit further away in order to get to safety.
Also threatening right there, because that Pyke Vayne duo is very deadly if they manage to catch up onto Sylas. This Sylas has a broken Seeker, so he wouldn't be able to sustain himself until his team shows up, and he's nowhere near finishing that Hourglass as well, as he just came from base and there was no extra item purchased for the Sylas. So a pretty dire situation right here for Dire, which is also kind of funny because if you spell his name...
Yeah.
I didn't think of that. It just lined up.
Sometimes the best puns are the ones that we don't intend.
Right?
But that's 4 items done for Eddie. I mean, the Caitlyn has reached that point. I mean, I said 35 minutes, but 34 is close enough. And he's also got that cheeky little Vampiric Scepter there as well. I feel like maybe too little, too late here for the Caitlyn.
Very importantly, GA back up for Yike, and that's exactly what they needed to sort of play a bit more aggressive. Talking about playing aggressive, Lucio.
Yeah, Histo is going to go very aggressive as the Crescent Guard does go down. Pun is just being thrown around like a ragdoll as Dire gets himself in there. Canna running amok, going ballistic with so much damage here on the Vayne. Wants to land a couple more. As death from below. Busio says that's enough of that. Let's finish this off and keep our dreams alive here at EWC and send Team Secret home.
Eddie and Pierre the only ones left to defend, and it is not going to be enough. France leaves another day in EWC.
KC will be able to take down this final Nexus, and they will be able to do it. Team Secret made them work for it, but in the end, it's KC with the home crowd behind them, keeping themselves alive.
Jojo dies in the back end, and I think Guigo, his long chase is going to fail. He gets taunted, he can't TP out, and Lucid is laughing at them.
And what a frustrating way to get knocked out of this tournament. Chasing the tail of Lucid, known as Luwawa in Korea by his fans because of his incredible Nefiri games, and also sometimes how he aggressively makes spaces. But all the while, Showmaker got the bottom inhibitor turret. Now, and the inhibitor rather, I should say.
Yep.
Now this mid inhibitor is incredibly low, and we're back to just resetting to Baron here. As you can see it on the players' faces here for Furia. They know they have been outclassed in this one.
They do, and they were laughing as well. And they know this one is in the dirt. Lucid, almost 4,000 gold up at this point.
He gets to keep his perfect KDA.
He does.
At least for now. I mean, I suppose there's a world that he could die somehow for the rest of this game, but I wouldn't bet on it.
No. I think right now, this one is just going to be a slow burn in the next 5-6 minutes to round it out. XX Soul going to be free as Tatu, lucky to be in his own jungle at any point in
the only regret I think any D+ player has is Showmaker with a Dark Seal by still 0-1.
Maybe he's a wasted buy at this point. Guts, he's about to die as well. Korea's got the damage. We go to the POV one more time. And it's just calling the pack in. More dogs are going to join in. And it is a feeding frenzy right now that DK are serving up on a silver platter to each other. Inhibitor going to drop, but it is an open Nexus soon to be. The turrets soon to drop in whichever order DK choose.
So much pressure here, and there's just no way to defend. Furia do not have the tools. They don't even have True Shot Barrage anymore as these Nexus turrets are falling.
Well, Showmaker's got 2 assists now, Wolf. Will he get anything more? 3-man Shadow Dasher flick back from Smash, catches the flash. Guigo's gonna die. It is 0-0-3 on Showmaker as he crests 341 CS. He gets a kill as well. He will not die, but DK will not fall as they eliminate Furia from EWC 2026.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder.
Get Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy. That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down. You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
It's the E-Cap, the EWC Cap, the Esports World Cup. Okay, whatever it is, this is what happened in week 1. We crowned our first 3 champions, which means that we had even more losers. And God knows that I'm a loser. Wait, shouldn't this say that I love losers, not that I am? Can we fix this, please? But what happens when you lose? Well, you wind up here, the Boulevard of Broken Keys. Don't sing Green Day, don't sing Green Day. Every one of which represents a tournament elimination and crushed dreams. Losers live forever here, and if you listen closely enough, you can hear the voices of disappointed parents who said that playing video games is a waste of time. On the Valorant stage, 4 of 8 playoff teams were EMEA, and they managed to get 1 whole win. So move over, Europe, because the finals was 100 Thieves and NRG. That's right, all American, baby. These colors don't run, they soar. The Battle Royale of the Apex Legends final featured 20 teams, and no surprise, Team Falcons won. Wait a minute, no, they finished 8th. Sorry, it was favorite Team Liquid who... No, they finished even further back at 9th? Oh, because it was actually 2024 champion Alliance who... Oh, come on, who won? Unlimit? Sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but like most people, I've never heard of them. They beat every top contender to become the first Japanese team ever to win ALGS. This will also help them on the road to winning the club championship. Nope, never mind, that's their only team, and they're not even registered for the club championship. Still, my Japanese heritage is proud that we can produce both esports winners and heated toilets. Dota 2, or Dota Duh, as it's called here, started its first week of play with solid competition from... Sorry, actually, nothing of note yet. I'll have more on that next week. And finally, things were heating up on stage at Fatal Fury Wolf City. And I don't know if you're picking up on the theme here, but Dark Angel fought his way out of the losers bracket to top the regional favorites and get another win for North America. If only the Football World Cup had been so kind. Well, guys, what is happening? 3 tournaments and 3 new champions, no title defense, no favorites able to compete, and all underdogs at the top? I'll tell you what it is, because I've said it before and I will say it again. This tournament is about the losers. See you next week.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
What would you do with $75 million?
I would travel the world, I would invest, I know a bit of a boring answer, and I would help people when I can. I'll buy things for my family.
A house for my mom. Yeah.
Invest so I keep some money for the future.
Everyone's just out here saying, oh, I'd spend it on my family, I would invest it smartly in smart enterprises. We need Americans, because Americans will come out here and be like,
I buy 10 Ferraris, bruh.
What if I say that I think you're lying?
I don't know. Do you think I'm lying?
Yes. The first thing that you're gonna do is buy all of the jerseys from your favorite players. I think you're gonna buy 10 fancy cars and go crazy.
Okay, I'm lying.
I would invest it into probably a retirement account.
Why are you such a liar?
I'm a finance major. I just graduated with a finance degree, so...
So don't lie, you're gonna pay off your student loans first.
No, actually I wouldn't, because I have an interest-free loan from my parents.
Oh, so he came from money. Let's go to someone who doesn't have a silver spoon in their mouth.
That's right.
What would you do with $75 million?
I'd buy an esports team.
Hell yeah, this is what we're talking about. Why are you wearing a Teemo hat watching Dota? Do you think that maybe this is, you're a traitor?
Yeah, this is my trader, yeah. A big PC. Like a nerd, like a real nerd. Lakeside mansion, you know, a good little Lamborghini here and there.
Ooh, what color?
Ooh, has to be red.
Super Asian looking Teemo, what would you do with $75 million?
2, 3, 4.
Sick.
Buy my first PlayStation and Forza 6. That's it.
Yeah, PlayStations are expensive right now, so a lot of that 75 mil is going towards that. Okay, rejection. It's just like high school all over again. I'm all alone.
I'd buy this arena, honestly. I would name it after myself, and everybody would have to play at my arena. This would just be mine now.
You think that this is 75 mil? A little delulu.
Okay.
You could buy the parking lot.
Parking lot, I'll name it after myself. Perfect.
Yes! Okay, now shoot. Ooh, maybe he can use the 75 mil to buy some skills.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
EWC definitely means a lot because for us it's a chance to showing that we are still a great League of Legends team and we can match the best team in the world.
EWC는 제가 또 하나의 경기를 할 수 있는 대회라고 생각하고 이렇게 또 많은 팬분들 앞에서 경기를 할 수 있는 기회가 굉장히 뜻깊다고 생각합니다.
Em cảm thấy rất vui và hào hứng khi có mặt ở sự kiện này ạ.
제가 이제 전에 파리에 와본 적이 한 번도 없어서 이렇게 파리에서 새로운 무대에서 경기할 수 있다는 게 되게 기쁩니다.
Trình độ của em thì tới đây thì cứ làm tốt nhất, đánh tốt nhất có thể để mình có thành tích cao.
everyone. Welcome back to Paris for day 2 of the Esports World Cup 2026, presenting League of Legends. Digon here alongside Valdez and Jamada. And after day 1, y'all, we had some crazy games and crazy results here, Valdez.
Yeah, a lot of upsets on the B stream. We started off with Sentinels up against Team Secret, and Team Secret was over at MSI. They were looking quite strong, actually, coming from one of those regions that you don't always expect to be very strong, but they showed some really good stuff. Sentinels, though, in that best of 1, were able to take them down, and I think that was a really good showing for the Sentinels so far.
That's right, that surprising 5th seed out of the LCS. Jamada, you got to watch them during your co-streams. Who jumped out at you the most in that upset?
Honestly, Darkwings. Like, actually being able to stand up at international competition, I think was a big deal for him, especially just because he's by far like the least experienced on that lineup as far as other leagues are concerned. So really good job from him. And the Sentinels crew as a whole, they did really good domestically at just kind of sticking and playing to the level of their opponents. And I feel like they did that versus Team Secret Wales.
That's right, Darkwings from my hometown, national team mid laner for ENC as a substitute. Sentinels weren't the only upset though. When we take a look at the lower side of the bracket, a couple teams out. Surprisingly, MKOI no longer here, and the winners of the LCS Lion also out here, Jamada.
Yeah, I mean, the MKOI one was really surprising. I think even though teams like GAM often come to internationals and surprise a lot, just the level of play from MKOI was just really low comparatively to what they were showing domestically back home at the LEC. And yeah, unfortunately, El Capitan Naoyoyo couldn't really rally the troops to keep the ship straight.
Yeah, Kiaya having himself a great series. Glory in the mid lane as well on the Ahri. And then the LCS representative falling short here against MIBR. Brazil wins yet again in another big matchup.
I think a lot of us, after seeing Lion also at MSI and the fact that they were top 3, we expected a lot from them. We knew they were slow starters. They lost the first best of 1, but then they went up against MIBR and we said, oh, big favorites, probably going to take this down. No, they got 0-2'd, and I think that a lot of those guys weren't exactly playing to their top level. They didn't look like they were coordinating well as a team, whereas MIBR, I think there weren't a lot of expectations. They were able to come in and shut them down pretty easily.
Well, we've got some big matches today, and who knows what the results will end up being given the fact that day 1 brought some chaos. But for a behind-the-scenes look at EWC, let's take a look at this.
At this year's Esports World Cup, we're bringing you all the games you love, all the coverage you crave. And for the first time ever, a completely unfiltered behind-the-scenes broadcast.
And he absolutely destroys him.
I don't think he ever saw that coming. That was incredible.
This means you're getting the real coverage.
I think that was
with raw opinions.
I'm just gonna have to say it. I think they have their heads up right now.
They're just
absolute.
Yes, from broadcasters who don't even know they're being recorded. They don't know they're being recorded?
Oh, what do you mean? That is insane.
Is this? I'm sorry, is this a good idea?
This is what we have. All you have to do is read the lines.
They
All right.
the bed.
They're absolutely the bed. I don't understand how this keeps getting allowed to take control of the space and nothing is done about it.
We're gonna get fined. There's no way that this is gonna work.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We do the thinking, okay?
I cannot believe this job on this team. Every time you thinking, oh my, they got the game, and
you know what? We're actually just going to be bringing you the same great coverage once again this year. Nothing else. First KC fans try to sabotage me, now my own agent.
Thank you very much, Avli. We'll take a look at that content later on as we welcome in the reigning world champions. It is T1 entering the building. They brought the circus yesterday. Let's see what they do yet again today against their fantastic rivals. It is a story that we love to see. BLG, the winners of First Stand, falling just 1 game short at MSI and looking for redemption here. Viper on that roster, looking to do damage to T1 yet again. As we take a look at the Group C bracket, it was BLG defeating Movistar Koi, and then GAM Esports falling to T1 despite a fantastic and fun early game. And now we have our uppers match. It is Billy Gaming against T1 in a best-of-1 to advance into the playoffs as a 2-0 seed. And the loser will play GAM Esports as we welcome you back to the analyst desk. Degon here alongside Ox and Wadid. And it is yet again the tale as old as time as we welcome you to the Crunchyroll story of the day. It's T1 and BLG as they do battle as the Titans as they are.
I mean, this is a matchup where it's expected in this group that it'd be these two in the winners bracket, but we could have seen this way deeper in the tournament. It won't be surprising if they match up again there, potentially in the finals. These teams have gone head-to-head so many times at such big moments at international events, and it's always a banger.
I think they did play against each other's in a lot of BO3s or a lot of BO5s, but this time around it's BO1, and I think anything can happen. They always make epic storylines, but it is BO1, anything can happen, and I think between these two teams, it's always going crazy.
I mean, you take a look at it, over the last 3 years, they've played each other 9 times. You could take a look at the game totals as well. They've played more than a whole LCS season right there.
There's a best-of-1 there, actually. T1 got it over BLG.
True.
I think a slight edge right now for T1 in terms of this head-to-head, but BLG obviously winning that most recent matchup at MSI. Very competitive between these two teams. T1 obviously getting a ton of trophies when it comes to Worlds. I feel like BLG, despite being so close, I think the one that really hurts for them was that Worlds 2024 when BLG had the series lead and T1 called it out. I think that one really stung for the organization and the fans. So always looking to get revenge on them for that.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why Bilibili Gaming looks so strong is just flexibility. You know, I think especially from the mid lane at night, I think he's really flexible. He's always down to go for some good skirmishes. He's always down to pull the trigger by himself. And also from bot lane, I really like to see Viper playing more surprising picks, something like Valkos. And I think those kind of picks are opening up for the team as well.
I love that you bring up Viper, because Viper Pays going to be a fantastic matchup at the bot lane, and thankfully we're being joined by one of the greatest bot laners to ever do it. Please welcome to our show, it is Doublelift, joined by Jankos. I was talking about bot laners, Jankos. I didn't know I could have talked about junglers too. What's up, Doublelift? How's it going, brother?
Hey, what's up? What's up, guys? Doing great. Just starting the stream, obviously, and yeah, enjoying it. The crowd is filling out pretty nice today.
Yeah, I mean, looking amazing. But why did you say Doublelift joined with Jankos and not Jankos joined with Doublelift?
Because he understands the pecking
No,
order
I feel
things,
like we
The
should know.
alpha male is
We have this NA against you rivalry,
No.
and actually
No.
we are getting mocked. So never mind.
Jankos, are you co-streaming live right now too? I was just wondering.
Yeah, we are. We are both co-streaming live together.
Okay.
Actually,
We,
that's a great question. Jankos is my sidekick today on the co-stream. That's an
and
amazing
he's my
question.
side chick today
Yeah.
on the co-stream.
So he's Robin. Jankos
okay.
is Robin.
Yeah. No, how's it been so far for you, Jankos? That way you feel, I got you
Appreciate
in there
it.
too.
I think it was amazing. I'm very disappointed that MKOI lost and is out of the tournament already, but I'm very much looking forward to today. G2's game, of course, and KC, wherever both teams can make it to quarters.
I mean,
it's gonna be a tough one. We are gonna probably see NA against you again.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be cool. Probably see, let's be real here, we're probably going to see Sentinels versus KC at the end of the day. They're probably not going to be Genji, but I thought the most insane thing about yesterday was that Lion, it was crazy that MKOI lost, right? So that they got 2-0'd, but I thought it was more insane that Lion lost to MIBR, the Los. I mean, they just were top 3 in the world, essentially. They were off a super big high, and then for them to kind of just get demolished by, second seed Brazil, it was really surprising. So, I don't know. There's a lot of things.
kind of feel like we felt when G2 beat T1 and then lost to Lion. We also got a reality check, right? And now you guys got like fraud checked as well.
Yeah, but that was, I don't know. I thought that was a really ridiculous upset. It just makes me kind of excited to see more of Los. Like, that team is pretty good.
So I wanted to ask, obviously, the matchup ahead of us is T1, BLG. That's always been a super contentious, super close matchup. What are you guys thinking going into that one?
Well, I mean, BLG had a great series against HLE, right? The thing is a BO1, so it's very hard to predict which team is going to win. I have my money on T1. I feel like they should have adapted their draft since MSI, and I think they can take the series against BLG.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I believe in T1, they just play horrible and draft horrible, and whenever I think they're kind of like not that good, then they end up winning.
Okay, can you say that BLG is gonna win then? Can you say that now? Can you say that?
What? No, dude, I'm going
that's
T1
the whole
all way.
point. You just don't.
No, I'm
curse
kind of
T1.
cursing them. I'm kind of cursing them, but like because I think T1's not in the best form, they're going to win. It's just a paradox. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm also a huge T1 fanboy, so I'm going to go T1.
All right, then I think let's make it simple. Who's your key player from each teams?
Well, for me, I'm going to start with bot lane. My key player is going to be Pace. I think he performed so well. He's so versatile. He plays both mages, AD carries. I know he cannot really show it off without Fearless Draft and because it's just one game. But I just think that makes T1 drafts very flexible. And he had these great games even against G2 with like 80k damage in the Caitlyn game, against the fourth game against G2 that they lost in the end. So I'm looking forward to see more of Pace, more of Keria. I think the bot lane will be the difference maker.
Yep, that's pretty fair. Pace is best on T1. And for BLG, I don't know how controversial this is, but I think Shun's kind of their key player. I think when Shun's having a good game, it's kind of GG. Like, BLG is like just unstoppable. But when he's having a bad game, they look kind of slow.
I see the synergy is already on point. The jungler calling out the bot laner calling out the jungler. Yanko, Stubble, thank you so much for joining us here on the broadcast. Enjoy the co-stream, y'all.
Yeah,
thank you, guys.
All right, I think a great call out there to lead us into the matchup. Jun and the rest of BLG have been a huge force, not only recently, but all year long. And we showed the graphic of the recent match history. They are constantly leading the line here for the LPL.
And I feel like for me, when we came into MSI, we'd seen a meta for the early portion of the year, which had been bot lane centric, bot lane focused. We go into MSI, we saw the changes leaning more towards the solo laners, which felt like a big benefit for BLG. Knight and Bin have just been absolutely stellar. But it's weird because I feel like the meta still isn't settled. We've had a lot of time in this patch. We've seen a lot of gameplay on it at MSI. But like in the finals, up against BLG, HLE was playing through bot. So I'm interested to see because obviously T1 have had a good amount of time to reflect, but also HLE taking down BLG has forced them to also assess what they're playing through, how they're playing. And obviously with Viper in the bot lane, he's always a viable player to go through.
I mean, I want to see how Honor deals with this kind of risk that he have right now. I think he's really inconsistent in his jungle pathing. I think he, many times in the early game, he kind of tried to like jungle path normally, but whenever like enemy jungle comes, like he kind of panics, right? I think that's where T1 early game kind of falls off. But I think whenever you play against Shun, he has such a great early game plan. And also in the draft, you have always you have to think about his pocket pick, something like Kindred, and it already got proven a lot in many games. So I think there's a lot of questions towards the jungle as well,
including yesterday where MKOI got shut down. Elyoyo, one of the best to do it for EU, but really didn't have a lot of opportunity because BLG's aggression, what Jun was able to set up here.
Yeah, I think the target selection as well from BLG in this one, Elyoyo just not ready to play the game. You can see he's just locked in place. He gets Miasma on top of him, gets focused down. And Knight on picks like Akali have always been such a big specialty for him domestically, internationally. It's just such a pleasure to watch this team when they're in the 5v5s.
Yeah, and also I think I already mentioned this before as well. It's not about the objective. I think you always have to think about how your team fight is going to go, because I think especially in EWC, there's a lot of skirmishes, a lot of versatile fights. So I think more than objective, you have to really think about how you're going to win the fight, how you're going to set up for the team fight.
All right, well, we'll see what BLG are able to do here and what their plan is against their familiar foe in T1, the reigning world champions. One of the reasons why all this exists, it's because of how much success that they've had, but they've had to go through such tough teams like BLG and prevent upsets like yesterday that GAM started with a 4-0 start for the team from Vietnam. However, T1 then settled on in and were able to come back.
And I'll say it, GAM honestly had the best performance of the tournament for the first 5 minutes. And then T1 completely took over. It was a 2,300 gold lead for GAM at 5 minutes, and then T1 completely turned it around by 16 minutes. It was 3,600 in their favor. GAM started to look for options here, trying to go for the Baron, and it felt like T1 just had their number time and time again. The target selection, taunt flashes from Keria, and just their map movements were so stellar. It felt like constantly members of GAM were just falling down again and again. And again, this is coming from a fantastic early game, but they had such a substantial lead.
It was the duo from T1, the Pace and Keria saves the day. But again, I think it's also the picks as well. I think Talia, Shen now becoming more priority in the bot lane. I think those champions are like really... how do I say, it's really mobile, and I think with the global ultimate, you can always snowball through the early game. So I think it's even more higher priority than the Ziggs right now on the bot lane. I think as a duo on the bot lane, it's just so strong.
Well, if we know anything about Viper, he's more than willing to pick up any champion, including the mages. We saw the Vel'Koz. We've seen it was a Cass earlier. All these mages popping on up with did. You brought up a fantastic point yesterday in terms of feels like teams have forgotten how to punish these solo bot laners under tower, specifically mages by themselves. You just got to go dive them and punish when you leave your AD or your bot laner alone.
I think whenever you're behind in tempo, you should not try to match enemy support or ROMs. I think you can always go for the opposite side and punish the bot lane. I think the teams are still figuring it out and also trying to adapt on the stage. But I feel like the more players are getting used to it, I feel like the punishment is gonna come, and I think this ROM kind of playstyle, the macro, is not going to work just like yesterday.
I think one of the problems, though, is that a pick that's really stood out has been the Ziggs, who was obviously meta before we hit this point. But the amount of wave clear you have, if they ever set up a wave to dive, you can just ult it. With the satchel, the minefield, it's a hard dive. And it was kind of fun yesterday because we had the two games going on at the same time.
Yeah.
I look at one screen, I see Ziggs being picked, other screen, Ziggs being picked. He is just here. Teams are really starting to understand how to get the value out of him, and it's just so hard to punish. And if you do leave him alone, he'll take towers so quickly as well.
We've got some time before we head on into that T1 versus BLG matchup, so I wanted to turn our focus to our second best of one qualifying on in today, which is G2 versus AGAL. Obviously, we have a G2 homer right here in Wadid. How do you feel like it's going to go, Wadid?
I mean, I couldn't actually watch G2 games, but I actually talked with BB about his performance and the games, and I think he said that I think we are in control. I feel like we have to be more precision, though, because they're really versatile, and also they are not afraid to take the fight in the river, in the early game. So I think with G2, they really got to think about how they're going to build up from the early game, because whenever Skewmod is in control, when he gets a favorite matchup in the jungle champion, then he's online.
To me, I feel like one of the struggles, one of the reasons that we saw this G2 lineup go home from MSI was Labrov and Skewmon just not being able to sync it up. But yeah, I think in this game that we had yesterday, they were on phenomenal form. I think the growth of this duo has been such a big talking point over the course of the year. And if we see them linking up and impacting the map, then I think G2 has the potential to take down basically any team in the tournament.
And on the opposite side for AGAL, this is a squad, made it to finals last year, kept the roster the same, and then haven't hit those same heights yet, right? Obviously, they won their last match, but now here comes a much tougher test in a G2 who's proven this year is different, and they're willing to step up against the biggest teams.
Yeah, I was speaking to Initialize a bit, and he was talking about how AGAL really suffered from lane swaps being removed. That was a style of play that they'd really adapted well to. And we saw that last year. How many times was this team close to being able to make it to a tournament win? When it came to things like EWC, MSI, Worlds, going so close in series against the tournament winners. And I think adapting to this new meta has taken them a bit of time, but they're here, still a very formidable roster with a lot of talent across all 5 roles.
Yeah, and also when Tarzan and Kael works together for the macro, they're really precision about what they're making. And also speaking about Kael, I think he really wants to play something like playmakers on the support. When the Enchanter was meta, I think he was not really happy about what's happening on the bot lane, but right now he's having Leona, Camille, which is really proactive in the early game with Tarzan. I think that makes AGAL even scarier in here.
As we're 2 minutes away from the action, we have 2 more best of 1 qualifier matches over on the B stream. It is the underdog story in Sentinels. They have the opportunity to shock the world against Genji. Kind of tough to do that, but that is what they're going to try to do there on the B stream. And then also after that, you have JDG going up against MSI champs Hanwha Life Esports. Between those 2 matches, give me 1 point.
I feel like both of these green seeds in pretty good position. I think they're going to be the heavy favorites in that regard. But JDG, this is a team where the players have a good amount of international experience, and also with it being the best of 1, can never disrespect them.
Bot priority. I think some teams play the Victor into Ziggs to get the priority against Ziggs as well. So I feel like whenever you get the bot priority, like bot pressure, the games gets a lot easier. So I feel like that's the key point for me.
All right, so we'll see what happens here. It has been so fun in terms of these best of 1s and the early on magic of best of 1s. And unlike some other tournaments, you do have another opportunity if you lose. That was the gift if you win. If you win, you're done for the day. You can move on. And specifically today, if you win your first match, you're in the playoffs as a number 1 seed. For the teams that fell yesterday and then were able to win, they did their double matches. So a bit of a competitive advantage as well in terms of this format if you've already won. You win, you don't have to worry about anything. You lose, you got to play 2 matches today.
Yeah, definitely think so. I mean, this is also a ruthless format. You don't have much time to adjust. You don't get many second chances. We saw that really hit Lion hard.
It's a marathon. It is a marathon. BLG and T1 about to do battle yet again. Both these squads with legendary players and new additions specifically this year. Viper leaving Hanwha Life Esports, now joining BLG, trying to do damage against his LCK former brethren. Pays joining this roster now from JDG on to T1. It is a lot of fun to watch, a lot of storylines. You can't miss it. It's T1 versus BLG to kick off day 2 at the Esports World Cup 2026.
And it's another day at the office, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs. Bonjour, bienvenue au Day 2 de l'Esports World Cup League of Legends. C'est un plaisir pour moi de vous accueillir ici. Hier, on a déjà bien mangé, Carmine Corp a survécu et la LCK a brillé. And today, we're already gonna have world-class matches. It's our last day of groups, and tonight we will know our top 8 teams competing for this trophy at the STC Arena. But Ian and Tyler, it's about to get wild.
Let's introduce them. Let's introduce them. Bring out T1! That's what I'm talking about. They began with victory yesterday. Now the 6-time world champions face the team that ended their MSI run less than 2 weeks ago with an EWC playoff place and a cheeky side of revenge on the line.
Face à eux, les titans venus de Chine, BLG. MSI runner-ups, they beat T1 last time they faced them, but do they have what it takes to take them down in Paris in a best of 1?
One of international League of Legends defining modern rivalries. T1 and Bilibili Gaming meet once again with a place in the playoffs waiting for the winner.
It's Legends time!
Bet to win!
Day 2 at EWC. As I was saying, what a perfect day. A perfect way to start. I'm Derek from Road by Trouble for this best of 1. Call it a best of 6 because after MSI and going the distance in a 5-game series, we get the follow-up and the first qualification match of the day outside of Gen G and Sentinels on the B stream to see who will be going into the knockout stage.
That's a best of 6. That means that T1 can draw. Therefore, maybe they will get in playoffs to solve it once and for all for this year. For now.
Well,
we do have other tournaments that can solve this one again.
But this is the one for now. This is the follow-up before we go to the regular season.
Just the best of 1.
Yeah, sadly. I think a lot of fans sad that we're not in a BO3 at the very least to see this one play out, because every time they meet, it feels close, it feels personal. So many times we have seen these individual lanes step up to the pinnacle of League of Legends.
And the craziest storyline here is that Faker is undisputedly the GOAT.
Always
the
is.
best mid laner of all time.
Yep.
However, ever since Night 1 MSI, he has always been in the conversation for the best performing mid laner every single year since then, yet he has not been able to solidify that with the win.
The biggest part is that Knight was always under his shadow because Faker had the titles. Knight had the skill, but it looked more domestic than international. Knight was known for choking on the international stage. And as you said, up until recently, I think I personally didn't even see Knight as a top 2 because people like Zeka came through, obviously winning his international as well out of nowhere. The DRX title will always go down as one of the greatest in history. But recently coming second, Humble Life also 5 games. BLG coming off the back of needing to show Korea that they are worthy of being here and worthy of being the first team to qualify.
And it was also a really tough loss for them at MSI.
Yep.
Always getting the extra game and then ending up losing it all was pretty heartbreaking for them. And I feel like their journey has been kind of incredible as well. Changing jungle primarily a lot, then came the AD carry change with Viper stepping into the roster, and then Shun comes back again in a meta that suits him so much. He can play his Vi, he can play his Kindred, he can play things like Shen Zhao and play a bit more aggressive, which is 100% his playstyle, and it feels like when you bring that breath of fresh air with Viper, with Shun returning, BLG seems to be back and forth.
They really do. Viper's someone who I think as well has been adjusting to the mage meta really well, just talking about what we're going to see in the draft. I think you could say the same thing about a lot of Korean AD carries right now. Pays for me is someone who I have a lot of reliance on. You know, I think the T1 AD carries are good at being adapted. Like, you know, Guma and Carrier were a classic.
He just got a pentakill and then lost the G to the best of 5.
Pays most pentas as well is kind of unreal. See what he can pull out here. We're about to go into pick and ban for you. We don't keep you waiting too long. The start of day 2, you do not keep that man waiting long. He's got places to be. He's probably got a lunch reservation.
He wants to play his best of 1, win it, move forward, and that's it.
And then move on. In this draft so far, or at least for day 1, the drafting I should say, priority has been on things like the Lee Sin. First to be banned away on red side as we see for BLG. First pick is going to go to BLG on this red side as well, as they have first selection. Things like the Orianna have still been first pick worthy, hence to be banned away. Trouble that Casio, I mean, has to be looked at as so far in day 1 it has been top tier.
Yeah, those mid laners absolutely, but Poppy has gone through the draft. And we saw it almost permaban through MSI, we saw it almost permaban yesterday.
Yep.
And Poppy has gone through. However, mid laners choose the Casio, they choose the Orianna into it as well. It seems like BLG are looking to go towards that Casio, something that Nai has been pretty comfortable on recently. And it's one of the better champions because it doesn't necessarily have any like heavy counters in the mid lane. If you play your matchup correctly, if you hit some cues, you can make a pretty unfavorable matchup favorable.
I would expect Faker to pick the best of the bad, or the best of the batch, I should say, which might be that Syndra option that we've seen with either the Xin Zhao or any other kind of skirmishing jungler. That's a hard lock here for Faker. And I expect either priority AD carry for Pays or something that does set up for something like the Ziggs. We have seen Camille in early rotations, hasn't been ultra successful, but when you're talking about carrier, you just have to throw that in the air as the Jarvan for Ona is going to be locked in instead.
Really liking the Jarvan right here. Sets up really nicely with the Syndra for the 1-2 mid jungle. Let's see what Shun's going to have in mind right here. Usually, when we're talking about Chinese junglers, we're looking towards more aggressive champions like the Nafiri right here. I wouldn't necessarily mind seeing the Poppy come through from Shun. Shun is one of the best Poppies that are in the LPL. And since he has been left open, it's a hard counter to Jarvan as well for the flag and drag. And he has been locked in. Again, a permaban pick has been left open and Shun has got it in his hands.
Yeah, and again, seeing Poppy here, kind of nice running into the Jarvan. Camille going to be locked in as well, stolen away for a potential flex option for T1, but mainly as well for Carrier's bottom lane. Again, we're expecting that Ziggs to come through, especially in a best of 1, the best champions that you have to offer. When you already have poke and range, it does feel like for T1, they might need to add that to the bottom lane. So things like Jhin as well, Trouble, I'm just going to throw in as an option here, as a potential to see where they end up. T1 for now, though, looking for that flex. That could be Doran Shen. Also, again, most likely could be Carriers.
Carrier was an absolute chef yesterday, playing that Shen down bot lane together with Pays on Talia. Actually, they turned around an early game from Gam that really pushed them to the core. They were about 3,000 gold down, and Carrier literally roamed from mid to jungle to top and just solved the game in about 3.5 minutes for them. So a really nice flex right here, but I really don't mind seeing that Shen going down bot lane into the Camille. It can be a great defense for whatever Pays chooses to pick right here. And the Ziggs can be banned out in the second rotation right here, as it is very strong both with Jarvan and with Camille.
And it might be BLG that banned that away as well, because on 4, T1 could slam that and then look for the flex for that top lane, or at least solidify after keeping that Shen up in the air. So Gwen's going to be taken away as well. Could mean anything right now. Could also mean that Doran might just end up on the Scion or the Cassante too.
That's what I was thinking. Like, I don't want to see Doran on a Scion or a Cassante. However, if they do want to pay more attention down bot lane for pays, someone might have to get sacrificed.
I'll be honest, this splitting right now and the way that MSI went, I wouldn't mind seeing Doran on a tank because I think on anything else, I'm a little bit sus right now. The fans definitely going to share the sentiment.
All I'm going to say is that you're right about the T1 series. However, Bin is not coming from that great of a series into HLE, so maybe Doran's going a little bit more confidence from that.
Maybe also we get a Bin counterpick. The Ambessa taken away a lot of the time. Just kind of fishing for some of the reliable setups that will come through the Poppy, because Poppy bit of disengage here. They do need more reliable engage and follow through from BLG right now.
I love the Akali ban right here. They're thinking that Syndra could also end up being a flex.
Yep, could be towards bot side, well said.
And we did see Akali yesterday absolutely pop off into Cassiopeia. So you want to take that threat out if you are BLG. For bot lane, I'm looking for anything that can pair up together with the Camille. It could be an aggressive type of bot lane. Viper plays super aggro AD carries, or he can probably flex towards things like the Ziggs. He's done that before, and he hasn't been banned out. Unless he gets picked by Pace, it will be a pretty good pickup for BLG.
Let's see which direction it goes. And Syndra, I like again that you pulled up the flex. I mean, this is just the meta we're in right now. There are so many high priority flex picks, and in BO1, those flexes are so much more valuable. They're going to take it away. Obviously, there's going to be the Doran top Scion. But we're left with a question. Syndra mid, Syndra bot. Because that Shen is definitely going towards support. It's just about pairings right now, and usually with the Camille, we see a Ziggs pairing here, Trouble. It would add a little bit of range to deal with them, but they need a front line. Bin versus Doran is going to be what? Cassante versus Scion?
Okay, it's getting better.
No. You know what? It's a BO1. They need front line. They need a bit of follow through. I'm not really surprised.
No, what is this? It's a Cassante for Bin up top lane. And let's see if Viper is actually going to be locking in that Ziggs that we've been talking about for so long. I don't think there's enough AD damage on the side of BLG for Viper to lock in a pure AP kind of champion. Ezreal has been hovered. He's one of the best Ezreals in the entire world if he wants to play towards that kind of champion. But I think I would like to see AD, proper AD down that bot lane for BLG.
It's going to be the Ezreal in the end. There's some of that AD threat, but maybe so that Camille can roam. I mean, Ezreal, very self-sufficient AD carry. Right now, we're going to find out where that Syndra is going to go. To Faker or to Pays. Or is that Ziggs going to be locked in as well? So far, there's one AP damage threat with a mixed bag of Shen. There's a bit of engage, a bit of front line. Seems pretty reasonable from T1 so far.
I feel like T1 is missing out a little bit more consistent damage on the bot lane. Love that. Sivir will absolutely close that gap for T1. And it's a very classic front-to-back composition. With a lot of disengage, engage, your frontline tanks. You've got Sivir with the ricochets later on. So T1 have finished up their composition really nicely right here, rounded it up with that Sivir that's going to be providing that consistent damage that we were missing before.
Both a bit of back-to-front damage as well. I do feel like supports are going to be changing this game. The first 15 minutes are going to be about carrier and on and how they sync up with jungle, because that Shen, that Camille, they're going to be out of lane level 2, level 3, looking towards mid.
And the really cool part is that Owner is a super aggro jungler. However, Shun was rated the best jungler at MSI overall.
Yep.
So it is going to be his job on his Poppy to try and mark Owner and sort of stop the early game aggression, particularly towards Knight on the Cassiopeia. Super immobile on the Snake. If Owner can sneak in a gang, level 2, level 3, shut it down, get a flash, then it gives a pretty free lane to Faker.
How's that Cassio going to survive? Jarvan good at exploiting immobile carries. And he's got at least one of them in the mid lane here. BLG versus T1, only a best of one after we got the full run-through at MSI only 3 weeks ago. I think the matchup was at the start of that stage. But it's a long-heated rivalry, and it is one, again, that always delivers. World Finals in London in 2024, I was there watching it go to Game 5 yet again, and the crowd loves it. It always peaks League of Legends. It always hits a high level of play, and even though it's only a best of one, hopefully it delivers again as we jump on Summoner's Rift to open up day 2 of EWC, our first qualification. T1 or BLG, who is making it through to the elimination bracket. and who will have to fight their way out of the lower portion to qualify another way. We get our answer in hopefully not under 30 minutes.
Winner here only has to play that one game. Loser, however, has a best-of-3 series in front of them to make it out to the playoffs. Just want to remind everyone, lovely guys on the desk highlighted it as well. T1 versus BLG, 17 to 15 individual games.
It's close.
Versus each other. BLG has a chance here to close the gap just a tiny bit.
They do indeed. And as you said, I mean, the only bad thing about losing this game is they will have to go to lower bracket, have to verse Gam, who knocked out MKOI only yesterday. European fans absolutely livid about that. As good shadow dash from Carrier after the hook shot, wall shot, or at least a commitment from the sweep, rather. Viper gets tagged a little bit here, but you're expecting that Shen to land a taunt, damage to come through, while On maybe has a little bit more burst with Halo Blades taking on the Camille with Ignite in this lane.
You do have both the junglers sort of starting or heading towards different sides. We have the full clear coming in from Shun, heading towards the top side of the map, whilst we see a different completely pathing from Owner. He started Birds, ended up top side. We could be seeing a wraparound Cassiopeia on that level 2, level 3, not expecting that Javan to have swapped towards the top side of the map right after the Raptors. He hasn't been spotted level 1 either, so the whereabouts of the Javan are a bit unknown. Now Knight is going to walk topside river and place a ward.
Yeah, I like that ward, especially if he goes and reaches out for Scuttle in a minute, a little bit over a minute rather. Actually, Spawn's just shown now as well. Knight missing Noxious Blast, but Faker not missing the orb. Gets level 3 first as well, so Scout of the Week definitely up and available. Ward going to spot out this Raptor camp start on the edge. Shun is there. Ward's going to expire, so now that he knows that he's been spotted, as Owner looks to clear towards bot.
Yesterday we saw Yehu play this exact matchup.
Oh, nice.
Into Canyon.
Brandon comes through, Petrifying Gaze, or rather, excuse me, it's that Q. Faker instead gets Scout of the Week. We refocus. Noxious Blast again, dodge Faker. Thinking about the flash, looking for the Q. Scout of the Week, flash by Knight. Oh my lord, it's heating up in the mid lane. Both flashes now down.
It's a flash, but I feel like Owner...
Viper just eat in the face of Pays and Carrier.
On is there.
Shadow Dash must not have been up and available. On is now coming in. Level 3 picked up by Pays and Carrier. They'll heal up a little bit after the poke.
Owner is rubbing his hands right here. He's like, Cassiopeia has to push that mid lane wave.
Cute.
No flash.
Oh, that's so cute. Sorry, super distracted. What were you saying?
You're such a silly dad.
There's a cute baby on the screen. And good W parents, earmuffs in the crowd. It's very loud. Everyone's packed out the seats. Sorry, Trouble, what were you saying?
No, it's fine. He was a super cute baby. I was just saying that Owner is probably like rubbing his hands now that Cassiopeia does not flash. It's a pretty easy target, especially when Knight has been playing pretty aggressive to try and get those trades onto Faker on the Syndra, as both the junglers will trade a Skull Crab each.
Yep.
Owner hasn't had his back yet, and he gets the free Skull Crab plus the Raptors right here, so he will be able to come back with a full component.
It's going to be nice. As Shun tries to make himself, there's no flash in mid, so both are vulnerable. On's also making the gank as well. There's going to be a 3-man, but it is being channeled and matched by T1. Carrier coming in. Shun now bringing steadfast presence. There's no wall there to ground him. Slow down. Faker's flashed on and dead. On's damage enough with Halo Blades. He uppercuts Owner to send him away, and first blood will be delivered to BLG.
It was a 3 versus 3, but BLG brought more damage because this Camille-based damage does so much in the early game. Faker, no flash, chasing the solo kill previously onto Knight, ends up being punished.
Wait.
No TP, no flash, an entire wave being lost, plus his life, kill over, however, to Camille, which for early game, it's a good thing, because he's going to be roaming with that Camille.
That's right, we're looking at it again, Trouble, because Shun tries to set up, doesn't need the wall, just sends Faker closer to On.
Yeah, I feel like Faker played it really well. He tried to move away from the wall as much as possible to not get stunned by Shun, but once On has still flash, it's a little bit disappointing here from Faker. You see, he's like,
he's a little nod.
I didn't expect the Camille flash right there.
A little bit annoying for Faker. As you said, On will pick up that first blood. And W Ruby Crystal picked up, I believe, was to pick up before. Be curious to see what On is on in terms of gold as he goes to Tri-Brush, spots out Carrier. Sweep going to be used, and just gets that Halo Blade proc as well. Thinking about finding that uppercut, but Carrier's just going to walk back to lane, and so is On. So for now, small gold lead here for BLG. thanks to not only that kill that went through, but a small lead that has come through from gold, I think from Knight denying those minions that we saw before.
And I feel like BLG is really happy to get that early gold on their one moving piece around the map. If it's not the jungler, which it's a Poppy, it's fine if Poppy is fed, but you do want these extra items early on that Camille. You've got the extra 2 crystals, which pretty much gets her survivability super high up in that early game. It's really hard to burst through HP that fast. And as you can see, he's just perma roaming. And that's what we talked about with the Ezreal as well.
Yeah.
You dump Ezreal down bot lane, he's super sufficient, not scary at all for him to get dived, and you just allow On to perma roam.
As On is going to try and do it again. Faker still without a flash. He's going to get camped. He's got level 6, but a hookshot, walkshot's going to find him. Halo Blaze damage as well. The sweep out and Faker near half HP as there's a wall present. So going to be taken here by Bin. He all outs. Doesn't care about the turret shot. Flash over the wall. Doran now summonerless as Bin finds an angle.
We expected that matchup to be boring. Bin is making it non-boring.
It's Kazante thing.
He's doing Kazante thing, but versus Sion. Not really the neutral fight we expected, but Bin is bringing some spice up the top of the map as BLG are grabbing the second Skullcrab, which is going to be level 6 right here for Shun. Have started the Dragon at the exact same time, 4 members strong in the river, and T1 with the resets coming through, they're not going to be contested.
Half making a Topho strikes an auto as well, trying to channel Bin, has run out of mana. He has enough for a Q. Remember, it's only 20 for an Topho strike, but Doran gets the hell out of dodge. As he walks around, he's going to pick up the lettuce from the river. And Doran not going to check this brush until now. Bin still not enough mana for a full rotation, so he eased out using the last one to get out. While Dragon does go down to BLG in the meantime. Kerry making a roam. We're getting action in the mid lane again. Knight could be in trouble. Great scatter the week from Faker. Flash from Carrier. And all the damage contributing. Knight's down. Owner dunks down. The Cataclysm On can't get out. He had no hook shot, walk shot available. It will be a double to Owner with Kerry's perfectly timed roam.
When the map falls apart, that Shen is who saved it yesterday versus Gam. And he's doing it again versus BLG. Carrier uses his flash for the taunt exactly the same way On used it on Faker, on the Camille, and they get revenge, double kill. And the great part is that both of these kills go to Jarvan, who can truly make a difference around the map. This is why I'm talking a lot about moving gold. You want it on Jarvan because he's the one that's going to be making the plays that make the difference.
Owner as well. While he didn't get a summoner out On, it wasn't available. While he didn't get it out of Knight, which is now available. He will be able to look for the repeat. Abuse those summoners because it has been about the mid lane. We talked about it in draft. Bot's very neutral, bit of scaling from the Sivir, the Ezreal self-reliant. These supports moving with junglers have made the game so far. First in BLG's favor, now in T1's as they crest over and complete that lead to make it neutral. On is moving towards mid again. Kerry with a small EXP lead, which is huge. Shadow Dash, abusive from On to walk into this. Hookshot, wallshot. Owner's looking for the follow-up. But On has to get the hell out of there while Shun tries to cover as grub start for Owner.
It's a crazy roam by Paze as well. Completely leaves that bot side of the map. Walking up top. Now Owner's going to smite one. Shun wants the rest.
Steadfast presence is annoying here as well for both of them. Keep his verdict up in the air. Owner's going to flash, but it's a match. Mid-flag and drag. Shun's got his number. Kill goes over to Knight. Faker stands and delivers, but even though Shun's at half HP, BLG threaten him back to lane. Bin solo killed Doran in the meanwhile. As the camera pans back, it's a big BLG win as Knight up against the wall cares not. He stands with the Twin Fang. He finds a Noxious Blast or two. The Miasma a pain for the Shen as BLG bounce their gold lead right back in their favor.
Very well played right here from BLG. Shun understands that Paze is heading back down bot lane, so they've got numbers advantage in the river because Bin is taking care of the Sion, so Sion can never join. Let's watch this one more time. We'll land the Q3 right here. Doran abducts him on the other side of the wall.
Beautiful flash.
Flashes in front of his ult to stop the escape and kills him with another Q3.
And remember, we saw that the last all-out took the flash from Doran. So Bin had the advantage, didn't burn his summoner, abuses it there. And a solo kill for Bin is massive. Yes, the 700 gold lead for Sunday is not going to be as exciting as a carry, but still, it's kind of showing you the state that BLG solo laners are in, that are the bread and butter for BLG throughout the years. They're in a great spot in this best of one.
The great timing as well, eliminating the threat of Sion walking down that river and disrupting the Void Grab. So not only was it the solo kill that we mentioned, the extra kill in the river, but the 2 Void Grabs as well, which is going to give them that extra neutral objective.
BLG looking towards this setup in advance in the bot lane towards this next dragon. TP going to be used by Faker. Knight not towards that Rod of Ages yet. I'd be curious about his gold, as he's got 2 stacks on the Dark Seal. Classic Knight. Might turn into a Magi's, as 9 out of 10 games usually does. But for now, we pause. We wait for this next objective. BLG already started with 1 in a great spot here as Carrier will be level 6. I want to add that caveat in Trouble because Carrier at level 6 adds a bit more defensive capabilities for the all-stack-in dive that this Jarvan is going to offer.
And talking about the Jarvan, actually, great minds think alike. Standard Sky completed
there it is.
For Owner before anyone else. Shun is going to match it just now, and they're going to look to fight, but On, a bit too deep.
This damage, he's got adaptive defenses. Owner's not going to fully commit over the wall. Does it affect Dragon is the biggest question. On will have to back now if he wants to get some health.
That's the most important part. He could not get a ward down behind that
Vex.
pit.
Hello, Vex.
Sad. It's no longer in the meta. Vex is cool.
No, Vexes don't smile, though. Vexes don't smile. We're going to fix their Cosmo. Vexes don't smile. No smiling allowed.
Gotta commit.
Vex is always sad. And very, you know...
Emo.
Yeah, super emo.
Yeah.
It's cool. Like I'm listening to it.
And she likes Viego. Fun fact.
Oh. Getting all the lore here in broadcast. Not only EWC delivering so far. As On did just go back to lane. He healed up. Not sure if he got the River Fruit or not, but Dragon priority is given over to T1 for now. 1 or 2 wards placed down, as you see on our screen right now. Pace unable to spell shield. That Mystic Shot, the all-in from On. The setup there big. Shun thinking about going in as well. Keep his verdict up and available, but sent away is T1 through this as there's a Stand United. Faker finds the unleashed power, as well as the petrifying gaze. Knight stares Kerry in the face. A Shadow Dash here, but Faker can't contribute. He has to run out of the fight. Knight following up with the Twin Fangers. Noxious Blast up to Noxious Blast connected. What a steadfast move from the mid laner of BLG.
That was absolutely beautifully timed by Knight. The second carrier lands, ults them both in the face, chases them down, creates time for this Dragon to go down. The 1 versus 2. Carrier pops the ult onto Faker. They play super aggro. The second he lands, the timing was absolutely insane.
And if Carrier didn't get that Shadow Dash, I think Faker's dead there as well, or at least has to burn the flash. So for Knight, big threat. Does it lead to the Dragon? The answer is yes. Off the back of that, BLG do find Dragon, as well as that 3v3 play down bot side that forced away the bulk of T1.
And the very important thing right here is that you've got a Rod of Ages champion over in the mid lane if you're BLG, and a Trinity Force champion down bot lane who's also stacking from Muramana later on. So the fact that you're winning the early game, but you also got stacking champions that really want their items finished and stacked up to start fighting at 2 items is absolutely incredible. And T1, particularly I'm looking at Carrier, he might have to step up right here the same way he did versus Gam yesterday.
It's going to be a hard task. Misses a Shadow Dash there onto On. Power of that adaptive defense is that nice shield that comes up every 30 seconds or so. Is just backing away for now. He's got level 6, he got his roll quest done as well. Scatter the Week going to be dodged. Meanwhile, Carrier's looking to make an angle here. Knight has flash in 5 seconds. Look at the timer from T1. This is crazy. 5 seconds, maybe 10.
He sniffs it.
On the flash. And Knight, yeah, definitely knows something's up.
He's literally just pressed S.
Yeah, he's
there's
no way he's neutralizing this wave.
Like, I know you know I know. So don't waste your time right here, which T1 are not going to do. They're going to set up some vision in that tri-brush.
Good buffer from On. Scatter the Week, almost finding a target.
Carrier's around as well. They're trying to set as much vision as possible to try and keep Faker safe. That's have his flash available, but they don't want to have him burn it, especially when he's put on a side lane. So I really like how T1 are really bundling up right here, sending Carrier through that mid-side gap, Owner through the bot side towards the tri-brush, trying to establish a little bit more deeper vision into BLG's jungle.
And Shun going to find with the lens that Faker's over the wall. If only just he didn't hug the wall tight enough. Owner going to be losing the last end of his Krugs. By the way, Shun is up a level. We can see now, yeah, it's actually a level and a bit, so advantage here for the Poppy. Owner falling behind despite the 2 kills earlier. Shun has been putting on a jungle performance of the ages as he walks towards the Raptors now, or at least looks for a bit more insight into where Owner goes next.
I just want to remind everyone that this is so refreshing to see from Shun. Shun was with BLG in their high highs, and then with their low lows. Got replaced, Wei came in, Beichon came in.
Circle.
He started working with them as well, and then he went full circle back to Shun. And the fact that he was able to shine the way he did over at MSI is just a little bit of a comeback for him as well, to show how he can be one of the greatest junglers among the greatest junglers in the world as they're chasing Keria. I feel like Keria is like really trying to push the limits here, trying to find some angle and opening. He's been putting wards everywhere, getting some vision for T1. And now they're going to start that Rift Herald. Lots of resets coming through from BLG.
Yeah, On's on a ward though, as he walks in. As they know that Viper did have to reset. The delay from Keria. Long con play, very nice here. Support diff in that singular play for sure as Herald goes over to T1. A nice objective. Try and break some of these, maybe side lanes open. I think right now, you want to have get the ball rolling a little bit. A minute 30, you talked about the resources here in this game. Obviously, there's a Sivir, a Sion. It's not like playing fast is a necessity for them in this game.
3 items, clock's ticking.
Yeah, Cassio is a threat, though, I'm going to say. As for now, Yuntal picked up first here by Pace. Just a side note. Not often do we see that item. A lot of time it can be the Essence Reaver. Taking stroke this game. As Dragon's up in a minute. The big ticket item, BLG on 2. In trouble. This is where our eye's going to look next, and those item power spikes, breakpoints. We'll see if Pace is on 2 before we get towards that objective.
Also the Black Cleaver on Owner, he's so close. He's got the Phage, he's got the HP, just missing the completion right there. Excuse me. And they are looking for the 3rd Dragon. It would be huge if BLG managed to collect soul points for Cloud Soul right here. How fast this Camille will be moving around the map, it's going to become so annoying, particularly for players like Faker and Pace, who are on immobile carries. Having a Camille run so fast around the map is going to be very problematic for them. And you have seen how much effort Owner and Keria have been putting around the map to set down that vision so that the Pace and Faker can actually farm a bit more safely. But right here, T1 are going to have to try and find a way inside that river.
Finn's going to get a hard push on this wave. 10 seconds till Drake. Perfect timing as well. Doran's going to have to push that out and then think about a TP angle. Bin moving into Fog of War to do so. For now, it's T1 who have Pace and Keria moving from top side into this Dragon. And then from the bottom angle is Owner and Faker. TP going to be burned here by Doran while the walking is done by Bin. Mid-wave going to be the priority. And Pace, obviously, now with 2 items, he just picked up the Navori. Has quick wave clear, so T1 have the chance first.
T1 first in the river. They do not have a lot of deep vision behind enemy lines. Faker's not
on, almost dead. Unleashing power has to go on in. Gets the adaptive defense flushed away from Owner. He commits Hextech Ultimatum from On as well, though. He's dove in. That's a 3-man and a keeper's verdict from Sean. T1 are wiped. They don't know what just hit them as Doran flashes away. Knight's ulti. Sean sends them back. It's perfectly orchestrated by BLG.
On did this exact same thing yesterday on the Camille. Absolutely insane how he knows how to manipulate the kit of Camille, the shield. The invulnerability through pressing ult to buy as much time as possible. Faker finds a potential huge pick for T1, and On and BLG turning completely around.
On was the biggest bait piece here as Faker thought he had an instant kill.
I mean, he almost did. It leaves him on 1 HP, but the shield he gets from the magic damage uses the invulnerability from the ult whilst Owner dives in, and then a beautiful Poppy ult to isolate Faker.
Shun used Owner's wall against him as well. You love to see it for the Poppy mains as breathtaking play. BLG 2,500 gold up on Soul Point. That was a massive one. But will it decipher the game, or rather decide? I think right now that puts BLG in a huge position. Owner looking to use that Herald finally to break some kind of turret and open up the map a bit for T1 as they try and 3-stack top.
I feel like T1 are very happy with chilling right here.
Scatter, all in. Poppy can't press W yet. Unleashing power. Shun is dead. Nice play from T1. They're going to continue on as On. Has to use the turret. Hookshot, wall shot. There's a Sivir coming up as well. Flag and Drag going to find the Camille. BLG have overcooked a little bit here. Shadow Dash from Faker taking it from afar. He scatters the weak. And On drops.
On playing a bit too confident right there. You give them an arm. They take everything. T1 4-man strong top lane. Force the Cassante TP.
But Doran is left alone in the bottom lane. Knight will have to commit his TP if he wants to match. And that's going to be double TP burn from BLG or plating lost. T1 with the macro here. Just changed our minds about the last Dragon play.
Did not expect Pace to roam towards the top side of the map. So they played a little bit more aggressive, thinking it's just a 2 versus 3 that they can play around. but Pace solidifies the deal right there. And let's watch this one more time. Shun tries to scout the tri-bush, so Knight can push up top lane. 3 members of Team 1 in there. Surprise, Pace has already started walking. We'll look in the minimap on things. It's just a 2 versus 2 for the time being. Pace takes the blast on, makes the 2v3. Unlucky, but that's life.
That's also disrespectful from On.
Yep.
No one was coming up. I'm not sure if he was trying to get information or just wanted to be cheeky, but regardless, it backfires. BLG's 2,500 gold lead is minimized by 1,500 back over to T1's pockets. Faker with 2 items here with the Proto Belt. Third starting to be built from Paze. Herald is going to time out and be used mid, but mid is not the worst case scenario as BLG trying to find carrier. Scatter the Weak not going to connect. There's a flag, but no drag. Shun trying to mitigate, disengage. On jumps in, there's Hextech got momentum on Faker. Carrier pops him out. Carrier's going to survive, but Faker will not. It's that ulti again. The verdict's been given, and Shun will find Faker.
They are throwing everything to try and eliminate the threat of the goat from the Summoner's Rift. And no Syndrome means that T1 can actually no pressure with that Rift Herald that unfortunately had to be popped down that mid lane. We'll take a couple of platings and we'll leave that mid lane tier 1 super low. But T1 need to wait for the respawns to come through as Bin and Knight on the other side of the map are pushing out those waves.
Yeah, notice the potential of maybe turning that into a Baron wasn't there because Knight was down the bottom side of the map. Didn't want to commit the TP, and I guess BLG didn't want to overcook. Bin's going to find top turret regardless, though. Knight's going to reset and now has a Leandra he's picked up. So 2-item Cassiopeia as well. This game might have a BLG lead, but it is still close. It's a minute 30 till this Soul. And that does feel with Cloud Soul not only being denied from a Sivir, but being added into a Cassiopeia and a Camille. It does feel like that would help BLG solidify this best of 1.
I feel like this is a time where BLG truly spike. You've got the 2 items on Cassio. You need to wait for 4 more stacks to have a fully stacked Rod of Ages. Ezreal, fully stacked more mana, so this is your time to actually fight and play. And luckily for them, 1 minute for Soul. Bin has found Faker.
Big mistake, he flashes away. Bin doesn't have his own flash. He's going to try and run after Faker, but Faker's already getting out. For now, he's Proto Belt down, but On and Shun is going to say that steadfast presence is going to come through. No Keeper's Verdict up in the end, not even needed. Faker up against the wall. Bin's going to all out, and Faker's going to be first to drop. Squishy is he, but Bin doesn't care. Owner's jumped in the middle. It's double TP. BLG like those odds, though. The ulti from Doran is beautiful to find On, and the turret saves alive. Petrifying Gauge only is slow. A wall presented for Doran. Meanwhile, we look at Paze trying to 1v1 Viper running for his life. He stands, though. Paze is fine with this. He'll Boomerang Blade. He'll get close to Viper. Meanwhile, Doran is getting chunked out. Paze gets the solo kill, but Doran dies. It's a messy fight across Summoner's Rift with 2 dying in the bottom side for BLG. Remembering, Faker and Doran will join the chamber as well.
Oh, Shun!
Flag and drag with a Boomerang Blade. Shun has run into this one, tries to find Paze. The Hammer Shot does it. Owner looking for the chase. The flag is down for the trade, and we have decided to let chaos reign.
That was the longest team fight I feel like we've had this entire 2 days.
I would think so.
And it starts with just Bin fancying his chances versus Faker, forcing his flash, and then all hell broke loose. Avengers started flying from every side of the rift. All of BLG trying to come into the same fight, and Knight is trying to take some space in this river.
Tries to sidestep, he's okay, holds onto his flash. Faker sees Bin and walks back himself as well. T1 hovering around. This Soul for BLG is still on the menu.
But no jungler.
The threat is there. They're trying to buy time in BLG, and they do have River. Remember, they also have Strength. On, looking for the engage, finds a slow Hextech out of momentum on Faker, true shot right, gonna connect, and Faker's down. Doran's blocked, a wall again, right in the way where Bin needs it to be. BLG have taken down the GOAT, and Dragon looks possible.
Beautifully played by On. Faker, I feel like, has been the only viable target for this Camille. He's the only one who's so immobile, doesn't have any shields or any way to escape. So taking him down right here on a 4 versus 5, and T1 have to defend the Soul.
The zone control versus Knight's gonna be hard with the Poppy in the mix as well. Smite for Owner needs to be brilliant. Bin in the way, so is the Miasma. The flip back at 5k. T1, it's Owner or nothing. It's Doran, hook shot, wall shot, a threat. It's Bin in the way. Our POV with Soul taken, a flip, and T1's dreams of qualifying first, looking to fall out the window. The follow-up from Shun as this Ezreal is still spacing out. Owner jumps in, but not on him. It's easy for Viper. Now he turns his attention for the revenge of Paze. That will find its mark as Faker respawn just to say goodnight. It's an ace from BLG and a wipe against T1.
Absolutely gorgeous team fight by BLG. It was a 4 versus 5 that T1 had to play with to try and save that soul from going over to BLG. BLG will take the soul, they'll take the ace, and they'll take the Baron.
The Baron, the soul. It is only a best of one. And BLG, they know this one is done. I'm keen to see a replay because that fight went on for a little bit. The chase down, T1 got desperate.
They had to make a move. They had to play for it. On-baited them with the hook shot as well. And let's watch this one more time. They forced them into the choke point. T1 no, they cannot contest. Pace walks towards that mid lane. The hook shot here is going to bait them, walks back out from on, and this is where Pace feels more comfortable to walk back in. And now let's watch this one more time. Keria dies instantly right here. Owner will find a great angle, but look at the miasma from Knight here. Stops any progress from T1. If they want to come into fight, they have to walk the ramp in a tight choke point.
Well, we're going to fight again. Owner's got no choice. He's going to cataclysm on a bit. I don't know if it's best target. Flashing over the wall, at least Bin is out there, but Shun presses W. T1 have an angle. They've found a target and Shun is dead. Baron was used for a heavy bot side push, but now Shun is down and T1 are fighting back.
And great catch. Just Casante over in the mid lane, so T1 right here can use the Baron against BLG and take a tower for themselves.
Doran threatening. Demolish there, I believe, or at least one more hit would do it. Regardless, he gets out of tanking range, and Inata's going to drop one down. An even trade for T1 versus the Baron is commendable, with some objective bounties picked up as well on these objectives. Baron power play is going to minimize to even for now. Not a bad thing to say when T1 just got wiped.
Especially when you get a bunch of gold from Baron himself.
Shadow Dash. Is there enough damage from Pays? Viper's behind as well. On the hunt for Pays. Bin in trouble. Has no all out. Running for his life. Owner finds a knock up. No pathway. Going to save his life. And Bin is down. What a shutdown from T1 as BLG are getting clumsy. Doran looking for an angle. True Shot Raj going to tag the heels of Owner. Viper Arcane Shift almost punished by Faker. Half HP for the GOAT. Walks it out. T1 getting out of this choke point on. Has found Pays. But what a spell shield. Scout of the week from Faker, and Doran has found a Camille Petrifying Gaze misses as well. T1, you never count them out. Sean on the backside is met by a fight from Faker as Viper has the Arcane Shift in, but Kerry's got his number as well. BLG went one by one, as Viper's the only one left in this top side with Sean running for his life. No objectives up, but the gold again, massively minimized.
BLG are throwing chaos at T1. They're TP'd behind them on the side lanes, trying to wrap around, and T1 is ready with the answer. Those team fights are incredible. The spell shield from Pays on the Camille
generational
was gorgeous.
3 items sieve up. It doesn't matter about gold as we get, let's say, another 10, 15 in the game. T1 will have options. There's Bin here. Base checks and T1 are ready.
Look on your minimap. Cassiopeia is already TP'd. Knight has a great angle, but Bin falls to Sivir items so damn fast that Knight does not have the time to show up, and when he does, Doran blocks his way with his own TP.
Knight has to realign. Viper almost gets Arcane Shift stunned. But then this.
They have their eyes on Pays right here. They love the cue from Cassio, and Pays. He's a cool guy, he doesn't look at explosions, just runs back, presses shield, never gets off by Camille, and the T1 just follow up. Shun does manage to somehow salvage the play by dissuading and splitting apart T1. Viper gets the kill finally onto Faker, but that's about it.
And here's the ulti, the unstoppable onslaught. The angle is perfect. It's either On or it's Knight, and On has to sacrifice his life, but Knight dies anyway, with Doran getting a perfect decimating smash to follow. Hot damn, it doesn't matter what form T1 are in, you still never doubt them. Might have been a 3-2 at MSI with BLG getting their number, but it was still close. That was with T1 people saying not in the best form. Here in this game, they're down but not out. Soul is in the hands of BLG, but Elder in a minute.
I just want to remind everyone, all-time games. T1 versus BLG, 17 and 15. These teams, when they meet, they are so evenly matched. They give us some of the best series, some of the best games, and this one is so close. and it could be game ending in just 40 seconds when that Elder spawns.
Pivotal item just picked up Pace as an Infinity Edge. 4 items with the LDR as well.
Time has ticked.
Crypt Bloom for Faker. The Rylai's for Knight I'm seeing, but he's got a lost chapter. Wanted to evolve the 4th item, but he's not really there yet. And he will not be, it seems like, with this game. Sorelda's Grudge for Viper. A bit of pen for him, too, to get through these front lines.
Very importantly, also an owner with the GA can play a little bit more aggressive, overextend, buy time.
Yeah.
For pace,
oh, yeah.
weaving those auto attacks.
Deadman's for Shun, that was his option instead. Wanted to be fast. Steadfast presence needs to be perfect for the engage. T1 hug the left side of mid. Viper trying to get some poke down. Scatter the weak, not bad from Faker. Pidro's fine engage. He's found Faker. Jumps into the backline. Pathmaker. That guy's in trouble. Missing shot, not going to find his target. Cataclysm used by Ona on a tank. Doran also whipping the ult. T1. That was horrible. Doran gets popped away as well. 2-man keeper's verdict while Shun's getting tagged out. But Faker is dead. The Medusan roar from Knight. He charges down. Twin Fang erupts. And BLG return to the scene of the crime. Another team fight. Another objective. Theirs again.
T1 throws all their ults at BLG and nothing sticks.
Steadfast presence, and he won't get out. Carrier's dead as well. And T1, gung-ho, caught out, messy fight. That was not what we saw 3 minutes ago.
And it gets worse here, Hysterics. That is a tower into an Elder, into Baron, spawning right up, and Pace getting caught. He's gonna pop the exhaust, not
Ona,
enough.
no choice, all out. He too will burn GA first, then his life, and that might be game trouble.
Don't need the Baron.
They're going to run it down mid. Viper godlike indeed. Spacing and fight fantastic. On finds Faker. He will die a 9th time, but no more. Another ace for BLG. And Trouble, I think it's time to pull out the stats.
BLG, all-time versus T1, 17 for T1, 15 for BLG. Make it 17 and 16
We're close.
with this one.
Well, it's only a best of 1, but BLG only needed 1. They'll continue their streak from MSI. They'll find another win versus T1, and they will be the first team to qualify to the elimination bracket at EWC 2026.
What an incredible performance by both of those teams. I felt the aggression from both sides. Carrier trying to make the plays, On trying to counter them, make his own. I will say this was a very hard-fought fight from both sides.
Yeah.
But one thing about the LPL, they never break.
They do not.
There's only gas, there's no break.
And I think what we've learned is that a lot of teams you can flip up, giving the Cassiopeia first pick. BLG's not one of them. Knight getting Cassio, getting comfort is so ridiculous.
The ult on the Shen ult was so
it was just, it started there. It started with On getting aggressive in mid, the well-timed gank punishing Faker, and his lack of flash after he almost solo killed Knight. But then Knight really took charge. And I think we're going to be honest as well, like, Bin had solo kills, Viper had some good team fights. It did feel like BLG were firing on all fronts.
Absolutely.
And while it became close, BLG still maintained a gold lead for the majority of the game.
And I will say it's always mesmerizing. Everyone talks about T1 and how they always turn it around, and even the direst times on the Rift. It just felt like they always seem to have an answer.
Yeah.
But all it takes is just one bad team fight versus BLG, where Doran threw his ult somewhere in there, Honor threw his ult onto Cassante, I believe, and it just didn't stake. And if your ults don't stake, and if you don't make the correct engage into BLG, they're just gonna turn it around instantly, because that's what they were known for, their team fights.
I mean, also in this comp, they're really good at denial, right? A Hextech Ultimatum, a Poppy Steadfast Presence, that W, like, and it's crazy. It wasn't like we saw insane Poppy Ws, but I think the ultis from Shun were game-breaking in some of those fights. The T1 mistake mid when they were starting to come back into the game, that Poppy disengage denied after, yeah, Doran missed the ulti, but they were trying to run on in, and denied by BLG has been the Cassante GOAT, apparently, standing on stage for an interview.
Thank you guys. What a showing indeed from BLG as we welcome Bin to the stage. Congratulations, Bin, for this victory, of course. And we saw that T1 were starting to come back at the end of the mid-game, yet you decided to step up. So I want to know how you handle those moments where when you start losing the lead. Is there someone in the team that takes the lead in the comms, for example?
精彩的表现。那么我们今天呢，非常荣幸的欢迎到我们的选手来到舞台上面。我们知道之前的一个情况呢是，我们看到您呢就是向前一步来领导我们的团队，共同取得这样的进展。请问您今天对此是一个什么样的感受呢？
今天能战胜 T1 肯定是很开心的。然后我们接下来会好好的准备下一场比赛。
I'm really happy, excited, and I'm looking forward to the next match.
Ouais, effectivement, on a hâte évidemment du prochain match. On est évidemment très content de ce résultat également.
Well, you are through to the quarterfinals. The question that I have for you is really simple. How much do you want to win the Esports World Cup trophy?
那么我们现在可以看到，您就要进入半决赛了。我们接下来问题非常的简单，就是你有多么想赢得我们这一次电竞比赛的冠军？
我们现在已经进入了半决赛，好像是。然后我们有非常大的自信，可以拿下这次的冠军啊，觉得。
Yes, we got into the quarterfinal, and I really have the confidence that we can win this match.
Effectivement, de la confiance qu'on peut gagner tous les matchs. Bientôt, on est content évidemment d'être en quart de finale et on est confiant.
After that performance, you can't blame these guys for being that confident. Their journey here at League of Legends at the Esports World Cup lives on.
All business there for Bin as, yes, they're on to the quarterfinals after this performance against T1. A classic slobber knocker of a fight goes the way of the LPL's pride.
This was an absolute battle, and the sort of matchup we've come to expect when we see these two teams down to the wire, but BLG ultimately the ones able to win out in those big fights and get control of the game in the later minutes.
Yeah, and also I think it's really crazy to see like being still managed to win the lane, even though T1 tried to ban 4 champions on the top lane. He still managed to solo kill and be impactful in the game.
Yeah, he had those words about Doran over at MSI, now backing it up here at EWC as BLG, despite a little bit of shakiness in the mid-game, you could see that bit of a dip there around 30 minutes, able to close it on out here.
And I think Pei's really trying to make things happen. He was such a focal point in this composition on the Sivir, but Viper's Ezreal is just so hard to match up to. Knight and the Cassiopeia as well, so much threat, and with the composition they had, Kerry and Ona just struggling to really have the impact they want into a Poppy, into a Cassiopeia.
I think it was really hard to reach on those damage dealers. Knight and Viper, they always have some safety in their positioning. So that's why, like, even though BLG was kind of throwing the game like in the mid-late game, unless like your damage dealer is not dying for that, like they're safe.
Yeah, again, and it was so nice because we were talking earlier about potentially more mages in the bot lane, but we got a classic 80 carry battle, the Sivir in scaling on the side of T1, the Ezreal and the skill expression for BLG, for Viper, they showed it off, and there was a lot of fighting in that mid-game early on here.
There was so much scrapping, so much fighting between these two teams, lots of picks, lots of people getting taken down. We're focusing here on that dragon fight, which had a pretty explosive start.
Yeah, they didn't have the mid priority though, so they had to go through the bot side. So on here, looking really juicy target for T1, but he managed to survive with the Thunder Sky, and I think that made insane Cassia ulti angle, and then Poppy ulti, chain CC as well. So I think in general, BLG had such a great plan in terms of the team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was just fun because a lot of the times you get a lot of macro and that's all you get, you know, a low kill game. It did start a little slow here. And then we had these explosive fights like here. We get to see it from Viper's point of view as you get to see one of the best in the business in this team fight.
Yeah, Doran already chunked out and T1 not able to get the dragons, so they're trying to back away. But the Cloud Soul giving them movement speed to chase. And Viper is just so consistent with the shots. The team are there to set him up. But just be able to see his point of view, the spacing is so good. He's constantly at this angle where he's able to connect on the key targets, but not able to be threatened himself. Just flawless play.
Yeah, there's nothing that it threatened for his Azrael and Knight besides him as well. Everything looks so clean from the BLG.
One of the coolest things here at EWC, those live POV views during the team fights and really an understanding of what's important into those fights. Following an AD carry in those big ones, always a good call here, Ox.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think it's super cool the fact that we go live into those point of views. A lot of times we get the sort of replay point of views, but being able to just zoom in on that moment, on the big carries, the big players, and see it unfold, there's nothing like it.
I wish we could have had it here for our final fight, as it was a great little juke there. I guess Doran misses his ult, and then T1 use all their ults. BLG absorb the blow and then turn it around on T1.
Yeah, I think in this situation, Doran's trying to create space for Fake, who's getting focused down, but the ult gets carried away from, and he starts getting shredded. And then this ult comes in from Shun in the moment. I was like, do you want to knock away Doran, who's low, who's a target? But it leaves the backline isolated. Look how low Faker is. That ult flash from Knight to punish. We have to see Pays flash away, and BLG can just chase them down. The mid lane is already dead, the goat's already down, and they sense blood in the water.
And with that, our Group C bracket has one of them already filled out in the upper side of it. It is BLG moving on as our 2-0 victor. That does mean later on today, T1 do battle yet again, a rematch of the opening match, T1 and GAM Esports, who have been waiting in the wings.
Yeah, it's gonna be BO3. In BO1, T1 looked great, but I think again, like GAM Esports had such a great series against MKOI, so you gotta prepare for that series.
Yeah, I think obviously we saw that phenomenal 5 minutes from GAM.
Oh yeah.
We know that they can play well in the early game and build a lead, but I think you really have to respect T1. They were making these proactive plays, finding numbers advantages, and if you disrespect that, they will just demolish you once again.
I mean, for T1, I think they gotta change their plan. Either they want to go for full early game, or they want to play the macro, because for me, it was really weird to pick up Syndra into Camille, because they want to play for early skirmishes, so Faker was kind of baiting, but he was not really baiting for anything, you know. He was just dying for the Camille. It was free target for On as well. And also on the top side, Doran, obviously he's the one most struggling in that roster, but even though they had the focus draft for him, he was not being able to do the impact for the team as well. So I think they're gonna fix some issue for that.
Yeah, that was Group C. Over on the B stream, they also had Group B, the winners match there. It was Sentinels, the surprised winner over Wales against Gen.G. Close in kill score, not very close in gold. This was a grinding loss here for Sentinels as Gen.G, they had fun with their food and made Sentinels feel the might of the Tiger.
Yeah, this just feels like, you know, the sort of Gen.G game we see so often where, again, not much of a difference in terms of kills, but you look at the towers, you look at the objectives, the grubs, the gold, everything in favor of Gen.G. And yeah, a tough opponent for Sentinels, and ultimately Gen.G just a bit overwhelming.
Yeah, good to see Ruler picking up Ziggs bot lane with Camille as well. I think one of the weak points for Gen.G right now is like being the AP bot lane, but I think Ruler is adapting on it slowly. Yeah.
Here is the Group B bracket as Team Secret already out, falling short against Carmine Corp yesterday in the elimination best of 3 matches. Gen.G, the reigning title defenders, holds on to that top spot. They will qualify on in with BLG as a 2-0 victor. And now that leaves us the decider, Matt. But Blue Wall have been waiting. They will get their match against NA later on today. That's going to be a rockin' matchup here, Ox.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this goes, because I think KC not having the performance they wanted at MSI, despite the fact that they got that win against Team Secret, I feel like it was only really game 3 where I really felt convinced by them. So I think KC in their best form with the crowd behind them, definitely capable, but what KC will we see on the day?
Wait. It's again EU versus NA, and we all know what happened before in MSI. I think this is a redemption day for KC.
Yeah, Team Liquid beat KC, right? That's what happened at MSI, right?
Exactly. So it's a redemption day, though. You know,
we'll see what happens there. It is G2, though, an EU squad about to go up against AGAL, last year's finalists, here after this short piece of content. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
G2 faithful. Now, as an EU, yeah, really excited, passionate people. Listen, guys, if I recall, NA recently beat G2, right?
The airport, bro. Lion got kicked out.
That was a fluke, man. That was a fluke. Fair point. Where is it at? Now, listen, guys. You guys won yesterday. You got a game coming up today. How are we feeling?
Easy, easy.
We win to Russian teams.
We're winning it all! No. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I said it for KC, which you guys aren't too friendly with. We're doing.
KC, there is only one team in EU.
G2. Hey, you know, you heard it from them. What up? I'm here with the Yankos. We're about to have a little bit of a challenge called a Scream Off. Let's see who can get a bit louder.
Yeah, I think I'm finally able to expose Tyler 1 for being a fraud.
Absolutely deluded. We're about to find out. We actually have G2 Cat here who's going to be holding the sound meter for us. How are you feeling about that?
Oh, bro, I'm so excited. I can't wait to hear. How loud can you be, bro?
Who do you think's going to win?
Yankos, sorry, I'm biased.
He's one of my subscribers, guys. Don't worry about it. I hired him to help me win. Actually, I don't need help to win against this guy. But
definitely not rigged, by the way. Anyway, we've actually done pre-rock, paper, scissors. You're going first, bud. Good luck.
Are you ready?
I am not ready. I just woke up. I learned about this 5 minutes ago, but I'm going to try my best. It's not excuses. He actually has that
We're
advantage.
stalling. Come on, get screaming, man.
Did it work out? Was it even loud?
That was pretty loud. Don't know about it.
Loud? It was not bad? Okay.
Louder than I thought you would. Okay, you got 129.4.
129.4. Is it loud? I don't even know.
Maybe like a little trumpet or something.
So it's not that loud.
Maybe like a flute or something.
Okay, so you can do better. You can do better.
I'll
Okay,
do better here. I'll do better here. I'm absolutely ready.
3, 2, 1.
Damn, the red face. I like it. Wait, did he beat me?
Was it?
Yeah, bro.
Shit!
Bro, it's 0.9 difference.
130.3.
130.3.
I was doing that casually.
Bro.
Casually.
I
woke
woke up one already and he went, bro. It's fine. We do a rematch next year. Rematch next year.
We'll get it in. We'll get it in. Hey, that's Big T, baby. Back to you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026, presenting League of Legends as AGAL are in the building. Last year's finalists looking to redo and reclaim that form up against MSI's darlings in G2 with the big upsets and then eventually falling short to a team that's already out of EWC in line. That's okay, we'll skip past that part. G2 looking good. One of these teams will move on in the uppers as the winner of their group. Dagon here alongside Wolf and Jack Spectra. And let's start with AGAL, y'all. The LPL squad coming on in. We've talked about it. Same roster, not a lot of changes, but results have been so close, just never over the hump.
I mean, yesterday against DK, I was really surprised at how well they played, especially with Flandre on the Shen. I think he finished the game with like 10 kills. He was doing so much damage in the team fights as we're watching it back here. Just how well AGL was playing the skirmishes. I feel like normally you would maybe expect that DK would be able to maneuver this better, but AGL kind of just outplayed them every single team fight.
Yeah, I think D+ really had some pretty narrow win conditions in their team fights. I think that AGL drafted better and played better in these team fights, but it was Flandre's performance on the Shen that was the standout, not only in fights like this, but also in side lanes. really flexible player in the top lane. They've got star power in the mid lane. I think solo lanes is where I'm really looking here for AGL coming into this one.
Star power in the audience as well. I got to see a couple of Flandre jerseys out here. It was awesome to see this team get the recognition that they deserved from last year and back it up in their first match. They're up against the kings of Europe. It is G2 looking to bounce back and continue that form from MSI.
I mean, as well, Flandre playing the Shen with the same build that Broken Blade played. I feel like it's definitely very hyped, this matchup. I'm really curious to see if either top laner will cook, because I feel like both of them are willing to go outside of the normal meta that we see from other tops.
All right, well, speaking of Broken Blade, he's standing by right now. Let's toss over to that.
BB, welcome to Paris. Another international back-to-back after MSI. So first things first, how are we feeling after that one?
Feeling great, especially today playing as AL. I think it's the first time we ever played them, at least me, I think so. But I have very, very high hopes in our team, especially since I think we've beaten quite a lot of good teams this year already, so I'm going in with nice expectations.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that as well, but I want to talk about the changes that we've seen as well coming through, especially with Perkz now on that coaching slot. In your experience, what do you think is going to be the approach or the differences that he'll be able to bring to the team?
I think Perkz is very skilled in like specific detail in terms of how we play the game, and I think that's going to elevate us in terms of our team play and like how we play the map and stuff like this. So I think there was already a major improvements from like internally, and I was very happy with that. So I'm excited what the future has to bring.
I think a lot of people are looking forward to the future, and we're also just looking in general at you individually because you had a phenomenal MSI tournament. Some of the picks we're seeing, some of the builds we're seeing on Shen, for example, coming through that we're seeing other players now also implement. What is it about coming up with a specific build? Like, how do you do it? What's the thought process behind it?
I mean, we have our analyst Rodrigo, who helps me a lot in finding the best item builds. And for Shen specifically, you would never see like this weird item build where you go Titanic Hydra into an AP item and then into a support item. Like, it's a very mix of like items. But it actually ended up being the best build for him because he has a lot of damage with it and a lot of cooldown, and the tech speed is like everything he really wants. So it ended up being very strong, and I was very happy that I was like kind of the first one to do that. So yeah, it's really cool to see other people also play it. Yeah.
If you had to give it a name, what would you name it?
We call it the Frankenstein Shen. Yeah,
Frankenstein Shen. I'm looking forward to see more of that as well in the tournament. Thank you for your time. I'm going to let you go. That's it from us. Back to you, Degon.
Thank you very much, Ginny, with Broken Blade there. I know he's talking about the Shen and the build. One thing that jumped out at me, the big change that just happened with G2, Perkz joining the squad, BLG, or I mean, not BLG, Anyone's Legends taking former BLG coach Big Way. So new heads in terms of the strategy there as well, in terms of leadership. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I think that obviously bringing someone like Perkz in is going to really reinvigorate this team in terms of strategy. It's a big change. It's a controversial change, I think, in a lot of ways. But it's still a lot of time I think we're going to need to see how it's going to actually impact this team. I think especially moving to best of fives later on, that's when you're really going to see how those changes really come into play.
And we've seen G2 make controversial changes. I mean, replacing Yike, replacing Mickey, a lot of people were doubting this. Even replacing Jankos back in the day was a huge decision, but it's always paid off. And I think today we're going to see more of that payoff, especially with the mage bot lanes, and that's why I think G2 will take it today.
All right, the EU Copium is in full effect here by Jack, but most of you at home voted for AGAL, 58% compared to the 42% for G2. It is AGL and G2 doing battle for a spot in the playoffs. Let's see how it all goes as we send it to the stage.
Bonjour Paris! Welcome back to League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. This stage, the STC Arena, truly is the land of opportunity. And these opportunities are coming thick and fast. one more best of one to be played here on this stage, Lou, that will define which of our next two teams gets that direct spot into a crucial quarter-final.
Encore un dernier BO1 pour savoir qui va partir en playoff, and one win there will get you one step closer to the $2 million prize pool.
Le moula.
L'oseille, les thunes, to the glory and to the important club championship points. It's time for the LPL and the LEC to hit the stage.
This is a best of one that carries a lot of weight. Welcome onto the stage, AGAL! Some called them last year's surprise finalists, but they are proving that that run was no accident. After defeating DK yesterday, AGAL now have the chance to secure another deep run in this tournament with one single victory.
Après une victoire hier, ils peuvent encore confirmer aujourd'hui et aller chercher leur ticket. Mais leurs opposants, mesdames, messieurs, G2 Esports! The crowd's favorites on this matchup, and the Europe's favorite that have passed the first test. They stand one victory away from the playoffs. Ils sont à une victoire des playoffs, mais entre eux se dresse l'un des piliers de la LPL.
One is the magic number here. One spot in the quarterfinal, one step closer to the trophy, and it's a best of one. Should we do this?
Let's get it.
Faites du bruit!
Thank you very much, those on the stage. It is now time to get into this game. AGAL taking on G2. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Orcs here.
Howdy.
And yeah, howdy to you too. And we are very excited to get into this one as G2 sort of fresh off an MSI with some high highs and some lower lows, but sitting undefeated right now, and AGAL seeing whether they can take him down.
I think, honestly, for a lot of EU fans, I know this because we did as a mega G2 fan.
Yep.
Winning against T1, riding, and then just losing the Lions. Swings and roundabouts, I think ultimately G2 many times have had these fantastic performances, but it's been a long time since they've been able to get an international win. You know, we look at Fair Stand, able to get that huge performance against the LCK. We look at MSI, able to get that huge performance against the LCK. It's kind of a theme there, but not able to go through to the end of the tournament.
Yeah.
Not able to win out against BLG at Fair Stand, not able to beat out Lion at MSI. And honestly, similar for AGAL, who last year just kept being so close to taking down the tournament winners, the eventual tournament winners, and just unable to make their way through, but were really competitive all year long.
Yeah, they were amazing. Even up against Gen G in the final last year as well. And not a whole lot of change moving into this year, as was mentioned on the desk just previously. Just a coaching staff change up. And obviously when you lose Tabe, things are going to change quite a lot because he has had a bit of a reputation when it comes to concocting drafts and things like that. Big Way is certainly no stranger to the big stages either. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this one is going to play out. And speaking of coaching staff, I mean, it's just a story of that, right? In today's matchup, as Perks does come in, as was mentioned earlier on as well. We've already seen some somewhat eclectic drafting out of G2 in their first best of one, but not a lot of sample size moving into this one.
Yeah, you know, we saw Ian on the stage talking about one being the big number, sample size of one at the moment. But we did see Hans Sammer playing Syndra. Hans Sammer, I feel like in a similar vein to Ruler, not the player you associate with mages. But starting to see him sort of break open that champion pool a bit. And I feel like that's the place we are right now in the bot lane meta. It's not all mages, it's not like you're only playing mages, but every top level AD carry needs to be able to play these as well, especially in Fearless when we get deeper in the tournaments. The fact that they're bringing it out in best of one environments shows that they're feeling a lot more comfortable with it. And in fact, AGL even banning away the Ziggs from him.
Yeah, no Ziggs, no Nocturne as well, which we have seen as a bit of a mainstay on the ban list. The Poppy going to be taken away here was a bit notorious in the last game that we just saw on this stage, as the Vi and the Bard will be answered then by a Syndra. So all of these bans coming through very, very quickly. Let's see what's going to be picked. We've seen a lot of Cassiopeia first picks. It's been a bit strange.
A lot of priority on that one. Orianna as well, another one with big priority. I think the Poppy, we recently saw her jungle clear buffed back to what it was when she was in the meta before, and especially when you have picks like Camille running around, just a ton of value from the Poppy as we saw in that previous game. Now for G2, you look, I feel like mid lane is likely here, but they end up instead going towards the Ezreal. We obviously just saw Viper have a phenomenal game on that pick.
Yeah.
And I guess they're willing to take whichever is left over out of that Orianna Cassio we've seen traded quite often.
Yeah, seeing which one of the matchups they are going to get, but Jarvan Cassio is a pretty powerful duo if they do want to lock that one in for Tarzan and Shanks.
I'm not hugely sold on the Jarvan when the only thing you see in the enemy team is Ezreal.
The perfect answer to the Jarvan already there. Quickly, let's pick Jarvan.
Yeah, not the highest amount of value, and I just feel like Hans Summer's going to feel so comfortable in this situation and just not going to be threatened that much.
It does make it harder to pick things like Orianna and Victor because they can be very susceptible to the Jarvan. Hope thinking about Varus, and we'll lock that one in immediately here. Could be Flandre towards the top side. We know that that guy is happy to play basically everything and has for what feels like, you know, a decade and a half. And by feels like, I mean, I think it basically is a decade and a half that Flandre has been playing at the top level in the LPL.
For GT, I think you're feeling pretty happy so far with the fact that Ezreal and Jarvan feels good. Varus has been nerfed quite heavily multiple times. So not a pick you feel a huge amount of threat. We get the Anivia coming in, a pick that can do well into the likes of Cassiopeia, but can be flexed top lane as well. So that's that versatility. And now for G2, I imagine they could just pick a jungler in this situation to match up into the Jarvan. I think Neferi, Lee Sin, both options that do pretty good in that matchup.
Yep, I wouldn't mind the Lee Sin. I think that's a good option. You could also take the Karma if you want to have a powerful bottom lane, but they're listening to you, Ox. They've been listening to the broadcast, I assume, and Skumon's going to say, wow, that's a great idea, Daniel. I think I'm going to choose the Lee Sin, and he does.
And then Orianna coming in to pair up with that Jarvan. So again, not the biggest threat onto that Ezreal, but into the Anivia and a mobile mage pick. I know who can often keep enemy teams at bay, but if you dive in with that Cataclysm with a Shockwave after, definitely going to cause issues for that immobile mage.
Yep, and also pretty comfortable when it comes to a blind pick as well. So even if they are going to do some shenanigans, moving the Anivia around, you don't necessarily need to be too worried about it. So another round of bans to come on through here. And we'll see whether AGAL are a little bit worried about that mid lane, and it looks like they are, as the Akali is going to be taken away.
Yeah, respecting the threat of the Akali Lee Sin being able to come through. There's also picks that pair up well with Lee Sin, like the Annie. That you could bring out in that mid lane. What I am surprised a little bit about is, you know, we've so often seen Camille just so heavily prioritized in the early rotation. I know it's often paired with mages, but I feel like teams are pulling away from it a little bit just on the fact that it can be volatile, does need to be in the right situation. Do you see that Nautilus banned away? Personally, I'm not a huge fan of playing Nautilus into Anivia, but still just going to take that one away, and a Gnar ban comes through from Broken Blade. That Shen still available, which both Flandre and Broken Blade had pretty phenomenal games on. If that Anivia does get put mid, we see Broken Blade bring it out, or Flandre could take that in the top lane.
Yeah, one final ban here for G2 to round out the full 5 on their side. Might be looking towards that bottom lane once again, but the Nautilus already taken away, and the Braum will be the augmented ban. So now, AGAL, what are they going to be picking here? And will they be showing exactly where this Varus is going to be going with the top lane pick potentially for Flandre? And Shen, like you were talking about, is going to be there. And honestly, Shen's kind of fun because it's a flex pick as well. Kyle could be playing that towards the bottom side of the map. They could flex Shen top, they could flex the Varus top, and you don't necessarily know where everything's going to be. That will be locked away, just not quite sure where it's going.
I think it just doesn't give the information to G2 in this position. There was an alternative scenario where you end up picking something like a Realm, a support role, and it's very telegraphed, and G2 have a lot of information, but keeping their cards close to their chest, and now G2 really have to show everything before they get to know where the Shen and the Varus are going. We'll see if they opt to put that Anivia in the top or mid. Obviously spoke about there's the likes of the Annie that can come through. And we do eventually get the Camille coming in pretty late in the draft compared to what we've typically seen. But we'll have like the True Shot Rajin combo with the ultimate. But I feel like we've often seen Camille not doing too hot into Shen. Shen being a matchup that you feel comfortable taking into Camille.
Yep. We've also seen a lot of the Ezreal Camille, especially from, I guess, less practice teams in MSI moving into this tournament as well. I didn't like it quite as much, this lane. We'll see what G2 can make of it, as we do have confirmation that that Anivia is heading towards the top side of the map. It's going to be the Ahri Lee Sin combo in that mid lane. And there is a Leona consideration for Kyle. He is a huge fan of this champion. I believe played it the last time around as well into the Trundle support from DK.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more Leona into Camille as well. And I think in this situation, Bob's going to have a tough game. There's a lot of things that can just knock you down and explode you on this Camille.
Yep, and now it is time to throw it over to Lou, who's got some huge brains alongside her in Double Lift and Jankos.
Yeah, what a pleasure for me to be now with the two, of course, legendary streamers of League. Thank you for joining me, boys. I mean, I am the one who joined you, but I want to have your thoughts on this draft, of course, in the early time. No AP bot, no AP, so are we happy about it? Because I heard a lot about it so far.
I mean, I felt like we kind of had the right idea with, you know, banning the Poppy and trying to beat a bunch of dashes, but I think this is going to be a very hard draft for G2 Esports. I feel like Skewmon doesn't always have the best confidence on Lee Sin, and I'm looking forward whether he can prove himself or not. I think anyone 11th comp is just easier to play. They have a clear dive, they have Shen top playing with the ult, Jarvan, Orianna. Very easy to play comp, very straightforward. We might struggle a bit.
Let's see, je vais pas forcément tout vous traduire, mais effectivement, il a envie que Skew retrouve un petit peu de confiance sur son Lee Sin. And on your side, I want to ask you, like, who are you going to have your eyes on this game, and are we feeling confident about the draft?
Who am I feeling confident on? I was actually talking to Jankos, and he said, you know, he's not that confident in Skewman's Lee Sin, so I was hoping that would be like kind of the X factor for G2. I think that will be the most important thing because their comp lacks engage. Camille goes in, suicides instantly. That's what we've seen a million times, especially against a defensive comp like that. So Skewman kind of needs to have a lifetime game, or I think G2's really outdrafted.
Wow, donc j'ai l'impression que G2 sont peut-être un peu outdrafted ici, donc Skewman va devoir sortir une grosse game parce qu'effectivement sa compo manque un petit peu d'engage. Let's see who is right, boys. Thank you so much again for the interview, and back to the casters, back to the game.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for giving us all of that information so that now we know exactly what is going to happen. But I have a feeling that, Daniel, you had a similar idea moving into this one that what Jankos presented there, and we'll see whether AGAL can follow through.
Yeah, I think the Lee Sin, honestly, the Lee Sin Camille, these picks volatile into what AGAL have prepared. It's a one-way trip. You go in, you make the play, or you die. And sometimes you make the play and you die anyway, and you hope that your team cleans up. So, you know, I've heard, we did talk about it, hear Jankos talk about it as well. Skewmon not being the most confident on Lee Sin, and as Double Lift said, he needs to have a massive game here, I feel like, and be that big force. Fortunately, it's a good matchup into the Jarvan. We often see Lee Sin picked into it and kind of outplay with all that mobility, the flag and drag. But we'll have to see if he can pull it off into Tarzan, who is just an all-time legend in the jungle.
He certainly is, and no stranger to Jarvan, as every jungler is no stranger to Jarvan. I do think that G2 have a bit of an advantage when it comes to mid-game picks and things like that, creating some chaos and a bit of a mess, so maybe they can get themselves an advantage there. So LeBron going in here. Kyle with that Aftershock is going to be all right. And Broken Blade going to at least frustrate Flandre a little bit here. Oh, as he's gone the Hextech Bird. I really like this skin. That was one of my favorites back in the day.
It's a pretty good one.
Yeah, appreciate you, Broken Blade. Shanks taking some damage here from Caps, taking the Ahri into the Orianna. Don't have a lot of strong feelings about Ahri into Orianna as far as the matchup in the early stages of the game. I have a feeling it's pretty neutral.
I feel like Ori can have, I mean, she's obviously got some nerfs going into MSI, but typically has the pressure in the 1v1, but obviously there's great gank setup in the Ahri that has to be respected. I think Orianna is just so obnoxious as a mid laner, just being able to spam auto, W constantly. Cap's doing pretty well so far in this lane though, getting the execute down. I think Shank's given it as good as he gets.
Yeah, both of them going down to about 200 health. Potion going to start getting drunk by both of them. as Lebrov moving himself back towards Hansama's side on this bottom side. Having a look at where the junglers are, we have Skumon moving towards the bot side of the map, has finished his full clear on the top side. The same thing mirrored on the other side for Tarzan, who will end up towards that top side. Might need to pay a little bit of attention towards Caps and Shanks, as Caps takes the turret shot to even out those health bars.
Ideal. I feel like he had a bit of an edge with the wave position and the health advantage, and then the tower hit just kind of reverses that. But obviously a lot of sustain from the Ahri in the passive in comparison to the Orianna, who doesn't really have it.
Yeah. Oh dear, here's a bit of a pincer move as Caps may have to use the flash. Tarzan lying in wait here. And even if he flashes, the flag and drag is going to follow him. Oh, Caps realizing, decides to go for the Hail Mary, and he will just be dodged.
I think honestly that's kind of the worst case scenario, because he was walking towards the fog of war. As soon as he sees Tarzan, he knows, I'm dead.
Yep.
And I think the mindset was just save the flash, just back away, and then Shanks walks a little bit close and he's like, wait, I have a window. It was a very small window, he couldn't fit through it. And unfortunately that means not only does he go down, doesn't have the flash as well, sets up a return gank potentially before he hits that level 6 point. So a good proactive play from AGAL there. We saw how low the health bars were in this mid lane. And it definitely felt like the first one to make the proactive move would be rewarded.
Yeah, and you were talking about the return gank. Tarzan back here once again, decides not to go for it, as Lebrov going to show up, and just joins Kyle and Shanks here in this mid lane 2v2.
What can end up being crucial is if Shanks gets a bit of an XP lead on the back of that kill, and he gets his ultimate before Caps has his, that could be devastating.
Well, Lebrov actually taking a fair bit of damage here as we've got Ezreal versus the Varus on the bottom side of the map. Going okay for Hansama at the moment. But right now, this is not the tempo of the game that G2 are looking for. I think they wanted to have a little bit more of a front foot at this stage of the game. I guess on the top side, Broken Blade having a good time as far as farm is concerned into the Shen, but Flandre, I don't think he's too worried about how this laning phase is going to go. He is going to be pressing Stand United, helping out his teammates, and then catching side lanes, being a nuisance and quite annoying around this map. As there's a nice charm to connect. Lebrov just trying to make sure that Kyle is going to be punished for going in, but Cap's taking so much damage. No teleport available, and it's going to be a bit of a worry here.
Yeah, with how even this lane was, now Cap's really feeling the pain down in terms of experience as well. So this is a scary position to be in, and I feel like if mid starts to bleed out, suddenly everything really is going to fall apart for G2.
This was the answering pick as well for G2 in that mid lane. Caps on the Ahri. The Orianna was already there. Not quite working out, obviously. Some external factors at play. But I believe from this point on, Shanks is going to be very, very comfortable. And we all know that Orianna is extremely happy just to sit there and collect minions until a few items are completed. Got Flandre going back. Broken Blade having a very good time shoving this wave in. And Skumon is on the Dragon. So G2 still making proactive moves, still with pressure elsewhere on the map. And our eyes certainly have been glued to the mid lane.
Stand United now available really puts a lot of pressure in favor of AGL. The fact that G2 get the window to grab this Dragon, despite the fact they have that deficit in mid, feels really good. We actually saw Shanks hit level 6 but then reset, and that actually allowed Caps to catch up again. So he now has that Spirit Rush. He's a lot safer in that mid lane matchup. Doesn't have to worry so much. It looked like he was fishing down there to see if he could find something, but we see Kyle just back away. Nothing to come from it.
Yep. All right. Flandre back towards that top side. Broken Blade catches this wave. A little bit of an annoying spot there for the Shen. I don't think he's going to be too bothered about it. His flash still not up just yet here for Caps, who does get knocked up. The charm is going to connect to try and eat a little bit of that damage as the electrocute does come out. Caps able to get out with the Spirit Rush. But still, I feel like he's been at 150 health this whole laning phase.
Oh, Skumon though, he has level 6 in this situation.
Yeah, might be able to get a little bit of a kickback there as the Zenith Blade does come on through. Great hook shot, the flash out of the way of the charm. Caps just fishing over the walls. Kyle in a lot of trouble. Command Protect does come in. There's the stun, but Skumon still going to be able to find it. Takes down Kyle to even out the kills.
And the MVP there has to be Broken Blade, who stopped the Stand United channel. You saw Kyle flashing flashing in to try and set up the Shen. The Shen never arrived.
Oh, speaking of a flash on the Shen, Broken Blade going to go down to his egg. Let's see whether the DPS is going to be there. And I feel even after he does resurrect, things are going to get difficult. That Crystallize is going to have to be in the perfect spot. And look, ladies and gentlemen, it is not great. Stun to come through, but Flandre will be able to find that dash. And there it is. Locks down Broken Blade, who was softened up by taking some turret shots to interrupt the Stand United.
I think it just shows how much damage the Shen does, the fact he has so much DPS through the egg, but also Flandre punishing Broken Blade, who just before stopped that channel, getting a bit of a revenge for that play. So we'll get a replay here. And with the Lee Sin having level 6, G2 feel very confident, but they have to deal with the Stand United. And you see here, the flash in to set up the Shen. Shen never arrives. Kel just ends up looking a little bit silly in that situation. The ult actually wasn't even committed from the Lee Sin. Still had that one in the pocket.
Yeah, I was looking for a bit of an angle there. I thought maybe he'd kicked Kyle to finish the kill off, but thankfully didn't do so because he was dead to rights.
I mean, I think
as it were.
If you don't need to use it, then don't. You know, he still wants to play, still has it in pocket. Obviously in a position where if they challenge again, can set up the play with it. Has that flash still available, and Shanks not having flash, I think definitely a very good target for Lee Sin to punish. You can see Labrov, Skumon, Caps moving together as a trio. This is what we want to see for them as players, but also for their composition. They have the setup, they have the Lee Sin, and it's like one bit of CC hits, and then everything hits.
Yep, I also feel like this is a composition that, like, winning fights around Herald, around Grubs, things like this at this exact stage is going to be how they're going to get themselves into a winning position. I want to go back to the fact that we did think that the win conditions were a little bit narrow here for G2 in comparison to what AJL has moving later on into the game. Skumon is going to be able to grab these grubs as Labrov now sort of stuck in the back of this pit, but maybe G2 like this angle. In they go, Shockwave going to connect as they take down Skumon before he can do anything. Tarzan in a lot of trouble though as the stun lands onto Caps, but he gets over the wall and will be able to take down the Jarvan. Labrov now with that hook shot now has the backup of Caps moving on in. Broken Blade just trying to kite Flandre again, but we know how that one goes, and Flandre should be able to finish that one off as Broken Blade is going the wrong direction. Caps now looking for that Orbit Deception as the Zenith Blade does go wide. Labrov, does he have the damage? The answer is no, and Flandre, he's lost it hitting people again, ladies and gentlemen, as Shanks, no mana, no health to speak of, but Broken Blade in a very similar position. It will be the double for Caps though, as G2 even out that scoreline.
Caps just cleaning up the fight, and it felt a bit awkward because his ult timed out, but he's just walking around, altering with the red buff.
Like no one had any resources. We were just hitting each other with our auto attacks.
It was a little bit funny. A good start to the fight from AGAL, but G2 end up coming up huge, and now Caps 3-1-1 on the Ahri. We'll see the replay. The target selection from AGAL, pretty phenomenal. Skumon, we talked about this Lee Sin with the Dragon Rage, a big point that you have to contend with, just immediately shut down as he goes in. Doesn't get to play the game, doesn't get to test his abilities, but in the follow-up, we're going back to live. Andre in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Broken Blade. Does he have another stun? The answer is no. So the Stand United will just get Flandre to the river, and he will be all right. Hopefully the river's warm. There's a little bit frosty there towards that top side.
Yeah, I think Broken Blade, the fact that he used the stun and the wall, obviously set up him getting that low, but then had nothing left to stop the channel. It's still a big win for the side.
I feel like getting the ulti is about as valuable as killing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to shut down his ability to assist on the map. And honestly, if you're the Anivia, you're much happier just trapping the Shen in lane and denying him the ability to help the team. Even if you can stop the channel, the shield still has value. So the fact that he doesn't have that available gives G2 a lot more freedom on the bot side of the map, and they'll use that freedom to pick up a dragon.
Yep, see what the soul is going to be as this Chemtech is going to be taken down. Shank's going to get electrocuted momentarily, and Caps is going to be able to get this wave in a very good spot. Should mean that Skumon very comfortably takes down this Drake, and it is going to be a Cloud Soul. Very, very nice. I believe it was back-to-back Cloud Souls so far today.
Has been.
It's a little bit of a windy one. I do like it. And Shanks still just trying to scale into this game, but he's 600 gold in the hole. Yeah. G2 in general are only ahead by about 200 though, so the rest of the team doing absolutely fine. And as we mentioned before, this is kind of an okay spot for AGAL to be if they can stabilize.
I will say though, Caps currently is in such a strong position. Malignant's completed. is a massive one-item spike for the Ahri. Can obviously proc it so many times in a fight. Gives you that lower ult cooldown and 6 stacks on that Dark Seal already in pocket. Puts him in a pretty phenomenal spot. I think obviously we talked about Shanks needing more time, but Flandre as well in the Shen has been a very real threat in these fights, but we've seen that build definitely come online more as he gets a few more items, gets that Dusk and Dawn for the real damage threat.
Well, see how it does come along. As Flandre, at least he can move away from his turret, but he kind of doesn't want to. As this wave will now make its way down towards this top lane, as Broken Blade able to maybe even get towards yet another plate up there. This Anivia is very, very annoying, as we've had a fair bit of experience with Ox, as Zayas really does like playing this one over in the LCK.
Yeah.
And Broken Blade also making it look very, very, very frustrating.
As you saw though, Flandre picking up the Titanic, I think this is why they felt comfortable putting the Shen into the Anivia, because despite the fact you're not having fun in the matchup and you're getting just pushed in, once you get that Titanic Hydra, the wave clear, you can just nuke the wave basically extremely quickly, and if Broken Blade can't walk up to the tower because of the threat of the taunt and the wave just getting deleted, then you're just fine holding on.
Well, see whether that does work out, as that first item has been completed. Hope hanging out in the mid lane as the Raptors have been taken. Shanks going to just get dove on by Hans Sama. He needs to get down here, but every Mystic shot is landing. Has to flash out of the way of that one, but he's not out of the woods just yet. Stand United has to be invested, and Hans Sama will back away and respect it. But in goes Caps, will be able to take him down. A rampage for the Ahri, and the kickback is gorgeous. Cataclysm there for Tarzan. It's a lot of damage on the Caps, and he will be taken down, but it's Hans Sama. Oh, not quite able to kill Tarzan here, but he is a sitting duck underneath that bottom turret. Arcane Shift phenomenal there from Hans Sama, and Skewon and Lebrov are looking for hope. Hook shot lands, and he manages to pick up the kill before going down. Hextech sweep is enough to do so. As Tarzan, yeah, they are going to turn around and look to see whether they can take down the Jarvan as well, which they should be able to do. Flag goes down, some Alcove Gaming. There is the Mystic shot, and man, this Hans Sama guy can't miss.
They actually put the flag down for Shanks to TP him, but now he's in trouble.
Oh dear, Shockwave is going to connect though, as Skewon will be taken down by the Clockwork Wind-Up, and Caps, he'll turn up. Kyle moving down here though, the Orb of Deception goes wide. There goes the Charm as well, and Caps is in a lot of trouble. The Orb comes in, but the Orb of Deception doesn't land, and now Kyle, he should be able to set this one up for Shanks. Down he will go, and Caps immediately teleports to his demise.
Absolute chaos, a play that started so well for G2, and I don't think it's over yet. Actually, Lebrov's coming in.
And the bodyguard Kyle is looking to try and save Shanks here, and I think he will be able to do so. Lebrov not going to go too deep after what was an absolute mess of a fight before.
This was a play that I think G2 started off feeling really happy about it. Hans Sama just landing everything onto Shanks until Shanks has to flash the last Mystic shot, and then with that HP, they have to call in the channel, but it's cancelled by the Anivia again. So it's just a shield. Caps moves in to pick up the kill. Then it gets a bit chaotic because we end up getting the huge value for the Chains of Corruption. Caps ends up getting focused down here. They don't kill Tarzan, it's so close, but he just survives. And then Hope,
so much value.
Yeah, Hope's able to turn this play around as well. It's a great dodge from Hans Sama, but Hope just kites back to the tower with the flash, ends up trading here. And I think at this point, G2 got a little bit greedy.
Yeah.
But this is still okay. This is still okay, right? They kill Tarzan. He's dead. And the TP comes in on the flag, and they could have just left.
Yeah, if we cut the video here, I think things are fine.
But a lot of things start to miss. The Fierce Sonic Wave misses. Then we end up seeing a Mystic shot there, not connecting. Then here we have the Orb Deception, the fallback not connecting, the Charm misses. And just, this is a very skill shot based composition for G2.
Yeah.
If you're missing the skill shots, you ain't doing nothing.
And yeah, Hans Sama missed a whole bunch of the end ones. Landed so many in the previous skirmish, so we're going to give him a little bit of a pass. However, that last bit, we'd prefer if we just didn't watch. So 200 gold going to be the advantage for G2 still, as they're looking for Soul Point. Great Crystallize comes down here from Broken Blade as Tarzan looking to make this a 50-50. It is secured by Skewon though, as Flandre in the back of this pit will be able to just Shadow Dash over. Nice little slow as the Chains of Corruption do go wide. And I think that means that AJL just going to get out of here.
I think great move from G2. You're playing into a poke Varus. the best response, don't give him time to poke. Just start at the objective as quick as possible. AGL bring the Stand United to try and contest. But against the Lee Sin, he's so good at securing these objectives. Oh no.
Oh dear, the safeguard going to be able to get Skumond out of there momentarily as there's the kickback underneath the turret. Skumond survives for a pretty long time. And Hans Sama now trying to sink his fangs into the Leona. She goes down. Hextech Ultimatum is there as there's Caps starting to get the kills. Tarzan taken out, but Lebrov is also dead. And Shanks gets charmed, but will be all right for now.
Ultimately, despite the fact that Skumond dies first, he's the one being targeted, G2 trade evenly in terms of kills, and that's with Broken Blade not even there. He's just pushing the side lane, so
yeah,
G2 feeling really good about that one. Ends up being pretty favorable for them, and they're starting to build up a bit of an edge in this game.
Looking very good. And 1,000 gold, something like that, is getting towards those numbers that we do want to see from G2 if they do want to remain a threat in this game as it goes forward. I just feel like Stand United adds so much flexibility to how you play out the later stages of the game. The G2 do want to keep up the pace, keep up the chaos, make sure that this Shen is being tested at every single stage. This was the beginning of this fight.
Yeah, the big thing is you've got the safeguard off to get away from the initial damage from Shanks, and then the kick puts Tarzan low into an Ari. When there's low health bars, it's so scary as the resets start to come through. And then here we end up seeing a disengage from Caps and Hansama. They know they're fine with the Anivia pushing in the side lane. They don't have to commit anything more.
Well, Rift Herald has now spawned. Tarzan going to be able to grab some permanent vision here, or at least some irremovable vision, as the Rift Scuttler does go down. Broken Blade back to his favorite place, and that is alone in a side lane. Skumond is going to be joining him though, so maybe I spoke a little too soon about the alone factor.
This is risky, because Shen takes a long time to kill, and you're showing on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, this Herald should be the answer from Tarzan, you'd expect. He is beelining over towards that Herald pit. As Skumond just takes this moment to take down the Krug camp. And I don't know whether that's necessarily worth it if they do manage to take the Herald.
I think Doran would say yes.
He would. He is the Krug Lord, though. That is a very different story.
And now we see Skumond able to move up in time. They're looking to pressure this mid lane tower. Can AGL put a stop to this?
Tarzan is not looking too afraid, but maybe he should be. Stand United does come on in. Hextech Ultimatum is there from Lebrov. He gets taunted up, though, and taken out. Solar Flare going to get avoided by Broken Blade, but now the Bird does not have the flash. And it is a 5 versus 4. Not going to get the stun, and he's down to the egg. AGL just taking them one at a time out of the game. And that Rift Herald is not going to G2. Chains of Corruption go wide, but I don't know about that cleanse, as the Shockwave will just tear Hansama apart.
Absolute disrespect from G2, and AGL do not hesitate at all. They pick apart the European first seed and just get a handful of free kills. And it just felt so forced, I think, from G2. I think Hansama in particular on the Ezreal, there was no reason for him to arcane shift forward. It feels like, you know, there have been times where it's worked for G2, but they're constantly setting up these situations where they don't have the full team there. And then AGL just saying, okay, we're going to challenge you. We're going to look to engage on that. Sometimes it hasn't worked out, but this time it definitely did for them.
Well, still, I mean, it is a stack of 3 dragons here for G2. That is going to be very valuable, but there's 1 minute left to go, and this was the wrong time for AGL to get full control of this game. So we have a look at how they did it once again.
You know, Caps is top and he's recalling. He doesn't want to be there. So Lebrov goes in, and then they flash out, and they still try and hold position. Broken Blade has just burned his flash, and he's still standing there. Jarvan can Cataclysm you, don't even need to use to kill you. And then Hansama arcane shifts forward onto the Rain of Arrows, which is he's already slowed. It was just a very weird passage of play from G2. Mistake after mistake after mistake, and AGL zero hesitation in the punish.
Exactly right. Fighting without the Ari definitely seems like a little bit of an error, but now Caps is with the rest of the team. They're looking towards this dragon. Hansama in that mid lane will be able to take control of the wave, at least for this moment. Big old shield there from the quest out of Broken Blade, as he's got 2 items now complete, very close
we have a
to that Rod of Ages.
4 Shanks on the Orianna, so harder target to punish.
Well, AJL have a lot of vision here in this brush,
maybe
as you can see. That was, yeah, probably too much, you could say. but they can really see it. I can confirm it. As True Shot Barrage is going to land onto Kyle. He will not be too worried about it. AJL now moving forward as they understand that giving away this Drake will be a dangerous one. Caps on the wraparound, will be spotted on this ward. And does know it. That's the important part, as Lebrov now on a bit of a flank angle, but it's a little awkward when he is such a squishy Camille, and Hope has a bit of an idea to take him down. Chains of Corruption go entirely wide, though, as the Crystallize is going to block off Tarzan for the minute. Has to use the Flag and Drag to get himself in there, or just wait out the wall. Cataclysm comes in, and the kick out just to move him back towards the Drake. I don't know about that one, as there is no egg for Broken Blade. No life for him at all either, as now Flandre just walks after Caps to bring him out of this fight. Hansama now down to about a third health. Tarzan still hunting for him, and he's already taken down the Drake, and I do really feel like AJL have just moved the game back in their direction.
Now in a position where these team fights, they have the engaged tools, they have the comfort. We heard Jankos and Doublelift talking about it. You have the ability to dictate these fights, and for the side of G2, they don't win the poke war into this Varus, and they don't have an easy time setting up the fights as well. So if you don't find like a great flank angle, you're kind of just struggling. And even though we saw Lebrov burning the Chains of Corruption from the Varus, it just wasn't enough. Tarzan's so decisive here, it's just like, I'm just going to go in. We know the Anivia has no flash. I can charge forward. And then the follow-up comes through. The kick comes out, but it's too late to stop Flandre, who appears right in the Cataclysm and just goes for the Taunt. Lebrov then looks for Hope, but Hansama can't even connect onto him because his body's blocking the Mystic shots.
Yeah, at least Hansama was able to get out of the way of that shockwave that was being worn by Tarzan. But as you said, I mean, the fight was kind of already over. Maybe that kick needs to be used a little bit earlier, but I feel like I'm getting a bit hindsighty. And this is now AJL moving the needle back in their position. 2,000 gold at 24 minutes or something like that is not a huge deal, and there's going to be another opportunity for G2 to get themselves a soul. Flandre maybe in trouble, does actually have to use the flash to get over that wall. Great charm going to connect here from Caps, though, as he's not out of the woods just yet. Stun not going to quite land, though, as now Flandre looking to turn this. Caps taking so much damage, will find the Foxfire in order to get rid of the Shen, but they've used so much in order to do so. As now Tarzan moving down towards his bottom side, won't have that big shield from the Stench United, though, if he does decide to go in. Now Caps moving himself out of the way. Skumon down here as well, just trying to help them out, but there's not a whole lot to fight for right now.
Honestly, that felt pretty close to AGL being able to punish, but just able to disengage in time. I think if anything missed from the side of Broken Blade and Caps, that could have been a pretty bad time for them. But obviously Ari able to get that reset, able to get out of that sticky situation. A nice kill to pick up, doesn't drastically change the state of the game, but G2 still trying to be proactive and look for these picks where they can.
Yeah, and Hope just quietly doing the most damage in this game so far. I feel like the Varus hasn't been the main character, but has been getting a lot of work done throughout this one, as True Shot Barrage will be eaten by the Edge of Night Shield, and 3 items now complete for Hope as the Mirror Mana immediately transforms, and he's now very, very deadly on this Varus if he wasn't enough already.
Yeah, you know, we saw Poke Varus just like permabanned. I mean, Varus in general permabanned in the early stage of the year, did get nerfed a good amount. I think it's more important now to be ahead of the curve, but he's got 3 full items completed, and the damage he's putting out very relevant. Being able to poke out champions like Ezreal, who normally are the ones poking you, feels pretty good for AGAL.
Oh yeah. As Hail of Arrows just going to help push this wave forward. And the Edge of Night also just really gives you so much added safety against a composition like this, where they're going to be fishing with Sonic Waves, fishing with Charms. There are so many of these sort of single spells that are trying to catch you off guard, and they will not be working onto the Varus. And so very comfortably able to sit in this mid lane and just farm it up, move towards a later stage that they're feeling comfortable with. Kyle going to join him for the minute. The Baron is up and available, has been for just over 5 minutes, but neither team feels like they have a massive amount of Baron damage.
Yeah, I think for AGAL, they're the team who have more of the control to set up for Baron.
Yeah, they have the tankiness. G2 has the damage, but they need kind of a bit of both.
They could make a business deal and do it together, but
yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen.
That's yeah.
Mundo here to broker it.
I mean, maybe they could figure it out in all chat, something like that. But it seems a little dangerous. As Tarzan moving on over, seeing whether he can steal away a blue buff. 50 seconds on the Dragon is going to be in the back of their minds as well. As Broken Blade holding on to the mid wave. Caps is on the top side of the map, teleport in hand. G2, we'll see whether they are going to go in early one more time or whether they have learned from that previous mistake. Wait for Caps to get over there and make something happen. Taunt is going to connect here onto the Ahri, though. As Flandre, man, these auto attacks with the Q just hurt so incredibly much. Yeah, Foxfire does come on in as the Taunt is going to connect, but the Shadow, the dash is going to be there with the Spirit Rush. Now Broken Blade makes his way forward, and that is going to be the Shen falling. It is a good idea to chase down the Shen, but you can see AJL utilizing that time to take down this outer turret in the mid lane, and they will have the inside track towards the Drake.
Caps really did not want to commit the ult until he was certain that they'd be able to get a kill for it.
Oh dear, Labrov just going to get flashed on there by Tarzan and taken out. Shanks dominating, absolutely. So now it's a 4v4. Hansama moving over though, and I think G2 pretty happy about the 4 that they have available to themselves.
But no ult on Caps is a big hit for the fight here.
Yeah, we'll have it. Oh, it's still halfway done, so not going to have it for this fight whatsoever. Skumon now just trying to burn down this dragon where he can. Into the pit they go, and Tarzan steals away the dragon. But now the fight is on. The kickback onto the Jarvan, but Tarzan not too worried about it. Shanks now looking for the angle towards the Lee Sin, and Skumon just trying to get himself out. Does have the little shield from the safeguard, and they do take down Hansama in the meantime. The egg once more will be scrambled on the Rift, and AJL, every team fight it feels over the last few minutes has belonged to them.
Absolute domination in these fights. 18-12 now on the score, 2,400 goal lead, and it feels like Tarzan just sees target, kills target. Despite the fact he's playing into an Ahri and Ezreal, typically champions you're going to struggle into as a Jarvan, he's just playing it so well.
Yeah, 15 out of 18 kill participation here for the Jarvan. Tarzan just kind of getting everything done this stage of the game, and AJL thinking that they'll use that tankiness we were talking about to head over towards this Baron. With Hansama dead, Broken Blade also down, and no teleport to speak of. This should be something that AJL can lock down, especially with the way Tarzan's been smiting today. They should be able to keep their eye on Skumon, though, as into the pit goes Labrov, and out he goes via the Death Chamber. Skumon still over that wall, though, as the Q is going to get blocked there by Kyle. Let's see how they're going to be able to make sure that they lock this one up. The taunt comes in, and that is going to be the Baron secured by Tarzan, but he's immediately taken down. And G2 actually grabbed Flandre as well. So 3 still alive with the Baron. I mean, that's almost close to even.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately AJL, I think the control to secure the Baron was good, but they end up losing 2 members for it. They're going to lose a lot of time with the Baron as a result as well. So G2 getting a bit of an answer back there, and we'll have to see what AJL can do with that Baron buff with just a few members. This is that initial fight though. I think just Caps is unable to really participate in this fight without the ultimate. And without the Ahri being such a pivotal piece of your team, you're not getting those resets, you don't have that threat onto some of these switchier members. Caps is kind of just playing in a similar way to Hansama is, on the fringes of the fight, getting damage down. And Tarzan is just unrelenting.
Yeah, and as soon as Flandre respawns, he is on top of Tarzan, making sure that Hansama has absolutely no way of dealing with him. And here is the Baron fight as well. As we're checking out live, it is going to be G2 taking that bottom in a turret.
So yeah, we see the Brock go in very early to try and set up some of this damage, and they do nearly kill Tarzan on the back of it. Flandre then goes for this taunt to secure the Baron by denying Skumon. But with the taunt flash coming in, here's no way of getting out again. We are back to live though.
Hang on, who got the Baron again?
Yeah, G2 grouping as 5 and pushing, and AJL getting caught off guard. They have their AD carry in mid not present here. The wave clear absent.
Hang on a second. Now the Nexus turrets are under fire. Shanks, you need to come home, buddy. He is going to be able to do so, but maybe he's just, he's made friends with these siege minions, and they're going to be his favorites at this point in time. He's now going to be able to go back home, but with this bottom inhibitor down, this is not the play that AJL were looking for.
They are trying to find their way in. Remember, they have the stand united, so if Hell reaches someone, everyone will be there instantaneously. There's a TP on Caps though, so if they need him to come back, he can. The pings are coming out. AJL are going for it.
Yeah, Kyle is going to land on a Broken Blade first as Lebrov looks for Tarzan. There is that Stand United, and Skewmon wastes no time. This time kicks him away immediately. Zenith Blade brings Kyle back into the fight, and look at the AoE damage. The Cataclysm from Tarzan caps no longer, and Han Sama's also dead. Both carries eliminated immediately. And G2, I mean, it was a cute map play, but they may have just lost the game.
I think from this position, with only the Anivia alive, the Baron buff as well, they can look to end this. 20 seconds to the Baron buff.
Oh,
Rob is back up and available, but it's 5 members of AGAL. Will they try and push for the end? They're looking for the Broken Blade.
Yep, that's going to be the knockup on to Broken Blade. He does go golden, but I have a feeling he is still very, very dead. GA is going to pop onto Tarzan, and he will be back for the photo as they take down this Nexus. AGAL looking absolutely fantastic. They bided their time and then won the game in the end. Staying alive here at EWC and G2 down to the lower bracket.
I think the setup, the coordination in these team fights following the charge of Tarzan was just stellar from this team. It felt like it hit a point of the game when we're getting those 5v5s, and it was just hit after hit after hit from this roster, from the LPL. And honestly, if they're in this form, they were 1 game away from winning last year. They're looking like they could be in the form to challenge once again.
Yeah, I mean, EWC really feels like the AJL tournament. They have been very, very good at this. Obviously weren't able to win the last best of 5, but they looked so dominant throughout the rest of that one. I remember talking to Wolf, he was like, these guys are going to win the whole thing, the entirety of EWC last year. Genji were able to get over the line, but maybe this time around it's not going to work.
If Wolf said that, that's why they didn't.
Ah, he cast a curse.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he's not going to be saying that this year. They will be free, and they'll be able to take them down. Looking brilliant, though, at this point. Did have them as a pretty deadly team here at this tournament, but I feel like EWC especially is where they really do shine, and that is looking to continue here as they look on towards the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think honestly, Flandre on the Shen, it's funny, we had Broken Blade talking about how, you know, he had this Shen build, he still had that great result of Fear Stand, and Flandre is like, this is yours? This is mine.
Yeah, exactly. But we now have Tarzan standing alongside with Ian for a bit of an interview.
Seeing Tarzan successful on an EWC stage is familiar territory. AGAL booked their spot in the quarterfinals. Tarzan, I'm standing by with June as well, our translator here. You played the initiator, the playmaker role there. You were assisting your teammates a lot. How much do you enjoy setting up the rest of your teammates to succeed?
那么今天呢，我们和Tarzan又回到了舞台上来，我们的 AGGL 的团队有一个非常精彩的表演。那么您在这次这个比赛当中呢，您相当于是带领着这样的一个团队去进行攻坚战。那么您对于选择这样的一个角色和带领您的团队是什么样的看法呢？
首先我们是准备 EWC 的过程是差不多准备了2-3周吧，然后我是有自信我们来 EWC 的队友中最努力的一个队友来，所以我们今天然后昨天都是来享受比赛的。
Well, we prepared for this match for about 2 to 3 weeks. We did a lot of training. So yesterday and today we came to the match, we came to the stage, and we really enjoyed the match.
Yeah, that's very obvious to see. You came agonizingly close to lifting the trophy last year. Do you think that your team is better here in Paris than the version of you that we saw in Riyadh?
那么我们知道您可能会很有希望的获得这样的冠军，捧起奖杯，就像您去年呢是一个非常有机会成为冠军的。那么您觉得今年和去年相比的话，您的团队是不是有更好呢？
其实来到 EWC 的队友都是很强的队友吧，所以很难猜到我们直接能拿到冠军吧。但是我们是目标就是我们每一场打好，每一场比赛就过程准备好，就这样。
Well, I know all teams here can be really strong, so we have the confidence. However, we still need to work really hard, and then we just wanted to get each match done, and we want to perform well.
The hard work starts now. Congratulations once again, Tarzan, and to AGAL. Thank you very much, June. We've been way too friendly up here. The serious business is about to begin. That is the end of the best of ones. When we move forward, we'll be crushing keys here on the stage. Congrats again. Thank you.
非常感谢您，谢谢。
谢谢。
Thank you.
谢谢감사합니다. Thank you very much. The man of multiple languages. Tarzan gets the job done here for AGAL despite lots of creative and unique questions as expected from G2, especially at the end when they were behind. They try to find a way into a base race and instead they got corralled into fish in a barrel.
And it's just so sad to see as an EU fan because it was so close. But I do need to say, can we drop the Camille? I have yet to see this champion work apart from there's maybe 3 players in the world that can make this champion work. And I'm sorry, Lebrov, I don't think you're one of them. Look at how useful that Leona was. Kayle was CCing and setting up the fight so damn well consistently.
We see this matchup so many times, and when games get this chaotic and we go super far into the game, the Leona is more durable, the Leona is more flexible, whereas the Camille is just kind of a one in, did we win the fight off of my play? Great. If we didn't, not so great. And he's trying to flank, right, getting caught, just too squishy. I think a lot of this game came down to G2 running out of win cons, running out of control, and then having to make desperate plays only. And the mechanics were good. I mean, I think they made the plays as best as they could as in some of those moments, but the draft kind of ran out of steam.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think if we can watch the early Flandre solo kill, I'm down to watch that as well. I think the fact that he pulls out the Shen up against BB and then solo kills him on the pick, does his build again, and this is the Frankenstein Shen as BB titled it. And he's just kind of styling on him,
He just talked about it in the interview we had with him as well. He was like, I was the first one to do it, cool to see him do it. He's doing it again. He's killing the man who made the build. And this is the first time these teams have faced off against each other. It's the first time Flandre actually meets Broken Blade directly here and takes him out here. So I think this is a pivotal moment, right, when you look at the overarching storyline between these two teams.
Yeah, again, just kind of tough there because it was an immediate engage under the tower, and then also the wall doesn't quite protect him as well. And that surprise killer instinct there by Flandre proven to be a great start for AGAL. But that wasn't the whole story. There was a ton of fighting here in this last game. And here on the bottom side of the map, it's like, okay, we caught you, AGAL. And then AGL like, no, we caught you. And then Hysterix is in the back losing his mind, but this was what we wanted to see here at EWC.
I mean, it starts off really strong for G2. They get an initial pick, and they kind of want to keep going. I think Caps goes a little bit too deep. He didn't have to go for the ult charm, could have just charmed from range. And Tarzan living on 5 HP buys them so much time. He can then clear the wave, Hope being able to live for so long and trading 1-for-1 with Lebrov. And neither team is willing to back down, right? G2, they want to kill Tarzan, but not just that. They want to kill Shanks as well with Caps TPing in, and that's when they go too far.
I mean, Shanks is also, the fight has gone so long he can TP back in, but the battleground, the initial battleground for G2 is between AL's turrets, so that means that they have the inherent advantage. They have the ability to chase down, they can use the Jarvan flag, get Shanks back in here. And these scrappy fights and how many we saw of them were AGAL, despite the rough start, like you mentioned in the fight, fighting their way back in, keeping it to a close game so they could have those later fights where they turned it around later.
Yeah, Caps misses the charm. Dodged is the orb of deception there by Shanks. Those were two pivotal moments in that fight that you want to see from G2 Tech. Like, hey, let's try to create our own advantage from these hands fights where if we win, we're massively ahead. If we fail, let's not think about that. And we got to see what the result ends up being. They then start to lose a little bit of control there. But they were stacking Drakes really well here, Jack, and they had multiple opportunities to close it out.
Yeah, I feel like if one of these Drake fights go G2's way, they could have mounted a comeback and actually won the game. Because once you get the Cloud Soul and the Nivea on Ezreal, you're so mobile. But you see the power of the Jarvan and the Leona. It's so easy, especially when you've already blown the flash from the Nivea, to just go down on them. And once AGL have control, they have a really easy time turning on whoever they want because G2's frontline is just simply not tanky.
Both of these fights, Lebrov is the first to get focused down, right? In the first Dragon fight, he doesn't die, but he's pushed out. Caps is trapped on the left side of this Dragon Pit twice, like both times trying to flank. You have two flankers, but the core setup with this Leona is just so much stronger in these fights for AGAL. If you can't get that collapse, if you can't get that flank to work, in both fights, Caps is just surfing on the edge of the fight. He doesn't find his in. There's no setup. with the Camille, and it's really easy for AGL to just chase you down with this Leona and Shen combo and just CC people to death. There was never a formation for G2. They were just kind of around orbiting the fight, whereas AGL were right where they wanted to be.
Especially when you have that Anivia, you got to be at a spot first if you want to utilize it to its full potential. And so G2 back to the drawing board. They will play in a best of 3 later on. And AGAL, last year's finalists, finding their form. They will qualify on in as our number 1 seed from this Group A, our 2-0 candidate here.
I mean, G2 going up against DK, this is scary. It was a scary match to lose against AGAL here. I think they overcooked a little bit. I feel like the fact that G2 went for the Camille and the Lee Sin, it's very like, we are going to outplay you in the skirmishes and snowball based on that. And as much as I love G2, I don't think they're quite at that level where they can just have a really good early game and just instantly turn it on. So I do think a more standard, normal front to back is going to suit them better. And I mean, trying to abuse Siwu, maybe that could be an angle up against DK.
I cannot stress enough how many times Showmaker across his career has talked big about G2. He loves this team. He loves studying Caps. He loves their play style. He's always been super interested in watching the LEC, but specifically G2. So it's fun for me to see this matchup just because I've heard Showmaker glaze this team so many times.
And it's funny that you bring up that, because yesterday we saw Showmaker Lucid smurfing on Ari Lee Sin, and now G2 tries to do the same. So for sure there's some inspiration going both sides there.
And unfortunately, only one of them will be able to move on. On the B stream, we had our Group D matchup, and it was Hanwha Life Esports and JDG both winning their first game. This one, another tight affair until Zeus calls game here.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't actually see this fight, so I'm watching it for the first time right now here. HLE versus JDG, looking like the final pivotal moment here. Kanapi going in. Ooh!
Huge knock up there. I mean, it looked like Hanwha Life, they were just able to stack up all the dragons. So despite the kill score remaining very equal, you see them just outplaying in the team fights. They got, I mean, this was the Cloud Soul that G2 needed. It makes it so much easier to maneuver around all the threats from JDG, and then you can just run them down after you win the team fight.
Ooh, Zeus. And Zeus Kanavi doing so much work in these clips. Obviously, Kanavi most known for his Jarvan this year. It's been the pick that has defined his play and defined Hanwha Life Esports. So to be able to pick that up in a BO1 feels nice. And that will, of course, advance them on here to the next round.
That's right. It is Hanwha Life Esports as your 2-0 victor in Group D, which leaves JDG and MIBR Los as your decider best of 3 match. Again, MIBR Los with the huge upset of the champs of the LCS in Lion. So that will be our best of 3 later on today. We're going to set the stage for T1 versus GAM Esports. There we go. T1 versus GAM Esports in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup 2026 presenting League of Legends.
Was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Xin chào mọi người, thì bây giờ mình và Taki sẽ thực hiện thử thách clear hết 6 Bagon trong vòng 10 phút. Và mình sẽ bị bịt mắt và không hề thấy gì hết. Thì Taki sẽ ngồi kế bên và chỉ mình di chuyển để dọn Bagon. Let's go!
Nhắn di chuyển. Kêu lướt chuột.
Lướt lên hả?
Lướt lên nữa, lướt lên. Đúng rồi.
Kéo lên đúng không? Liên lên. Liên được chưa?
Tiếp. Rồi kéo chuột lên góc màn hình.
Kéo lên hả?
Rồi kéo xuống lại xíu. Sao quá. Đi qua phải, rồi giữ sao bay rồi chắn qua phải góc màn hình là con ấy đấy. Đang đứng cạnh rồi.
Rồi A nè.
Sao bay nữa, chứ nữa. Đi đâu rồi ấy? Qua phải lại, dừng lại. Kéo xuống góc dưới các bạn. Từ đừng giữ sao bay nha. Đúng, cái click.
Rồi lết rồi đó.
Rồi, xài chi. Đó, đang xử rồi đó, đang xử rồi đó.
Rồi, 10 phút lần mà.
5 phút. Rồi, xong rồi. Thôi, dừng lại. Dừng lại. Rồi kéo lên trục cấp
trái hả?
lên xíu.
Chừng chiếu nha.
Vô.
Ok, đặt bật đúp chưa?
Chưa. Đặt đi.
Rồi.
Em kêu dừng là dừng nha, lia chậm thôi, từ từ, lia chậm thôi.
Ok.
Lia má nhanh quá rồi, về lại số 7 giờ lại.
Rồi.
Lia xuống dưới đi. Ai anh lia nhanh quá. Ở đây rồi qua phải. Rồi nhắn. Rồi quất. Từ đúng rồi, quất. 8 phút rồi.
Bật đúp lên chưa?
Sói rồi. 8 phút mà mới con sói gì.
FF. GG bro. Đây qua chim đúng không?
Đúng rồi. Tới chỗ 2 mic rồi, nhanh tới cái bụi chim rồi, kéo chuột lên nữa, miếng nữa. Qua trái. Rồi quất.
Bật đúp lên luôn đúng không?
Đúng rồi. Nó xong rồi. Qua phải, chuột
Qua phải.
Chuột lên trên phải.
Lên trên đây ha.
Đó, đúng rồi, lên nữa. Rồi dừng. Dừng, kéo chuột qua trái xíu, miếng nữa. Rồi, vô đây. Rồi. Chuẩn bị kéo chuột xuống sơ mã này, kéo xuống. Lên, qua phải nhích vài miếng. Rồi quất.
Được không?
Được. Ê, dừng. Xuống dưới.
Dưới đây hả?
Qua phải.
Ở đây.
Lên miếng nữa. Rồi quất. Vô. Quất. Dừng.
Wow.
Mình thì rất tức giận bởi vì mình thấy hết nhưng mà mình chỉ rồi mà không làm được. Mình quá bực mình. Cảm ơn các bạn đã xem chương trình của tụi mình nha.
Thank you mọi người. Bye bye.
欢迎来到中路 solo 默契挑战，接下来我们将打破常规，把操作一分为二，一个人操作键盘，一个人操作鼠标。当2位选手合二为一，是否有完美配合呢？
别火吧，差不多得了。还打难多呀？打难到可以把带雪球啊？不重要，别举把起。弄他！不是我来控制键盘，你是有病啊！1R1，你不了啊！谁在玩啊？1秒就死了，你能这么快？不是到了要说，出门太慢了。你指你要 Q 呢？不是把那个关了呀？那个怪不得。把什么关了？在哪里啊？完蛋了，不知道啊。别慢慢出现，别着急，进草，去这儿。你不了啊！我要按。我知道了。太蠢了。颠我。你说还挺好，咱俩配合。是的呀。对。哦，找到了。关了。完美啊，咱俩。来。先 A 起手。哎呀，你怎么办 ？AW 啊。还在里面啊。哇，还 Q 到了，可吃掉，还有点燃的。哎，放不动他！A 来别回头了，挺好。Q 啊！别回头，他拉不到你。好，去哪 ？A 兵，干嘛啊？回去吃药。他再移过来就来救他。Q！ 再装把基地推爆了。这什么传向大招了吗？把他打死了。别急吧，慢会儿，别会儿等会儿。看这架好的，打走看到直接打不了。就先 E。咱先呢？5人。走，不对劲，走。哎呦，对。你想干嘛？说？我想你进草。走。快走！哦。补刀吧，推进一下，他没疾跑，摸不到我们。走啊，你在干嘛？赢他一手啊！回不了罩了，踢不了就打就完了。草里游了，感觉。哎呦，就是。走。反正呢？你要走啊，你不走。结束了，我们赢了呀！没了。
Esports World Cup.
All right, I'm here with T1 fans. I'm not gonna lie, guys. We are looking a bit rough. I don't want to say I'm worried. Greatest team of all time, right? Not gonna say I'm worried, but I might be a little bit worried. What can we do? To bring this back?
I think I should replace Kyria and play Pike. And we will win like this, okay?
Okay, just by the way you're speaking, I can tell you're bronze. Disregarding that one. Okay, how about you?
I would say, we need Ahri to go on support, Fizz on mid. We need assassins and full tank on top. That's the new meta.
This guy reinventing the League of Legends meta, okay? And how about you?
I think we need to ban Cassiopeia. She's way too strong. But I believe in Kyria. Kyria's Kami and every plays he does is actually really good. I love this guy. He's insane. And he's going to bring everyone to the win. Because we need to win. We need to win for T1.
Yeah! Let's go, Geimer! Let's go!
Thank you very much, Coach Tyler 1 for T1 as they're going up against the surprise semi-finalists, quarterfinalists, whatever finalists we are, bottom side of the bracket appearance here for GAM Esports as they were able to pull off the upset against MKOI yesterday and looking to do the same thing today.
I mean, if you're a T1 fan, you're not that surprised. You know, always T1 with the lower bracket, they're gonna bring some back. And yeah, but still, I feel like whenever you play against GAM, you gotta be careful about what you're doing in the early game because they really want to take the fight, really want to pull the trigger in the early game as well.
Honestly, we said that we wanted a best of 3, a best of 5 of those two teams. GAM pushed them so hard in the early game, and honestly, seeing them against BLG as well, I feel like BLG is like a more polished version of GAM. So if they can just pull it back a little bit, find their limits and still play that aggressive, GAM have a chance.
Again, this was a Baron call that could have gone their way. They make it out, but not all in one piece as Pays on that Talia showing off his mage mastery in the bot lane. Cut them off and then cut down the chances for GAM earlier in day one. Welcome back to the analyst Digon alongside Trouble and Wadid. And y'all, this one does feel yet again like a Goliath, David and Goliath kind of matchup. What is the key here for GAM if they want to find any sort of success?
I feel like still play aggressive, push T1, force them to potentially make mistakes, because I think that's what BLG did really well in the best of 1.
We'll get your thoughts in just a second. Standing by right now is TK Nguyen, the CEO of GAM, with Jenny.
Thanks, Digon. TK, yesterday was an incredible day for GAM.
Incredible. It was a historic day for us. So many milestones, so many achievements. We got to collaborate with so many different people all around the world.
But I want to talk about the League of Legends because solo kill on Faker in the mid lane, by the way, up 4-0. You reverse sweep MKOI. You're kicking out EU. What's going on?
So, okay, I got to say, so Glory's our newest mid laner, and for him to solo queue the GOAT, solo kill the GOAT. I mean, come on, guys. What a way to start off GAM and T1. And that was peak viewership for day one from what I saw. So 4-0, for a second there, I was believing all of our dreams were going to come true. We might just upset right here on the EWC stage in Paris, the world champs.
So that is your prediction for the series against T1 today?
Of course. I mean, look. Everybody loves T1, including myself, right? We got so many fans from Vietnam that admire and adore T1. But you know what? Everybody also loves an underdog. And that's who we are, and that's who we're coming here. Hopefully we'll surprise you, take a few games. Let's see.
I'm looking forward to the competition. You're hyping it up so well, by the way. The fans have been incredible, so thank you so much. That's it from us, and Digon, back to you.
Always great to hear from TK, the eternal optimist of the underdog. Now, what do you think is going to happen here as we're 20 seconds away?
We just need one simple plan from each team, you know. Like, you can't just flip it around between the games. So I just want to see what they can bring it to us.
All right, well, my analyst will be here to break down this matchup. It is a rematch of day number 1, the underdog versus the world champs. It's T1 versus GAM Esports as we send it to the stage for the introductions.
With the GAM fans, and let's be honest, we have been way too soft on this day here at the STC Arena. We need to start crushing some keys. Elimination time, and these GAM fans are feeling nervous.
Yeah, they don't look nervous actually. That's why I was gonna ask you, DK, are we feeling stressed? Because this is elimination game. As the CEO, how are you feeling right now?
We are definitely not stressed because you know what? We're here to have some fun. We're here to show you guys it's GAM time. Let's go. EWC, where you at? Make some noise.
They're gonna face indeed Team 1. Tears and embarrassment on the line, but they don't seem stressed at all. So let's welcome GAM Esports. The Vietnamese squad, driven by passion, peuvent-ils faire l'exploit, l'upset, de sortir T1 de l'Esports World Cup?
To welcome their opponents, there's only one man for the job.
Winner stays, loser goes home. This is what it is all about. This is what they are built for. Make some noise for T1!
Talk about an introduction. After suffering defeat earlier on, the Legends find themselves with no room for error. One more victory keeps their title hopes alive.
T1, les grands favoris, mesdames et messieurs, vous pouvez les applaudir.
It's a rematch from earlier on, but this time, lose and you go home.
It's David versus Goliath.
Faites du bruit!
Is it GAM time or not? The question to be answered in the final best of 3 for one of these teams. I'm Mysterix, joined by Jack Spector as we take you into T1 versus GAM. It is an underdog story, but in the underdog story, David technically won. However, this one doesn't feel like David versus Goliath because despite T1 losing to BLG earlier, it is a much higher uphill battle for GAM.
It's even bigger.
Yeah.
That's what you're trying to say. Well, it's lovely to be here, Jake. This is my first time casting T1, so you know, I'm going to say it.
What?
Faker.
Okay. Nice, you said it.
I got to say it.
You got to say it. Anything else you want to say?
I also want to say a fun statistic. So T1 just lost to BLG, and I noticed Faker had 9 deaths in that game. And I thought to myself, wow, that is a lot of deaths. And then I looked it up, and that is his record death count. The only other time he also had 9 deaths was versus the Bros.
Really?
Yeah. But they actually won that game. So this is the highest death count he's ever had in a loss up against BLG.
By transitive properties, Bro is as good as BLG.
Yes.
That's my takeaway.
That's my takeaway.
We get
too.
a Bro shout out before we go into T1 versus GAM. I respect that, Jack, and that is a fun stat.
The LC casters are all with us, you know,
I mean,
like they're influencing me.
That's right. We're hanging around them. I'm going to call it the degeneracy, lack of a better word. They're obviously better than that, but they're lovely degenerates, those guys. Obviously, as we go into this game, quick reminder, best of 3, so we are going into Fearless Draft. I think another reminder for people as well is this was a BO1 if you missed out. Early game, first 10, 15 minutes. were very strong from GAM, but after that, the sweeping through T1 as a 5-man stack. I mean, that's a generalist way of putting it, Jack, but it did feel like T1 were kind of out-handsing.
For sure. I think what GAM wants to do is replicate that early game success, and hopefully they I think they had some time to review that game, see what went wrong in the macro department, and try to figure out how can we be more on the same tempo, because a lot of the time when we see these weaker teams go up against some of the top teams, it's usually due to how well they play tempo, how fast they play, that you get outmatched on the map. Suddenly T1 has Dragon control, they get the Herald control, and they can just start to snowball those objectives onto you, and you can never kind of grasp that control of the map back. So I think that's really what I'm looking at for GAM, because we saw yesterday that in the individual lanes, they can compete. They even had a solo kill on Faker.
Oh, that's right. I mean, it was Feisty who 2 times over. Sorry, I'm thinking of a different game.
Yeah,
it was
Glory.
It was Glory who 2 times over, because I was in a very similar mind with the Humble Life game. So I'm gonna have to apologize for that.
Feisty did also solo kill Seka.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So we had a couple of solo kills on some Korean goats yesterday, but both those games weren't enough. Now we go into a best of 3. Okay, GAM versus T1. It is going to be first pick here for the side of T1 on this red side, which has kind of been a common theme so far. At this EWC, where red side has been the preference, but first pick has also come with it.
The first 3 Vayne ban, though, is very interesting. It indicates that they want to put Dorn just on this weak side, relaxing tank, and kind of leave him on his own, because we've seen Vayne do incredibly well when she has a good matchup. We saw yesterday Zest go 14-0, I believe it was, against Leon on the Vayne. So it's a pick that can be incredibly dangerous if left alone, and T1, they don't want to deal with it.
So especially with Doran, with the tank setup that you think is probably going to come through, feels like it's preparation for Doran maybe coming into this game 1 as well. Jay's going to go with Nocturne 2. Orianna's still up and available here, Jack. I'm throwing out things like the Varus, although not super optimal. Rumble gone instead. Might be GAM fishing for Bruiser top matchup as well.
And I do think if T1 now first pick the Orianna, it's going to be GAM looking for the Jarvan. And either the Cassio or the Syndra answer I would expect to go into it. Jarvan really good into Orianna due to the fact that she's immobile. Maybe they also go Jarvan Estral to take away that mobility away from T1. Or they're going to go Camille. I'm a big Camille hater. I'm not going to lie. I have yet to really see the value that this champion brings.
Unless it's someone like On or, I mean...
I think it's incredibly difficult to make it work. I think some supports can do it and some teams can do it. And I do think when you're the underdog, going for this hyper-aggressive playstyle, they went to Camille Lee Sin. They're going to try to out-skirmish T1 at every step of the way. But if this game goes to 30 minutes and T1 is not far behind, it's going to be comfortable for T1 to play the fight.
I was going to say, the major problem with the Camille, right, is how do you get yourself into the mid-game? Do you have a lead or not? That really dictates how well she's going to play it out. Lee Sin going to go with it as well, so a lot of skirmishing here already for GAM. Other side, pretty stock standard for T1. Owner on a Vi, always good news with Faker's Orianna. Is the pivot going to be towards top or a support match?
Yeah, I think a Gnar pick makes a lot of sense there. You have a very comfortable blind pick. You have a really strong top side. It's really all about scaling being the name of the game here for T1. We'll have to see if Glory... You remember Tristana yesterday? That Zest tried to pull out. It didn't quite work against Zeus, but maybe they want to try to pull it out against Doran. Currently, they're hovering the Zoe, which would be pretty crazy. We haven't seen that champion in a while. I think his Syndra pick is a lot more standard. It makes a lot of sense. You really want to have some CC to set Lee Sin's queue up for success. And they lock in the Syndra as we head into second bounce.
Means that the setup so far for GAM is pretty good, right? Again, an aggressive comp. If I was looking at the LPL, I would say that, you know, this is a very BLG AL style of comp. But running into T1, maybe that's just the magic, isn't it? We already talked about Doran picking up the Gnar in the top lane. Talia is going to be taken away, which means that GAM are kind of assuming that Pei is going to be pulling out a mage bot and at least something with more CC control to layer for game 1.
Yeah, I think especially when you have the Vi and the Gnar, you have enough AD damage that allows to pick any sort of AP bot. We saw Pace on the Talia yesterday up against GAM do incredibly well. They played the Talia Shen and made that work. And also Vi, Talia is such a good combo since Vi sets up the Talia shuffle so well. They actually choose to ban out both the Talia and the Shen, the exact bot lane that T1 played against them yesterday. So they don't want to play against that once more.
And they were watching through, they're like, no way are we going to let Carrier make those roams again on that Shen. Respect it over to GAM as Ambess is taken away. Usually I'd be saying that they're just getting rid of some of the pairing options, but it does feel like options into Gnar right now, giving Doran a bit of comfortability when I think he has been the weakest link. Excluding Faker's last game, but overall is a big priority here for T1.
Makes a lot of sense to just take away some of those more aggressive top laners that's going to try to punish that Gnar. Mbessa being really good in general into T1's comp to give GAM more reach, more follow-up. We'll have to see what Artemis looks in here. I could see something like the Jhin to just have more follow-up for the rest of his carries. You kind of want some sort of utility because you have very little CC thus far. I think Caitlyn, Camille, while you can have a strong bully lane with it, I think it can be difficult. Jhin, Varus, both make a lot of sense. You have that CC, you have that long range, and you have the utility to help out your team.
I like it so far from GAM, really playing off it. They're going to have counter pick as well, and that counter pick is going to go towards the top lane. Remember again that this can be a Varus top as an option. Into the Gnar in the past has been a really good option, so I love that we're leaving on a flexible pick here for GAM. On the other side, T1, what's going to be in the bottom lane? Remember, Ori can also play bot, but
I mean, Syndra could also play bot if it's
that's also
Cassio.
true. This meta,
so
bro.
There's a lot of flex potential here. As Pace locks in the Cassiopeia, we've seen it. Pretty good success so far this tournament. I feel like a lot of the Cassios have been very strong, even though I don't think they've actually been winning a lot. It's just been a very strong champion, really good early game, really good scaling, and pairing it up with the Leona. We've seen the Leona so much now into the Camille, and I feel like the Leona always is looking favored. You just outscale so incredibly fast. Once you get that level 6, you have so much CC, so much setup, and Cassio being really good into Camille as well, just being able to lock her down with the miasma.
And the question is, GAM, as they finalize the draft, how are they going to stay out of that lockdown? Is it going to be Varus bot or Syndra bot or something else?
They have a lot of options here.
So
I would assume. Oh,
the Varus top, isn't it?
Varus, looks like Varus, yeah. Varus top, 6 bot, and Syndra mid.
Yep.
So they're trying to punish Doran. That seems to be their game plan here. They're definitely going to be playing up towards top side. I would assume that in the early game, Taki and Artemis might fight a little bit, just due to the fact that Taki's playing the Camille. But then after level 3, especially after Artemis gets that lost chapter, that's when we're really going to see Taki just roaming around on the Camille, trying to punish Faker, trying to punish Doran, and maybe invade Owner alongside Drakthar.
Let's see how these lanes go, because seem very lane dependent here, Jack, for GAM. Running into T1 for game number 1, shock them, bring those 15 minutes into fruition like they did yesterday, and turn this best of 1 into a game 1 start for them. They're the underdogs, but T1 haven't been on their best legs recently.
That's
MSI, you could say the same thing. You know, losing to G2 was unexpected for a lot of the fans. BLG going to a 5-game series and then dropping it at the very end. T1 have to prove that they're still up in the top leagues, because right now, if they cannot take this elimination series, questions will be asked going into summer.
And GAM has picked an incredibly explosive composition. They want to snowball in the early game, put Doran behind, try to gank Faker, try to make things happen around this weak early game Vi, and just in general get themselves ahead so that they always either have a numbers advantage or a gold lead going into the skirmishes. Because if we go into team fights at 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and the gold is equal, it's going to be incredibly difficult for GAM to be able to find their victory.
For GAM, their key crush on the line, so is T1's loser. Loses the key and all merits. Faker on Orianna for game number 1. He is 91-33 historically. Faker always has a better win rate, you know that, but Orianna at one of the best at 73% after 124 games. There is no one else like him. There never has been and there never will be as we get onto Summoner's Rift. T1 versus GAM.
And would this be the greatest upset of all time?
This would be up there in the rankings. This would definitely be one of the greatest upsets. G2 versus T1 was one of the greatest upsets in an international of all time.
No.
Don't you think?
I mean, it was an upset.
Bro, they love the lower bracket. T1 don't care. They love the lower bracket.
But it's T1 at MSI. It's not T1 at Worlds. If it was T1 at Worlds, I would agree with you.
I mean, yeah, okay. That's completely fair. And that means not really a meme. It's Faker in trouble. Hookshot, wallshot. As you said, Halo Blaze Ignite down. Faker has to flash away. A level 1 gank from hell itself came knocking at Faker's door.
And GAM understand their team composition so incredibly well. They cannot rest on their laurels. They need to continuously fight no matter what. Taki is going to miss out on a lot of XP, and I think even Artemis getting zoned a little bit in bot lane here as well. So that is going to put them behind, but it chunks Faker out, he loses his flash, and now he's incredibly vulnerable if Drakthar wants to go for an early gank.
Glory's got a good opportunity here. Let's see how that lane develops. Mid going to be under wraps for now as Artemis. He did, of course, start that lane solo as Taki came down. I don't think Taki missed too much experience here, Jack, because I see XP bars the same down in that 2v2.
They definitely missed a bit. The question is if Artemis was able to get all 3 melees. I do think...
You think he missed?
We'll have to see if this ends up being worth it. I think it could end up backfiring for GAM with how far they might fall behind in bolts, especially with the fact that since you're playing the Camille, you really want to be able to continuously fight. But now you're putting all the eggs into the mid lane basket and top lane, I suppose.
Let's not also forget that with mid going well, we also have the dilemma of top. More pressure points on the map for GAM is always going to be better when you have these winning lanes.
Yeah, here wants to continue to poke down Doran, get those plates.
Wall shot, nice engage. Pays takes a chunk with a satchel charge as well. Artemis layered, good.
Great trade from GAM, chunking down Pays. Pays gets a little bit of return damage onto Taki, but it's not too much. So they recovered very nicely here, even with the roam, with the fact that they're a little bit down in the XP. The fact that they're able to get those trades makes it so that the lane is a little bit more equal. They can start to fight again.
Spacing from Faker, nice as we return back to mid. Glory with the Dark Sphere, not able to land on the target. Faker, remember that flash to be abused, but also Glory still has TP. It's refillable for the back for Faker as he returned back into the mid lane, where Glory still has the versatility, where he still has a reset yet to go.
GAM need to be careful here. Owner knows about the ward, still gets spotted. I think GAM, they realize this.
Taki, but he's face-checking into Tri-Brush. Owner spotted out, hook shot, wall shot. Taki thinking he can get on out, and he does, but he gets chunked heavy.
Good play from Taki there. He realized that Owner was coming, but that he would still be fine with the hook shot. It does, however, mean, due to the fact that he got chunked, that Draktar is going to have a hard time contesting these Raptors now. Even Pace moving up. Looks like Draktar is just going to have to give over the Raptors, which is a pretty tragic start for the Lee Sin, especially the Lee Sin Camille that really want to skirmish early up against this Vi Leona.
Yeah.
But a really nice early game from Owner.
Meanwhile, we go back to Doran. He just walked back in. Halo Barrow's auto, he's dead! What is Doran doing? Faker missing out from the Sonic Wave. His life been able to get flashed on the damage still enough. Remember, he has no flashes. He runs away out of mana as well. They get Glory on the return, but as GAM look for the chase, Sonic Wave misses. It takes an auto, but now 3 versus 2. It's T1 who find themselves in the middle of Glory themselves. And I ain't talking about the player. Double kill already picked up as T1 have Owner and Pace to the chase. The flash up from Zenith Blade. Taki with a hook shot, wall shot out. He tries to run to Artemis, but Owner matches him. A Vault Breaker down, and T1 sink their fangs into GAM.
And it's Pace's move that pays off there for T1. He gives them the numbers advantage, so despite the fact that Faker doesn't have flash, they're still able to make it a winning fight for T1 and get those kills onto Owner and Pace.
What a play. Jack will get a replay. It's going to be up to you to take me through that, because Pace and Owner getting gold value here in this game. And GAM, let's stop in the play. I want your opinion on this, because it does feel like after the solo kill top and after the flash that should have been abused from Faker, he lived too damn long for that.
Yeah, the fact that Faker was able to buy so much time really hurt them. The bright light for GAM is this top lane with 700 gold, but let's watch the replay here as it starts off with Keria getting onto Glory with the Zenith Blade. He stuns him down, but Faker has no flash. But the Draktar missing the Q makes it so that he has to flash onto Faker, and then Pace flashes over the wall, gets the Q onto 2, and he's able to just spam those Twin Fangs and able to do so much damage, takes down Draktar as well, and then Keria with a little cherry on top, flashes forward, but now we're watching top.
This is a POV.
This is just greedy from Doran, walking back up here, wants to go for the XP.
This is a replay POV, by the way, if you're wondering.
Yeah, it was really well played by the GAM top laner.
This obviously happened before the big play and bot, because I feel like T1 really found their way back into the game from that. Jack, gold is even as well, by the way, so while top is 700 in the lead, Pays moves to 400. Owner with a huge lead over Draktar right now, and that Lee Sin missing a couple of Qs really cost GAM big.
Yeah, the fact that Pace as well, even though he moved for a minute straight, is up in CS.
Oh, yeah.
He's really hurting GAM, as Taki might be in trouble here.
Shield of Daybreak, Zenith Blade going to follow up as well. Owner finds him with a Vault Breaker in. Taki gun hook shot out, and Owner's at 3. Draktar over the wall, just watching while Glory gets Shockwave. It's a Shield of Daybreak again. Keria looking for the Zenith Blade, but Glory getting hit hard. Faker with no mana to follow up for another round of rotation as Keria's roam is big, and Owner is now dominating.
Yeah, they're not beating the Camilla's useless allegations, I'm afraid.
No,
this champion is too hit or miss. It's so difficult to pull off as now Glory's in trouble. Keria's behind.
He's doing it to GAM again. He did it in the best of 1, now starting the best of 3. Glory's feeling it's deja vu as Faker's just getting the clockwork wind up. The auto attack's going to do it. Command attack unleashes power, but does not unleash a kill onto Faker.
And Keria, he's everywhere on the map, setting up T1 for success. And it's only top lane left for Gam. The rest of the map is on fire as T1 pick up the Mountain Dragon.
1,000 lead here for Ona, Mountain to start. And Doran's probably like, at least the rest of the map is going fantastically now for T1.
Yeah. And that does allow Doran to eventually get some respite, as we'll see Keria and Owner open up towards that top side now. And I do think they can just leave Pace alone and try to help Doran recover. Kiaya still does not have the flash for another 60 seconds.
Yep.
So that definitely could be an angle if Keria and Owner want to look for it.
Glory is playing mega safe. Wave's in a horrible state, Jack. Tucky's coming down to match the roam, constantly out of lane, but Kerry's going to find him first. Zenithblade mixes up for the hook shot, wall shot, and Owner's here for the Vault Breaker, expecting Taki to take the upwards route. He goes down instead, and that saves his life.
Keria just keeps cancelling these hook shots, making it so hard for Taki to play, as Doran all leaning onto Artemis.
Okay, he's getting some autos down. Satchel Charge going to save Artemis' life. Meanwhile, pings are going down on the top. T1 want to keep this game fast-paced. Gam looking to match.
T1 are looking. Drakthar might be in trouble. Keria Hex flashing. Is he going to go for it?
It's a blue buff and steal take away. Start the grubs. Kiaya moving in. Chains of Corruption misses. Tries to find it over the wall. Gam's top laner now without a charge in that ulti.
But T1 are split. Keria has no flash here. He might just get stuck in the pit. Kiaya can just hit him over the...
He's poked.
Oh, he got his flash just up.
Just came up then. Good point, Jack, as Gam do get the grubs in the meanwhile, but Doran is left isolated against the turret bot.
Has 3 grubs for Drakthar. But Doran able to close that gold lead now, getting those plates on bot. So despite the fact that Gam make a good proactive play, it's still a cross map for T1. Continuing to build that gold lead now, 1,000 up for T1.
Good dodge there from Faker. Gold lead, 1,000 as you mentioned. It is sitting largely on Ona, who just hit level 7, half a level above Drakthar right now. First item's not on the board just yet. We're looking at Kiai to be one of the first, but Ona, there you go. Of course, he will be the first with such a lead. Sundered Sky picked up. Big Vi here.
9 minutes Sundered Sky.
It's kind of crazy, yeah.
This is a very scary Vi here. I think any sort of skirmishes right now for Gam. If Owner is involved, it's going to be difficult for them to win it. Really need Drakthar to match that item. Or Glory to get his, or you can try to pivot and just play around Kiaya, which I think would make the most sense for Gam, because trying to match any equal numbers fight around mid lane looks pretty damn difficult right now, as Faker used the Shockwave.
Yeah, I guess just a hard push the wave, neutralize. He's got TP, he's going to back away. Probably get closer, lost chapter plus components here, Jack.
It's a pretty low cooldown, and still 2 minutes to Dragon. So just invest that to chunk Taki out a bit, and now bases and TP's back.
And I'm going to take Scuttle. CS lead as well, brewing in the jungle, looking a little bit deep against Taki. This is Camille constantly on the roam we talked about. Bot laners who have been left isolated still pays his favor, equal in CS, with the kill making the difference of 300 and a bit. And Jack, 145, second Dragon for T1, going to be on the horizon here as Owner tries to abuse the Ziggs.
But Artemis looks like he's in trouble here. They have full vision of enemy jungler, and they know where enemy support is. I mean, Artemis is going to need a miracle to try to outplay this one.
He tried to clear the wave, he does so, but they're not going to need a wave. Cease and desist for a Ziggs under tower. Petrifying Gaze puts him in place, locks him down, and Owner is jungle diffing game 1.
It's an easy play. T1 have full information. They know where Gam is. Artemis is stuck under tower, no way out.
If he takes this, T1 are still here, stunned up. Noxious Blast from Paze. He's low on mana. They have a ward to spot that out. T1 are running away. Gam still on the pursuit.
Faker's
chasing
moving.
the tail versus 3. Faker's going to make 4 in the thick of it. That's not where they want to be. Owner's going to take another. The miasma of pain for Gam to deal with. They commit double TP, but T1 still have numbers. Scout of the Week not bad onto Faker, but Drakthar with the Sonic Wave will not be concluding with a resonating strike. It's T1 who walk away heads held high.
And Gam, they feel the desperation, investing both teleports after Taki dies. There's just no play. You have no CC once the Camille falls. They still try to go for it.
Kiaya not in trouble. It's a TP. Now he is.
Oh, he spots it.
As he runs back, he's not that fast. Taki going to come and help out. Chance Corruption, dodge pays. What a proto belt. The miasma down, the poison laid bare. The twin fang in. The exhaust helping out. Makes it a trade for a shutdown. Taki now right in the middle of Doran, but he's going to go mega, even though Glory's coming in. I am scared as he flushes away the unleashed power. Clutch here from Taki to survive, but Doran leaps out before Glory can get another rotation.
A great escape by Doran there. Kiaya being able to trade 1-for-1 against Pace, getting that shutdown.
Oh, Faker didn't check the other bush. Mega Inferno Bomb, he's at half HP. Faker in trouble. The minefield, the Sabotage pops him back, and Draktar is going to clean house. A rough day here for Faker as he finds his second death. 11th in total for day 2 at EWC.
Okay, some good return plays for GAM here as they're able to get some gold on the board. Equalize that gold lead, but it's still T1 with an advantage as they pick up their second dragon. We'll watch the replay of the top fight. A beautiful proto belt by Pace to get away. But Kiaya has the exhaust, he has the damage to trade 1-for-1 with Pace. And then Taki trying to bait Doran in for Glory to set up the Scatter the Weak. But Doran flashes, he dashes, and he gets out.
Great reaction time though from Taki. That was really pixel perfect here from the Camille. As for now, Dragon was taken in the replay. It was 2 for T1, or rather is. So it must have been Ono who walked down. We didn't get to quite see that one, but I'm assuming we saw the game. Did we see it? No,
yeah,
it's blind. And we're going to go for a pause. Glory is not going to get Shockwave, by the way. Faker has half the cooldown on that remaining, so there's no Shockwave to follow up, but the minion wave is left with 2, I think.
Yeah. And it's not the start that GAM were looking for with this team comp. It's been an explosive game, but mostly in T1's favor. And especially considering how the compositions function against each other, it's going to be difficult for GAM to team fight as the game progresses later and later. I think their biggest silver lining is Kiaya. He still holds onto his gold lead and can look to play the side lane, can look to be the team fight threat to actually carry GAM to a victory.
I've been told Glory has a mouse problem, so that's what we're waiting for. We're just going to fix that one. He walked up, maybe his right click is stuck because he clicked the turret.
Could be, yeah.
He didn't want to click the turret, I don't know.
Sometimes my mouse bugs out a bit and it just like doesn't register a click. Could be something like that.
You've had the same problem.
Especially if it's like a Bluetooth mice, that can happen.
Are you not bringing Bluetooth mice on the stage though, are you? Isn't the optimal, are you?
I am, yeah.
Isn't the optimal performance wired though?
Yeah, but I think these days it's nearly the same.
It can't be. But if it's so minimal, if it's like 100 milliseconds more or less, I don't know how much.
Maybe that's why I was bad in LEC. I was using Bluetooth mice.
That's right, bro.
I need to ask Kansama what he's using.
He's definitely not using Bluetooth, bro.
You don't think so?
He's wired in with those fiber optic cables that like NASA has. Bro, if you want to play perfect League of Legends,
I think that's Viper. I don't know if Kansama's got
true. Well, that's the difference. That's the gap between the regions.
Yeah.
Mice problem. T1, they always use fiber optics mice. I'm assuming that's fast. I don't really know much about cabling.
I don't think it matters. I think it's like 1 millisecond anyways.
Surely for someone like Faker that matters. He's played for so long. If something's off by like a millisecond or 10, let's say more realistic, he would 100% play different. Don't you think?
10 millisecond maybe.
He's done the same thing for about 100,000 hours at this point.
But 1 millisecond is like, there's no way.
I don't know, bro. I think you doubt Faker.
I don't doubt Faker. I'm just saying 1 millisecond is such a small
I did
amount
say
of time.
10. I said 10 milliseconds.
You said 1 and then you said 10.
Yeah, I can't change it because 1 millisecond is stupid. Like.
Yeah, 1 millisecond is... But I think, like, for example, if you go from 40 ping to 50 ping, or actually that one is not as well. If you go from 0 ping to 10 ping, probably you would be able
That's
to
more
notice
egregious than 40 to 50.
Yeah, because that's a smaller percentage difference, right?
Okay, yeah. I get it.
Although technically 0 to 10 would be...
Do you like stage, like, do you prefer, because I've heard some people prefer a bit of ping, like on stage is land, right, so it's 0, so it's perfect timing. Does it feel weird coming from solo queue to
I mean, I was always choking like crazy on stage, so...
But was that you or the ping?
That was just me. I was just like nervous and bad.
We should have had a caster match. You could have...
Yeah, I mean, for me, I always felt like my mouse was wrong on stage. I don't know if it was a mental thing or if there was actually something wrong.
And you used
but
the
it felt
same
like
mouse from home, right?
I used the same mouse as home, but it was just the refresh rate on the monitor. For me, it just felt something always felt off. But I think it was just a mental thing. You know, like Dopa used to have like, he would measure everything with like a ruler. I think some pro players still do that.
Really?
Yeah.
You have to see it. Glory's mouse issue, rather, has fixed itself, so not sure what happened there, but yeah, Glory's all good now. Walks away from the turret. There was no shockwave available before we left you in the pause. Glory does have a CS lead, for what it's worth, 20 CS when he has been bullied a little bit this game. So doing okay versus Faker here. as Draktar is seeing contest from Owner in his own jungle.
Yeah, you can see how scared Draktar is. He smites the Gromp, even though it's 100 HP. Has no smite available for the blue buff now. And T1, they look like they want to contest. Carry is level 6.
Sonic Wave just used. Taki's going to go in. Hookshot, wallshot, carry at half HP, but it's okay. These Zenith Blades and Solar Flares look for an escape. Paze is there, cutting off the escape route. Kiaya, Chance Corruption, land this time. No Protobelt out. The auto attack's enough as well. Gam have numbers advantage, and Paze is left alone to die.
And T1 a little bit over-eager on this play. They're not able to match the numbers due to the fact that Doran's TP is still down for a few seconds. So that allows Gam to pick up another kill onto Paze, and Doran gets the plates in return.
And there is some big gold to take away. Before, it was Faker who lost his gold, I believe. Owner still, you would assume, is shut down to Sonic Wave. Not going to be hitting. Owner's just going to catch the wave in the meantime as well. Still a big jungle CS lead and gold leaders. We look towards top. Shockwave going to be used. That helps get the cannon as well, I believe, at the back end.
Quite a few poking shockwaves used by Faker this game. Yeah. Just trying to chunk Glory down, get some lane pressure. As we watch the replay here, it starts off with T1 wanting to go for this blue buff, and it's just the fact that Doran has no tele while Kiaya has his. It allows them to get a 5 versus 4. Pace tries to Protobelt the Varus ultimate once again, not able to get away from the Chains of Corruption, and he ends up falling down.
Yes, indeed he does. So, state of the game. Dragon coming up in 2:30, but it's Herald now, the contest in 10 seconds. Being pushed through mid is Gam. As 3 congregate, see what they do next. Top lane being dealt with Glory. This is the TV flank. Kiaya up against the wall. It's clean from Doran. He doesn't stay to chat. He knows the Varus with uptime is going to win out in the long run. So now that Doran's here with a shield on his head, Chains of Corruption going to be used, but Faker's nowhere near. Kiaya is a free kill. Topside might have to be Gam's port of call because bot is now open.
Great play by Faker there. TPing behind Kiaya, takes him down. And Gam, they want to try to go for the cross-map Herald, but they don't have time. T1 has already moved all the way back up. Doran now TPing in.
There's no Mega Nava. He's going to be small for a while. He does have a big shield, though. Herald's going to reset after Gam give it up, but bot is going to go with it as well. Faker gets the much-needed gold, while the top push from Glory, he's going to have to TP out of there after finding himself, not the turret, but close to. Goes to mid instead. As T1 are going to start up this Herald.
But T1 are controlling every side of the map right now. They make their bot play, Faker gets his deep push, and they still defend the Herald, force Glory to TP away. They're pushing in every single lane, just choking Gam out, making it so incredibly difficult for them to play while getting plates all across the board.
I feel like we saw this in the BLG game as well. Even though it was a loss, like it's this 15-20 minute mark when lanes end and people start roaming. T1 always faster on the play. Their rotations and their resets always better.
T1 macro is incredibly good. Yes. I remember back when I was still playing, we studied a lot of Faker VODs to see how he overloaded on side, how well he used his tempo. I think he's one of the smartest players. I mean, pretty self-evident, I'd say one of the smartest players we have playing this game.
So many people talked about him. It's just, we're always just overlapping all the compliments, aren't we? And Doran, he's going into Mega Nava. Owner's coming up, spotted on the ward, hopping forward. Doran happy to take the damage if it threatens out Kiaya. Owner clears the ward and now hovers in fog of war. Tucky coming to roam and match with the Hextech ultimatum now as well. Carrier looking for an angle. Draktar misses the Sonic Wave. Sped up by the distance from Faker. Glory drops a spear, but Gam have more here for now. Owner, he moved around, and this is because Dragon's up in 5 seconds. It's third drag for T1. Gam need an angle.
T1 have full control here. And Taki does have the Sundered Sky, but he still has no boots. So he gets CC'd by Carrier, no Merc Treads. He's not moving anywhere. As T1 decide to full.
Sonic Wave kick. Oh, it's into the wall. Pace dodged it out from the Protobelt. Now Draktar is in the middle of no man's land. This sets up the play in the third drag, I feel like. Sap Charge going to help out in the mid from what I saw, but Draktar, as he takes a couple of turret shots, he's dead. It's just a who at this point. Kiaya going to try and get that wave in to help. Glory's there. I'm wrong, Jack. He's okay. Thanks to Gam getting topside pro. They're going to move out, but they are going to lose this third drag.
Pace's Protobelt this game has had such incredible value.
Very true.
Dodges out on the insect there. We've seen him dodge the Chains of Corruption, and it just allows him to play so much more forward because he doesn't have to worry about all these threats. Now Artemis in trouble.
Decent assist. Grounded. Petrifying Gaze. Pays on the Casio. Absolutely venomous.
I don't know what Artemis was thinking there. He wanted to go bot lane to try to farm. I mean, going into the jungle at this point, when your team is all basing.
And when they were just topside as a 4-man group getting deep vision as well, right?
Yeah, big mistake by Artemis there. That leads into Herald on mid lane. And a lot of damage onto that mid tower that Ziggs so desperately wants to protect.
Kerry's going to spot out that Drakthar is on these wolves. Gets deep vision around this topside now to cover for Faker's entrance towards this outer turret. Mid almost dropping. One more plate and a bit left remaining. And gold for T1 only 2,000, but a very dangerous game right now for GAM as they face Salt Point in 4 minutes as Baron comes up so that one more mistake will slice the head off of this series.
Yeah, there's two big dangers for GAM right now. First of all is the team comp gap.
Yeah.
T1 has such an easy time engaging. You have the Vi ult, you have the Leon ult. While for GAM, it's a lot harder to pull off. You need a great scatter the weak, you need Taki to be able to find someone, Drakthar to find an insect, or Kiaya to be able to find a great chains of corruption or make a play on side lane. And then you're also staring down a soul point for T1. If they can get that Cloud Soul, it makes it even harder for GAM to be able to get any of those win conditions down, which then also forces GAM to constantly match T1 and look to teamfight them, which prevents Kiaya from being able to be that split push threat and try to go 1v1 against Doran.
Trying to get his own blue buff. GAM found out. Solar Flare's going to get Drakthar as well. Onan cease and desist on Artemis. He'll find himself on the turret with the Hextech Minefield. Will only just help a bit. Onan's still tanking out the Vault Breaker, tagging the end of Drakthar. They need a Sonic Wave to connect. Drakthar with a Q. Enough energy to find so as a bouncing bomb does a bit of damage, but it's not enough. T1 get the hell out of dodge after trying to be a nuisance in that blue side jungle again.
And Owner is a magician. Getting out of the tower there. He was so deep after Drakthar kicked him deeper in, but he was able to get out with how tanky he is. He's so strong. 2 items completed already. Allows him to survive so many tower shots and then get out, only burning the flash.
Owner with the extra health, his Black Cleaver. It's really helped to probably save the day, that second item already. He's going to back now, and he's on a longsword only. I thought we would have a little bit more, but I guess Black Cleaver was only just completed. And speaking of, 2 items really for everyone in T1 outside of Doran are going to be standing there. And Baron now up 2 minutes till that Dragon Soul for them. And GAM struggling relentlessly to try and defend and clear their own side of the jungle.
2 minutes to this Cloud Dragon. That's what T1 are waiting for. No real Nash threat. I do say that, but T1 do have a tendency to just randomly rush the Nash. They do have a lot of damage.
They have a Cassiopeia.
They have a Cassiopeia.
Yep.
Even Gnar as well does quite a bit. Vi as well. So they can look towards the Nash. And they are pinging it. I think they might just start it, Jake.
Now, you know what, Jack? Your timing could not be better. Drakthar is on the bottom side of the map. I don't know if he's spotted out, but if he pops out of that bush, Doran will have enough information. And they will go. Taki, it's going to be a blind Vault Breaker if it's anything. But Owner's going to walk away. Carrier with him as well. The CC duo just take a step back.
I mean, T1 have an incredibly... Oh, Taki.
And Taki has a what? Nothing yet. Half HP. Bursted out. Big top push. So pressure's still there, but we hold for now, and resets need to come through because a minute to Drake.
Yeah. Really easy for T1 to just play for this Dragon. They now have full topside control, which also then allows them to pressure both the Nash and the Drake at the same time. So if GAM go too deep for Drake control here, T1 can say, oh, we don't care. That's just a Cloud Dragon for you guys. And then we go Nash ourselves. But it's so difficult for GAM to try to face check here. They're putting 5 people on mid, but both Taki and Drakthar are not tanky enough to survive the initial engage from
again. Vault Breaker into Taki. He flashes instead. Hexacoddleman and wants to take play on his own merits. Mega Inferno Bomb's not bad, but they're tanky enough. Onan taking a wild dive versus 5 members while Solar Flare sets up for T1's Retribution. Into the wall presents a Mega Gnar. Pays will find the kill. The flash forward, the shockwave. Glory now caught underneath as Taki tries to re-engage, but T1 have done the job. Yes, it's messy, but more members stand on the red side.
A great fight for T1. Faker got a little bit too hyphy there, flashing forward under tower, but they should be able to back off, have Faker TP back in, and play for this Dragon. The only thing is Owner being down means no smite for T1, so they need to either zone Drakthar off or just wait for Owner to respawn.
5 seconds, it's going to be a slow start. T1 trying to flinch, or at least make GAM flinch in the process, but they're not walking down, they're not checking. And now spotted on the top side cams, an easy soul here for T1. As Pays is just waiting. Drakthar is trying to clear top side, but Owner, instead of going for the smite, says, you know what? I'm going to stop this guy. No business being here. Taki going to run into pace. Scatterweek from Glory, not too bad. Sonic Wave connects. Petrifying Gaze not used. Instead, it came through in his dying breath as Cam looking for the fight instead. His own taking the blast scope while Carrier runs upwards. The exhaust helping out a milestone here is Carrier trying to survive, but up to his limits. Kia needs an auto, and he'll find that single-handedly. Walking away from the turret, at least for the cost of Soul. It's an explosive fight for Gam.
But T1 try to go for 2 plays at the same time. They lose 2 members, and Gam, they need to convert this into a Nash if it's going to be a game-saving play. Because if you're losing the Soul and you're only getting 2, it's not good enough. But they want to keep fighting. They're TPing behind with Glory. But T1 are too fast with the Cloud Soul. You need to go for this Baron Nasher. And we'll see if Owner can be able to try to get a steal or get into the pit.
I mean, pings are going down. Owner and Faker walking very quickly towards that bottom side of the map. Glory going to scatter the weak. Faker with the low mana bar to take note of as Gam trying to be resilient around this Baron. Keep T1 from stepping in. Doran with the Mega Nar is building up ever so slowly. Hextech Minefield as well at 5k. Going Mega Nar soon. Gam maybe bitten off more than they can chew. Xenoblade after the Soul Flare and the Shockwave. Draktar dead. A wall again. It's easy as that for Doran as Artemis gets stunned up in the process. And Owner going forward without a bit of damage to his name. Glory scatters one, but not the other. As Owner cares not for your turrets. A double back in his pocket. And Baron and T1 will not be defeated.
And Gam knew that they needed to go for the Nash. It was their only play, but T1 are inevitable. They take down 4, they will take down the Nash, and now with Baron Nasher, with Soul, it is looking dire for Gam as we watch Doran here with a huge Mega Nar, jumps to pivot the Shockwave, gets it onto 3, hits the rock, throws a little house, he's doing everything.
I'm just watching Paze on the rearview mirror where Paze was following up. I think accidentally pressed Sonya's. And his Petrifying Gaze was good as well. But it's just antics here. T1 using that jungle lead so well. Paze is clawing through the enemy composition. And Jack, 4.5k gold lead, Baron now acquired. It does feel like all the resistance from Gam has unfortunately led to T1 being in the driver's seat.
Yeah. It's trying to find a silver lining here for Gam. Kiaya looked good. I think at this point,
to be fair,
Gam are thinking about game 2 just as much as we are.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, mid was a bit of a slog.
Yeah.
You know, and it wasn't like the game was over until that fight. Now, very different beast as Owner's just safeguarding the mid push and top push alike. Bot is going to be run through by Kiaya, but Doran is now in the base. One Nexus turret, or rather inhibitor turret, to fall first. That soon will be their own and finds himself a cease and desist on top of Glory. He can't move the Syndra with no movability. Dead first. T1 running through the front door as Taki going to join him. Artemis flashes away from the Soul Flare and the Xenoblade and will survive, but he needs to start getting kills fast. Mega Bomb jumped away by Doran, and the Sonic Wave again. It just hasn't been connecting this game as Draktar's leads in. Leaves a little bit to be desired. But the base will fall and crumble in T1's favor regardless with the TP in with Baron. It's T1 trying to end this game 1 here.
T1 want to end it right here, right now. They have the Baron minions. They have the numbers. It's 5 versus 3.
Flash, Shockwave, okay, connect on Draktar on the way through. Carrier, it's good enough. T1 run through, 5 members still alive. Carrier just standing his ground, hoping to watch the Nexus fall in person with a Petrifying Gaze from Paze to Pepper on top. He still dies. It still looks messy, but at the end of the day, all that matters is the Nexus fall, which won't be able to do right now, even with the Baron minions. T1 running for their lives. Low health bars it up for Gam to hold on for yet another fight.
And Gam survived. They defend the Nexus. Although Faker has TP, they're going for round 3.
They've got another minion wave soon to be. They don't know if it's going to matter at all. Draktar runs on in. Carry with low health bar with his Xenoblade and Scatter the Weak, not bad, unleashing power. Glory gets a return kill, but T1 will get the Nexus. The 50 gold that goes with it as well, Jack, and get one step closer to qualifying here as Doran gets a pullback, takes a Fountain Laser. T1 messily but securely take game 1.
And Gam, they fought valiantly. They tried to find their way back in the game, but T1 had control from minute 1. They stacked up the dragons, they got the soul, they got the Nash, and they finished in clean, pretty clean.
Clean enough. I think it was messy because of the comp, but also
messy but convincing, I would say.
I like that. And I think overall, I mean, you can be happy that Like, Doran had a much better performance to what we've kind of been saying so far. This play especially, Jack, was a big moment for Doran, but the setup from T1, as always, came together.
Yeah, I think Doran got solo killed, which was his biggest mistake, but after that he recovered well.
It's a hard
He
game.
didn't fall behind anymore. He was able to have some good team fights for T1 to secure them the victory.
Well, one step away from qualifying and knocking Gam out. MKOI was one thing in a BO1, but T1 something else as they find their victory in Game 1.
Thank you very much, as Derek says. Yes, it is T1 getting Game 1 under their belts against GAM Esports. GAM time was there for a little bit, and it stuck around for much longer than what a lot of people thought. But ultimately, they fall in 27 minutes in a fast little sharp, look at that gold graph, a sharp little dip there.
I mean, we asked for GAM to play a little bit more aggro, to keep basically the theme that we've known them and push T1 to their limit. BLG managed to take them down with the exact same way, and GAM tried their best, but I feel like the discipline is what makes T1 come up on top.
But for me, it feels like the draft plan from GAM was kind of wrong in terms of like how they want to play through the bot side, because I feel like people kind of figured out how to play against Ziggs bot lane, because I think if you're playing Ziggs, you kind of want to make the bot lane boring and you just push the lane, delete the lane, and you let your support just play the mid lane. But I think this time around, we already figured out in the EWC that Cassiopeia bot lane is the answer into it and the make game really hard for Ziggs bot lane.
Yeah, nice to see that little adaptation here by the squad in terms of the draft. And we start with a replay that you had requested. You wanted to see a specific play in a specific moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Owner popped off with the vibe. It was a very great deal from Drakthar on what he did on his listen. So if we can play the replay right here, thank you so much, production. You see Drakthar has actually cleared, as we play this one, he's cleared his bot side jungle heading towards the top side. What we don't see right here is that he has an extra longsword in his inventory, and Owner hasn't actually backed. So what Drakthar is thinking right here is that Owner is going to fully clear like we know him, and with the extra longsword on that Lee Sin, he's looking for potentially a fight. If Lee Sin can open and Vi not from Fog of War, he has the advantage on a 1v1 or a 2v2.
So in theory, he really wanted to take the fight on the bot side, but in fact, as I said, Ziggs cannot outpush the Cassio in lane, so T1 has the bot priority here, so they cannot really actually fight for the bot lane here.
And if you look on our minimap as well, Leona all the way pushed in the jungle, Cassio, as you mentioned, all the way pushed in the jungle. So Drakthar was really looking for that fight versus Owner's Vi to not allow him to pop off like he did, but he just didn't have that chance.
No, wasn't quite able to do that. Then later on, it was a Baron fight and a Baron call here. That was our next big moment in this matchup between T1 and GAM.
Oh man.
I mean, it was just didn't work out that well because the Nashor was slow initially, and also T1 were ready for the fight, and that was insane chain CC from Faker, Shockwave, and the follow-up from Owner, it just clean up.
What are the chances that GAM loses to T1 the same way in the best of one and here in the best of three game one? It was that Baron into the team fight and in the game.
Fantastic point there. And we take a look at the thing you were talking about earlier here with Did. It is Cassiopeia having a huge presence at EWC. We knew mages were going to be showing up in the bot lane, but now 5-3 so far in the tournament.
And maybe the win rate doesn't look that great, but I feel like Cassiopeia gives a lot of space in the draft as well, because it can flex on the mid lane and the bot lane as well. And I think nowadays the players really wants to take a fight no matter what, even though you are like less number. It doesn't matter, just take the fight, take the risk. And I think the Cassiopeia is the pick that you wanted for that one, because I think whenever she's on the Rift, it doesn't matter how much you have, it just gives a lot of like power spike for the team. So I feel like Cassiopeia is being really high rate and the valuable pick for EWC here.
Her blind pick power is incredible. And also T1 pulled the 2-in-1. Two A-tier mid laners out in game one. One was played bot lane, one mid lane, but Cassio and Orianna no longer in the pool.
Yeah, definitely not. It did stunt Glory in the mid lane. He was part of that success that GAM had earlier. I think a player under a lot of fire who had a nice play there after bouncing back from the solo kill was Doran, found the big play there in the team fight. And it feels like Doran is always under the microscope here with Did. Someone who, when he does something right, it's like, oh, it was set up by the team. When he does something wrong, it's always his fault. That isn't always the case. I feel like Doran is a guy who makes a lot of space and does a lot of things that doesn't show up in stats.
I mean, I think he's just still struggling to find out what the matter is, because I think he's trying, but he's still getting the counter picked on the top side, you know. So I feel like even though he's not performing good, but also the T1 is like sacrificing him a lot in the draft. So that's why he's been struggling. But I still believe in him because he's shown up a lot of like moments where like everyone is criticizing him, but he's gonna pop up randomly. Good point, Trouble.
Both games ended with his Mega Gnar versus Gam, so I think he's been super influential.
It has been hero moments to close it out in this series. Will we see another one in game number 2? Let's find out after this short bit of content. You're watching the Esports World Cup 2026, presenting League of Legends.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
We're over at the B stream where KC just took down Sentinels on the first game of this best of 3 series. What has it been like casting that? Because there's so many people here.
All right, well, it's my first international, and oh my God, the people, the crowd, the energy, it is electricity. France, give it up! Yeah! They have been looking absolutely phenomenal. KC running the game absolutely into the ground, and they've been kicking ass.
All right, they're going to keep going, and we're actually on a break, which is insane. All right, that's it from us. Back to you guys. Welcome to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, where once again we have our lovely reporter Chris to give us a bit of an update on Dota, because things are moving along and we've exited the group stage.
Yes, the everlasting group stage, honestly. It was going on for such a long time. But now we are into the playoffs. We have our top 8 teams, all guaranteeing themselves some club championship points, but they're going to find out how many they're going to get.
Yeah, that's a good point. So can you let us know maybe which teams have made it out of that group stage that are notable in the club championship or organic system?
I think for us, the name that's always going to be prevalent throughout the next 5-6 weeks is going to be Team Falcons.
Yes.
And for Falcons, they've kind of niced it. They've got a good side of the bracket. They've avoided the teams who are on there right now, which is Yandex and Spirit, which are 2 teams could really go quite far. They may have a slight horse in the club championship race, but nothing too crazy. But for Falcons, they have a real big opportunity to make some ground up on some of the other real big competitors who are not in Dota. It is pretty much a free hit. Anything they get here, your teams like Vitality, etc., they're going to be able to catch them up.
Oof. And what about the likes of Liquid, for example? Because they were a big hitter last year.
Yeah, so Liquid and Virtus Pro going out just before they made it into the top 8.
Yikes.
So for those guys, 0 club championship points. That is a big stinger for them and an opportunity that they really did have. As mentioned, for Falcons, they're in a great spot. The opportunity was there for teams like Liquid, for teams like Virtus Pro, and they did not take it.
A little bit of an unfortunate situation for them then. We'll see how the things are going to be playing out on our stage, but that's it for us for now. Bye.
T1 victorious in game 1, but it is a best of 3. GAM underdogs, but not out just yet. Elimination match where the winner goes to qualify into our elimination bracket, and then the loser goes home. GAM are one step away from being said loser, but it's an organization they're always full of surprises here, Jack, as Group C is about to finish.
Yeah, I think GAM's draft was too difficult to pull off. Camille plus Lee Sin, we saw G2 try it out as well. It's just very little front line, very little real CC, like you have the tiny knockback from the Camille E and the lockdown on the Camille ultimate, but it's not something like a Nautilus, like a Leona, like a Rakan. And I think it's just too difficult for these teams that are not able to transition cleanly from the early game into the mid game. And even in this game 1 between T1 and GAM here, we didn't even see real much value in the early game from the Camille pick. They tried to do a little cheese onto Faker. He got his flash, but the later on skirmish didn't play out in their favor due to Pace's move, which is an indirect consequence of the fact that Taki chose to sacrifice bot lane, giving Pace and Keria full control of that lane.
So a domino effect, really, is what you're selling to us. And I think as well, you know, for that fight, as soon as Faker, by about 5 or 7 seconds, even without his flash, kind of knew it was doomed here for GAM. A couple of fights where their comeback was possible, but I think realistically, that first fight at level 3, at level 4, really stipulated the game from there. T1, I didn't hear sides, Jack. I didn't see sides, but they chose red side last time. They got first pick.
I will have a look.
Jack is going to use technology to find that out, so that I don't have to.
Chose, well, now we see it on the screen.
First pick, but T1 blue side, so it's first pick red side again.
First pick red side, blue side for T1.
Yep.
And I do think that if GAM are to take a game here, they really need to quite hard outdraft T1. Like, they need to have winning lanes, and I'd say better scaling too, which for me that's like the prerequisites of a big outdraft is if you have both of those, because you usually shouldn't be allowed to get both.
You should not. Scaling and winning lane.
Yeah, like if you're winning both early game and mid game and late game, probably your draft is just better.
You're winning the game. Then.
Yeah.
You're saying so you should win the game to win.
Win the draft to win the game.
Okay. That's also just complete. Boy, that's just, I want to win the draft because then we win the game.
No, but what I'm saying is they need to win the draft.
Yeah.
I think T1, even with a subpar draft, can win.
I'm getting.
But I think if I look at another draft from GAM versus T1 here, where I feel like it is favored for T1, it's a real big uphill battle for GAM.
Okay, I get it now. I get it. I'm sorry to make fun, but I definitely understand. So for GAM, let's go through some of the picks that are going to make a difference here as we are about to pull up the draft on your screen right now. That's what that camera means. So, Jack, fearless on the top side of both respective teams. Talia's going to be the first to go as well, especially against Pace for that bottom lane. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a Shen early rotation ban here from GAM, as well as Rumble joins the pool for GAM.
I'm curious if we're going to see the Vayne ban make its return for T1.
True.
It could be an option for Kiaya. It's been the most explosive top laner that we have seen in the tournament thus far, and I do think that if there is one weak link that we could see in T1's early game last game, it was Dorn up against the Varus. So trying to replicate that success that Kiaya had on the Varus, as he was the standout performer for GAM last game. I think that would be really good to set him up for success, as now T1 takes out the Jace, they take out the Ryze, and an early Talia ban and a Zir ban.
Yeah, it's a target Faker ban as well. I guess also taking the Ryze out was stipulating what could be a B1 here. Sorry, what could have been the B1 and 2, as GAM have first pick here. So, what is up and available? Varus has already been picked away, obviously, for last game. Syndra, Ori, both off the table with Cassio as well. Bard's going to go in case there was going to be some Caitlyn Bard lanes. Remember, Elise is also there if GAM want to explode the lanes and set up bot for success.
Yeah, you could look for the Elise Caitlyn combo. With the Bard being taken out, you cannot pair that up with the Caitlyn. Ezreal is still up and available as well. There's the Jarvan if you want to go for that real nice and early, as GAM are taking their sweet time to decide their first pick.
Smiling about it.
Or maybe there's a bug. Well,
there's a bug. That's why we're smiling.
Okay.
All right. We're back in the client. Okay. So we're going to work out what that was. Apparently it was just a bug. Happens in Champ Select every so often in Tournament Realm.
I think the Jarvan first pick would make sense. The only thing is
isn't it?
The Ezreal is still up and available, so T1 could grab that one away to have a escape up against it.
Yep.
But you are just picking a really strong, solid frontline bruiser, has engage, can always ulti in and then flag and drag out to be able to lock in any carry. The only thing that's removing a bit of value from it is the fact that the Orianna and the Syndra are already out. So you're not being able to play into those immobile carries.
I was just told in my head, misclick. That was the only word.
Oh.
Which is funny.
Maybe they misclicked.
But
Champions League.
I mean, yeah, I think we obviously still get a remake because if you have no champion, you have no champion. It's not a 4v5. That's not how the rules work. That'd be pretty bogus if it was. Yeah, so we're just going to work that out while GAM discuss amongst themselves. You mentioned Jarvan. I'm going to pull out Zinzao. I'm going to pull out... I mean, Pantheon has really dropped in prior. I haven't seen it this tournament so far, from what I can understand. Obviously, guys, there's 2 streams going on at the same time. It is funny, like, how popular T1 are, because this is the main stage here.
Yeah.
The other stage, KC versus Sentinels is happening.
Yeah.
So the French crowd must really be surrounded by that, but this crowd is full, it's packed, it's chockers.
Yeah.
It's...
I mean, it's especially crazy because we are in Paris.
Yes.
You know, like, this is KC's home. This is KC's home, you know? This is where all the KC fans
like
come,
French,
but still...
there are so many French T1 fans.
There's so many French T1 fans, and also so many dedicated T1 fans that are willing to fly all the way over here.
Oh, yeah.
And celebrate T1. And for good reason. I mean, it's the greatest organization in League of Legends history.
Of all time.
All time.
Yes, it is. That's the tagline from what MSI? Make them believe. Was that our recent MSI?
No,
it was
that's
last
an older.
year. Or the year before.
I think last year was Defy, no?
Oh, then the year before?
Make them believe, yeah.
Make them
maybe.
believe, and then bring home the glory.
That is an older one.
Is that older? Yeah.
I don't remember what last year was.
There's some cool taglines, but there are a lot of taglines. We have had a lot of LoL esports over the past 16 years.
That is true.
It keeps on going. Jack, I'm going to pull up the picks. Not the picks that we've seen, because obviously they haven't happened yet. I'm going to pick up the picks that we have not actually had a chance to talk about. And Nefiri we pulled out. Lee Sin's already been picked. Jarvan's already been picked with Vi. There's Wukong, there's Poppy, there's Zinzao, there's Nocturne, there's Skarner.
I believe T1 banned out the Poppy. I think it was banned out at least.
Is that the final ban?
That's
T1
taken
also
off,
banned
I'm pretty
Rise.
sure. Yeah, Rise is out. There's not a whole lot of mid laners, high priority mid laners.
I guess we could have like more Akali, Galio, Victor matchups. The Anivia kind of flexes around there. We've already had an Anivia bot. So I think flex picks right now, again, we've done that full curveball where maybe 2.5 years ago, flexes were dominating. I'm just throwing a number out because it comes around every 2 years.
I think flex picks are a breath of fresh air for drafting in League. It makes it a lot more fun to... Both you can experiment more, and also when you're watching the draft, you're kind of always on the edge of your seat, not really knowing where any of the picks are going.
Are you upset by Mage's bot? Are you complaining?
I think some mages are unfair. I think Mel... I hate Mel.
I think Mel as a champion sucks.
I think Mel is really annoying. I think Syndra is really annoying because her Scatter of the Week is so difficult to play around. I think Siggs, for example, I don't mind playing against Siggs. I feel like if you play against Siggs, you just get to free scale, and then if I play the team fights better, I can carry.
There's ways to abuse him, like, you know, hard range CC.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to get onto him.
It's more complicated, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But I understand. I'm sympathetic to my fellow ADC friends that hate the mages. But I feel like for me, it's kind of like a Cry Wolf situation. I feel like ADC players are always complaining about mages, even when they aren't good.
And then we'll come back around and be 80 carries only, and then we'll start crying about Varus again.
Yeah.
You know, cry about an 80 carry.
Although, to be fair, Varus has been meta for, like, since the dawn of time.
I mean, he has, but he goes through waves of, like, oh my god, lethality, Varus is so broken. Wait, on him, Varus is the best champion in the game, you know?
Yeah.
But
I wouldn't mind if we didn't see Varus for, like,
let me ask you, are 80 carries the biggest whingers? As an 80 carry pro player yourself, are you the biggest whinger?
What is that, like whining?
Yeah, whining. Do you think 80 carries whine the most?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean...
Because top laners don't talk to anyone, right? Junglers, they've got music on.
The thing is, I think junglers are.
Junglers are the biggest whingers.
Because junglers face the most trauma. They get flamed every game.
That's so true,
They get flamed every game, no matter what. So they just, like, unleash it and get so upset.
Okay, all right. Well... If I could talk to I'm not sure who speaks English in the crowd. I was going to talk around and just get some AoEs.
You're going to talk to random people in the crowd?
Yeah, why not? I think mid laners are just so cooperative with the team.
Oh, you were going to ask them who's the most toxic. Who do you think? You were a top laner.
I don't think top laners complain. I think we're chads.
I think supports are the nicest.
Supports are definitely the nicest. They have to clean up everyone's messes.
Yeah. Mid laners are usually... For me, mid laners are usually...
They think they're the center of attention or what? Because their lane literally is.
I think they're usually fine. Yeah. I think midlaners are usually fine. I think top jungle and ADC are the most complaining.
Right. We are apparently setting up an interview in the crowd. I am watching some guy on his handheld play a different game right now. He's stopped waiting for this pause. Again, we're trying to fix pick ban. If you're just tuning in, there was an issue. And I'm just seeing what everyone in the crowd is kind of doing. This guy's got he's got Twitch open on his phone. What are you watching in the meantime? I'm talking to you. What are you watching? He tells me. Which one? The B stream. He's watching the KC at the same time. See, that's tech. He's watching on his phone at the same time, so he doesn't miss a stream.
Are KC winning? I hope.
Are they winning? No, he's gone. He's gone.
I hope KC's winning.
Sorry, guys. We don't have a third mic. We have a third headset, but I cannot vet the people yet.
It's been a disappointing tournament for EU thus far.
Oh. I mean, KC won game 1,
KC
and then
won
winning
game
game 2.
Yeah, but in general, like...
What do you mean? Disappointing tournament for NA.
Yeah, but it can also be disappointing for EU.
Furious gone.
We lost to AGAL. G2 just lost. MKOI lost to GAM.
Well, we're going to win because Lou is standing in the crowd, Jack, quickly before we come back to rambling.
Yes, thank you guys. Tech pause, vous connaissez la petite pause tech, on rompiche. Mais du coup, j'ai l'honneur d'être avec 2 fans de T1 et vous allez avoir une bonne surprise. I'm with 2 T1 fans, Yumin and Dongbin, here with me. Et la première question que je vais te poser, elle va être en français parce que tu parles français. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir, s'il vous plaît? Ma chère Youngmin, tu es en France, tu es coréenne, tu parles parfaitement français, tu soutiens T1. Est-ce que tu peux m'expliquer un petit peu tout ça, comment ça se fait et est-ce que tu es contente d'être ici?
Parce qu'en fait, je suis étudiant à Paris et alors je travaille en guide touristique et puis en fait, je suis fan de Faker et alors en fait, depuis 2016 et alors je suis toujours le fan de Faker.
Une fan de Faker, I'm a big fan of Faker. I moved to France in 2018 and I've been a touristic guide here in France and I'm sure that you do a lovely guide, of course. Here we go, back in English. I want to ask you, of course, who's your favorite player, but you can't say Faker. You can say Faker and someone else because I want to, learn a little bit more about the other players, of course.
Yeah, so honestly, I'm also a big fan of Faker, but today I want to support Doran.
I think that's a good answer. Évidemment, je suis un grand fan de Faker, mais aujourd'hui, j'ai envie d'apporter du soutien à Doran et je pense qu'il en aura besoin. Thank you very much. Merci, Kamsahamnida. Thank you for joining me and hopefully we get back to the game very soon. See you there.
Thank you very much, Lou. And I was going to say the one Doran fan, but everyone else cheered. So there's a lot of love for Doran.
Bro, Doran has a lot of...
He does. He's a very...
He's a cute...
He's a bit of a rat, and it's good. That's a positive thing, and it's a compliment.
It's not a compliment to call someone a rat.
It is.
You can't just say... You called the LCK guys degenerates, but then
that's a positive thing.
Then you said it in a good way. You can't just say something that's not a good thing and say it in a good way.
He's literally got an emote. Dorat is an emote, and he
doesn't have that emote. He didn't make that.
No, but it looks good. Okay? Now, Doran has copped a lot. And you know what? He's a bit of a rat because sometimes he has insane games. And sometimes he has absolute stinkers.
Yeah.
And you know who else was a rat? The Shy.
Okay.
He was a rat.
You're comparing Doran to the Shy right now? Is that what you're doing?
Why would I not?
I think...
Okay. What about Nuggery? As ladies and gentlemen, I've been told, no, I still have my job, but other stream, B stream right now, we might have a look at KC versus Sentinels in the meantime.
Ooh, I want to do that.
We can, I know the other guys are casting it on the stream. I guess we can cast it if we don't have the audio, or we can listen in, depending on what version we get, while they try and get in pick and ban for GAM versus T1. Small delay. As soon as we get the thumbs up, we'll let you know, and we'll switch back to this pick ban because this stream will be focused on T1 versus GAM. But Sentinels versus KC, wouldn't mind it.
Yeah,
that guy probably doesn't need to be on his phone. He can just hover over my shoulder. And we'll see. If we bring it up on your screen, we will see. But for now...
Now we're looking at Owner.
We're looking at Owner. Owner.
You know I got a picture with Faker?
Did you?
I got a picture. That's probably the highlight of my week, month, maybe year. Nah, year's too far. Month. Definitely, I'm still happy about it. Like, when I think about it, it makes me smile.
I'm still happy about it. Of course you are.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy. You know what? Every time, without fail, if at international events, whether it's going into an elevator, passing, always bows, always small smile, always so respectful. That's what, I love. And by the way, don't worry. KC in KC right now are probably close to 2-0ing NA because we are the better region, while Jack, there's no NA representative here. They can't defend themselves. We're about to go to pick ban. You don't have to listen to Ramble anymore. and we can take you into T1 versus GAM Game 2. Not sure specifically why pick ban was so bugged, but probably a lot of refreshers involved.
Yeah.
It's happening now.
I mean, the League client isn't exactly known to be the most stable.
New client next year.
New client next year.
New client next year.
New client, new me.
New client means amazing, amazing time in the League of Legends world. Because no, we're not gonna go down that road. I like my job. I was just gonna set us up for failure. I don't like the client.
Oh,
Jack. I just didn't want to take you there. I don't want your first cast of T1 to be your only one.
Well, so far it's looking like it, Jake. No.
Yeah, sorry about that. By
no.
calling Doran a rat. We're waiting for this big ban to go up, complaining about the client. Is there anything else you want to get off your chest before we go into this big ban? Because I've been baited. It's not here yet.
It's not here yet. I think that T1 is a good team.
That's good.
Woo!
Very good. Well done. Well said. We talked about junglers before. We talked a lot about the Nefiri, the Jarvan, the Wukong, the Poppy. Got to look and see if that Poppy was the third and final ban. Those bans will be the same as what you saw if you tuned in at the very start of this game. Xin Zhao also on the board with a Nocturne, Skarner possibility. Those are the junglers so far we've seen.
Yeah, I think I was talking a lot about the Jarvan, but I think maybe the Nefiri might be higher priority.
Yep.
We've seen a lot of teams have a lot of success on that champion with how much damage it provides, and it can just play so well as a carry jungler. With the Ryze being out though, I think Ahri looks like maybe the best premier pairing with the Nefiri, because you really want something to set that Nefiri up with some CC.
Or Akali as an option to follow
Akali's
up dive
yeah.
with support and top, kind of facilitating front line.
Definitely.
So, yeah, I mean, the Camille's gone, which, Jack, if I'm getting this camera, hang on. We get the POG drone cam down, which means only one thing.
What does it mean, Jake?
Oh,
okay.
I know production and I know good
It was
looking
a
cameras.
Nocturne first pick, so even with the Orianna out,
wow.
GAM still decide to go for the Nocturne, and T1 answer with Jarvan of their own, and we'll see what ADC, I presume, they look to pair with it here, as it's going to be the Seraphine for T1. They can look to do the Ashe Seraphine, or they can have Pace playing the Seraphine character.
GAM take away the Ashe though. Ashe Aurora is my question mark, because pairings with Nocturne, Aurora's been one of the best. You were kind of alluding to before, like what else we could see in the mid lane. Nivea also there, Ahri also there with another diving jungler that's going to be slammed by Glory with the Nautilus as well.
Yeah, Nautilus really good into this Seraphine. Makes me think that probably T1 might look to send it as Seraphine ADC and put Keria on something like the Alistar, something like the Braum, that can just receive this hard engage from GAM. Because if you lock in the Ashe here, you're playing Ashe Seraphine, 2 immobile carries into Nocturne, Ahri, Nautilus. Incredibly dangerous ultimates from the side of GAM that can gap close and get onto you super, super easily. So I do think that Pace is going to be the one taking the Seraphine here.
Well said. Seraphine, Braum have been options in the past, but that's me speaking about Vitality. Jack probably wrong of me to do so. Is it's going to be Faker, Silas most likely. Still technically a flex, I guess.
I mean,
into top in this current meta. No?
I would say
Probably
99% this Silas is going to Faker.
Yeah.
It's quite an easy matchup into the Ahri. You are getting pushed in a little bit, but you can start to trade, you can start to threaten. And once you get that level 6, the Ahri ult is fantastic, the Nocturne ult as well, even the Nautilus ult. A lot of good options for Faker here. This now allows T1 to put 2 bans into either the ADC for GAM, if they want to take out something like the Kai'Sa for more follow-up, or they could choose to ban for Doran.
I saw that timer go to 0, scared me that the client did something mischievous again, but Mel's going to be taken away, so Jack doesn't have to complain about that one for this game. But with Vayne gone as well, maybe we are just going to get Kiaya on a tank top. Sion comes to mind, Cassante comes to mind. Those are some of the few right now that are up and available.
Ambessa is still up and available for GAM. I think that would be by far their best pick if they could get it.
Yep.
Otherwise, I do think we're probably looking at just a tank for Kiaya. Maybe the Cassante would make sense for him. As T1 decide to ban out the Olaf, they might be looking for the Ambessa themselves.
Yeah.
I think both teams really like the Ambessa here. We'll see what GAM decide to ban out last.
Because Jace is gone, that was what the Olaf would suspect, but with a lot of top laners now banned away, I do like that we are going on that Ambessa angle. Will it be banned by GAM? Remember, next pick out of this ban phase will be T1 on the blue side. Ashe is going to go. They're thinking maybe still the possibility, even with this comp. You think it's a wasted ban?
I think it's a bit of a waste of ban. I think T1 would not look for it. It's going to be the Renekton pick for Dorn, so a really strong blind pick here. And we'll have to see what Gam answers.
Does Kiaya feel confident playing Kennen? I mean, is there too much AP damage?
I think Shen, I really like for Gam. Pairing up with the Nocturne, you can ulti in with him. It's a decent matchup into the Renekton because you can dodge out on the stun.
Yep.
It is going to be losing, but we'll have to see.
Kennen.
It looks like he might go for the... Oh, my voice.
Zihan? Okay, what a shame. But regardless, Zihan's still going to get locked in. I think the biggest question you now have to ask is, how do you complement this? Because we're building a bit of dive.
Just had the worst voice crack of all time.
That's
We'll
okay.
see what Taki here
growing
locks in. I think... What? I did not expect that. I thought he would go Kai'Sa for sure, as it would make a ton of sense, but they decided to go for the Lucian, even though he doesn't have the Milio.
What do you want here as a support?
I think it's either Alistar or Braum for Keria, 99%. Anything else I would be very surprised by, unless Keria has something crazy cooked up. You just want something that can receive this engage and peel for the T1 carries.
Okay, well, 3 seconds, and it's locked. So engage, peel, and as you said, Jack, well spotted, it's going to be Pays on that Seraphine bot, so that the Ashe didn't get to not play the game in Game 2.
Makes a lot of sense. Keria deciding to go for the Alistar over the Braum as well, because you're pairing up with the Mage, so you're not going to be able to proc that Braum passive too easily. So I do like this from T1. You have a really strong front line here. You have the Seraphine healing and shielding to keep things going, and Faker as well is going to be able to do quite a bit if the fight goes longer. While Gam have a bit of a different strategy. They really want to blow you up as soon as the fight starts. Lucian, all about that burst. Ahri, the same. While Nocturne and Nautilus have great ultimates, but if the fight goes for longer, they're going to get outmatched by their counterparts.
What do you think about weaving in and out of the fights here for Gam? The commitment is not, you know, as hard as one-sided like a Malphite ult, but it's still, once you're in, you're kind of staying in with versus Alistar, versus Silas, versus the Chain CC that T1 can lock you with.
Yeah, T1 want to keep the fight going. They want to make the fight long.
Yeah.
While Gam need to find that initial pick, need to find that blow up with the Ahri Charm, with the Nocturne ulti. And if they can find that, and they can take T1 down, make the fight on their own terms. But if T1 are able to kite them back, re-engage with the Seraphine, movement speed, healing, shielding, CC, there's a lot of tools for T1 here, and I'm afraid to say I think I still prefer their draft.
Do you? So we're coming back to the draft gap discussion of Game 1 then.
Yeah, the thing is T1, they have a really easy way, I think, of receiving the engage from Gam. I think as long as Pace is not the one that gets engaged upon, it's really hard to make anything happen on Jarvan, Renekton, or Silas. So your only real threat is the Seraphine, and I think Pace is a good enough player that he recognizes that he's the only real target for Gam. So if he plays back and is healing and shielding his team up, it's going to be very difficult for Gam to find an opportunity, and they're going to have to work hard to be able to find it.
Well, we've watched one Seraphine from Korea dominate the competition only yesterday, and here comes another match point for T1 in this best of 3 to qualify for the elimination bracket at EWC 26. And it is Gam who have to commit to the dive and find themselves the pick, or all hell will break loose with T1 in this game. Conqueror for 4 with a Glacial Augment for Keria. And as you said, Jack, they keep the fights going. They get massive value here.
Yeah, 4 Conquerors, as you say, Jake. Conquer on Seraphine especially. Pace wants to go for those long skirmishes. And Artemis choosing to go for the Doran's bow here. Means he's a little bit... Oh, good hook.
Line. Okay, for now, you might not have audio at home as Keria gets a headbutt away. Taki, stretch line starts off nice onto Pace. We'll obviously fix that for you in a second, as I assume people at home are experiencing the same thing. But Jack, there you go. Right as the engage comes through. Headbutt away. Heal going to be used as well. Keria can't do much. It's a level 1 Alistar. What do you expect? Stretch line in. Nice. Auto attack as well. Artemis. Close. Hang on. He flashes away. And Nautilus obviously better at the start of this game.
Oh, Keria there having to flash away. I thought for a second that he might be dead if Artemis had the W back up, but it was still a little bit on cooldown. It's a great start for Gam here as they force both sums from Keria. They force his recall, so he's stuck at level 1. And Taki now is going to be sitting at an XP lead for the majority of this early game as Owner wants to go for an invade.
Spotted. Phalight's going to be dropped on down. And Owner looking for the gank, while meanwhile KC have just 2-0'd Sentinels.
Let's go!
So NA officially out of the competition.
Wow, that's crazy actually.
Chains connect, flag and drag. Glory gonna flash away. Faker takes the ignite and flashes himself. Chains gonna land as well. Glory close to finding the kill. Faker not dead though. And the turret meanwhile Taki in a bit of trouble, but look better here for Artemis as Keria has no flash. A dredge line already used and will not be reused here from Taki in the 2v2.
And the shield from Pace there was so clutch. You could see how Artemis was posturing that he wanted to flash forward.
Dredge line Pace gets him under turret. Oh, Taki no! An auto attack and down he drops. Pace stands in his face. Another turret shot. Pace already used his flash, but he gets the range. Gam have just been schooled in the 2v2.
And how does T1 do it? As Seraphine Alistar, they find a double kill off of Gam's mistakes, and they are snowballing this early game.
Oh man, and top might be another bridge that Gam cannot cross. Doran gets a bit of cleave here with a Cole the Meek, or rather Ruthless Predator about to come up. Wait for that. Kiaya running for his life. Ona gets an auto attack down from the slow flag. And Dragon to find him. Matches a flash. And T1, the star points cannot be greater. There's that Ruthless Predator, and Doran gets the kill across the map. It burns for Gam.
And T1, they're making plays across the board here. Gam want to try to match and dive Pace. And Keria is going to try to run here as fast as he can. Gam is on a timer. It all comes down to this.
Pace does not have flash. He has nothing available. Gets launched under turret as well. Dredge line out as well. Good dive from Taki. And a shutdown over to Drakthar.
It's a mistake from Keria there. He over-roams on mid lane. He's not in time for the wave crash to defend Pace. So Pace ends up dying. No teleport, so he's going to lose a lot of minions as we watch this back. It starts with Taki flashing, trying to get onto Pace. But he doesn't get the hook. Pace flashes it well. And then Lucian takes the tower shot, and then Pace lands the Eve with the minion.
Beat drop at max range. I have to say, Pace's monitor is very bright, Jack.
True.
Brightness was at max as Gam. Yeah, DK a little bit upset by that one. Laughing it off as he has to, as Faker might be found out, but he gets saved out by Keria. Pulverized trample, and the heal from the Kingslayer. The King will not be slayed as Faker finds himself the kill in retribution. Mid lane will not get anything. It's Glory who wants that Orb of Deception, but Faker is too far.
Great play by T1 there. Faker gets the W off. So damn close, but Gam are not able to take him down. Doran able to continue pushing in this top lane, getting plates for himself. And the one lane that Gam had last game has evaporated. There's no winning lanes anymore for Gam. They need to use Drakthar, get him level 6, and try to play around that Nocturne ultimate to get it back into this game. But Artemis is 2 levels down.
Yeah.
It's about to hit level 4, but not the start you wanted, especially considering the fact that you're playing Lucian.
I mean, yeah, it's all about the lane. It's all about that first item spike. How quickly do you get there? The answer to this game is going to be very different. The threat of return from Kiaya not going to land. Doran has Dominus available, and he's dominating the lane with it as well. He got the kill earlier, and he went straight for the heal cut. Jack, that's an 800 gold spend here from Doran that's going to pay dividends against Kiaya.
Yeah, he wants to continue snowballing this lane. He's also up quite a bit of XP across the board for T1 here. Only person with an XP lead is Drakthar on Gam as Keria face checks.
And got pulverized. Keria looking for the trample, gets stretch line in, 2-mag flag and drag. Ona goes in deep though versus 3 now as Artemis looks for Keria. Maybe taking him out was the wrong move though as Ona got to separate the pack. I think Artemis made a crucial, game-breaking, EWC loss-making mistake.
I mean, Artemis, he had the right idea. He wanted to continue fighting, but he overcommitted on Keria. Flash forward, and Faker had the move. Glory was not able to match, so it's a numbers advantage for T1. Artemis now falling even further behind. Level 6 on Pace, still level 4 on this Lucian. So difficult for him.
Now, maybe not as disastrous as it once was. Death charge going to be used by Faker. He stole that charm dodge as well. He gets the change on top of Glory. Keria coming in to help out, but Glory still had that ult. He doesn't pull that off.
Great chunk by Faker there. As we watch this replay of the fight, I mean, Keria face checks a little bit early, so he gets really chunked, and that's what baits Artemis to continue going forward here. He dashes forward, and he thinks he can take down Keria, but Keria holds the heal, so Artemis is then forced to flash. Faker's wrapped around, Glory's not there, and they get a free kill onto Artemis.
Faker gets a kill. Big for the silence. Maybe not as devastating as it once thought, Jack. Obviously, the wave was held by Taki, as we saw at the end of that play. So he does get some CS, hasn't fallen as much behind as I thought he would. But as Gam try to put the pace on, they're looking towards the top side. Keria's moving up. Taki's going to join in with Drakthar. Paranoia is up. So in range is this Nocturne as Keria sits on a ward.
Draktar is up half a level on Owner here. This could be a good timing for Gam to fight, as Draktar's level 6 and Owner's still stuck at that level 5. But Pace is here. Pace is here.
You're right. Paranoia going to be used. Pace, the advantage going to be there. He has the Encore waiting to use it. Draktar about to find a kill, but the Encore comes in clutch. Flash here from Draktar. He's stunned up. Onan takes a while to die. It's like the last play where Gam have to commit so much, and it ends up being a trade with Pace picking up his 3rd kill.
And again, we see Pace moving just like he did in game 1 and being the difference maker, as Faker wants to go for the 1v1.
He's got damage here. He thinks with the Hextech Coordinator doing culling right in melee range, but Faker's is better. Pace walks up to the turret, trying to return, flashed away from while T1's dive on Kia doesn't work out. Taki, his opportunity strikes now as Carrier behind the Krug is going to try and survive, but Glory gets an orb deception and Gam get one back.
T1 wanted to go for the dive on Kia there, wasn't quite able to get it. Pace being forced to flash and Carrier falling, but still it's a solo kill for Faker. He's going to be able to push in this bot wave, accelerate himself, as T1 are dominating across the board.
Yes, indeed they are. We keep seeing trades. We see Draktar getting gold. But in the end, what does it mean for the map is the biggest question. Is 2,000 gold up? We look at the replay here and the attempted dive.
T-Pace here being forced to flash away from the Zayan, and Carrier has nowhere to run, surrounded by Taki and Glory. He dies to the electrocute. It's just the life of a cow, though. Not the end of the world, the support falling. We see the pro view of Faker here. Uses the Lucian ultimate, and he does a bit more damage than the enemy Lucian.
They just kind of matrixed each other, you know.
Yeah.
Who can dodge the best? Faker looks like he's having a good time.
That's what you got out of that?
Yeah. That's the guy you got a photo with, Jack. Next place, or rather, plating picked up in the top side, but I was going to say, Protobelt picked up by Faker as Carrier looks for the dive again. Owner's here with a Cataclysm. And Kiaya, how safe is he?
3 members. Kiaya looks try to back out here.
Overrise flag and drag is up. Onan doesn't need to flash. He's got the trample from Carrier as well. The stun up. Kiaya just trying to move. Grim Deliverance is not available either. Cataclysm down. The stun up, the slow down. The passive GA is there. So Kiaya is just going to be a potential kill, but not just yet. As Doran, the attempt to dive in response. He dominances. He takes a 1v2 onto Taki. There's a Paranoia. Doran flashes away, but Faker's here to help out. The Q healing. The wave's gone. Faker's got his back. A double for the Silas. Doran was bait. And a 3rd waits. Faker at 5. He gets the chains down. Takes his 3rd. And Faker with 6-0 returns.
And Faker is the savior for Doran as he roams bot lane. And he gets 3 kills and seals the fate of Gam here with a 3,000 gold lead and 10 Dark Seal stacks.
Carrier as well, trying to get that ulti out. It's just a nice combo. Use the minion wave to get there. Is he in trouble though from the back end of it? Glory misses the charm. Carrier walking away with trample. Headbutt pulverized again. Glory's about to run out of the ulti. Use the last to get over the wall before T1 arrive with backup.
Really intelligent move from Faker there. He realized that Gam wanted to go for the cross map, tried to dive Doran, so he moved preemptively to defend him, and he arrived just in time to save Doran and pick up 3. And now Gam are staring at a 3,000 gold lead at 10 minutes. They do have the Ocean Dragon at least. If you watch the replay here from Faker's POV, even despite the fact that he has no vision with the Nocturne ult, he's still able to arrive, takes down the Lucian, dashes forward with the Ahri ult, gets the W, dashes forward with the chains, lands that, takes him out with the Kingslayer.
Doesn't even blink. Triple kill for Faker. 6-0. Silence is unleashed. Already was, and now even more so. Yankos is gassed. Maybe Double Lift not looking too happy because he just lost his teams. So,
where we going, man?
As to be said, yeah, I am. Just taking the trade-off here. There's no first item for Doran because he went Xe first, so a little bit behind. But, I mean, Doran, again, remember, he used that Cole the Meek Jack on the minion wave and got some champion damage, so the healing was enough that he was no longer a kill under that turret, and he cleared the wave.
Yeah, it was a good tower defense by Doran. As we see continuous trades on top here favoring Doran. A big gold lead for him. See if he's able to hit that tower, get that plate. He does need to be careful though. Draktar is top side here with the Nocturne ultimate, so if he gets baited to hit the tower, it could be an angle.
Damage
for
down.
Gam to go in.
Dominus is available. Dread of Return going to find him. There's that Paranoia you talked about, and it's still not used just yet. There's that Dominus. Gets a healing out, looking for the 1v2, but the passive from Kiaya going to keep him safe. He brings in the Grim Deliverance. Owner's now here, stuck in the middle, but he doesn't care because Paze is on the way with the two-man Cataclysm as well. And a knockup from Carrier. He'll take one deserved kill while the Kiaya GA pops, but Gam cannot support his return. It's Dreaded. It's Faker running in for number 7 as T1 the chase on top of this Nautilus. Needs simply but a trample. Dredgeline, the blood from Carrier. No cow on the menu. He'll survive to walk it out while Faker claims the glory again. Owner gets ignited. Glory trying for the kill, but a depth charge stolen. And Faker is running Paris and Gam into the ground.
Oh my god, T1 are just running circles around Gam. Pace somehow always shows up where he needs to be to save them alongside Faker. 9-0 on this Silas here. Maybe even picks up the Medjais to celebrate.
He had 10 stacks of the Dark Seal for a while. Jack, I think he's gone back and forth on this one as Faker finds Draktar. The chains are out. Doran's coming to help him out as well. The fear not going to matter too much here in Doran. Looks for the stuns up, find a chain lash, going to be flushed away from Draktar. Pace teleported in. The Culling Claws getting killed with Faker in the way. Interrupt the chain lash again. This guy's Silas, unreal. 10 kills on the board. Another chain, and that is League of Legends right there.
Yo, this Faker guy is kind of good. He's just styling on him. 10-0. Continues to find the fights. He's either moving first to the play or he's the one starting it as he did there against Draktar. And T1, they just don't want to stop. They keep the tempo going. Glory has no ult and he's in trouble.
It's going to be pulverized, flagged and dragged. Owner has his number with the Cataclysm not up. He's looking for the auto. The charm interrupts. He will die as the trade kill as Carrier manages to slither his way out after Draktar turns off the lights. As they return back on, Carrier is left in no man's land, so he will die with the Dread of Return pulling him back. Gam find a couple back after the overeager dive, but they need more than that.
Yeah, T1 went a little bit too crazy there, wanted to just keep fighting, but 2 kills is not enough to get Gam back in this game, as you say, Jake. Although, they are going to be able to pick up the Cloud Dragon now spawning in 5 seconds, with Owner and Carrier still being dead. So that is a silver lining.
2 dragons for Gam, and all they need now is to kill the king. 2 items here.
That's a tough task, especially...
He has 1,000 gold, Jack. 1,000 gold is his shutdown. And you're telling me it's a tough task.
Yeah, Owner is able to make it in time to the Drake. Unfortunately for Gam, they just didn't quite have the damage.
Here he comes, inevitable as always, as an Ariel has an angle, finds the chain lash once again, the 10-0 stars, returns back in to finish the job. He makes it 11, and he's got a reset. The angle over the wall not going to be found. He goes to the camps instead, thinks, hang on, who else is here? Chain lash into the abyss, but it's not needed. He already found the blood, and now he corners off the top laner of Gam.
T1 want to keep going. They want to take down Kiaya. They have 4.
Everyone in the kitchen seeing just wait for the chains to connect once again. Grim Deliverance going to get him out of dodge, but Faker finds his number. This guy has Bluetooth on his E button. Cataclysm to finish the job. Doran to take one more. T1 are inevitable again.
T1 are just diving them. They're dominating. It's impossible for Gam to find any respite as now Artemis wants to make a play onto Pace. He has no flash. Pace is
Seraphine Encore going to come through, and the spell shield is enough as well. Draktar gets a shutdown.
Gam are finding
something.
Some plays.
Yeah.
Some plays, but it's an uphill battle here as they have yet to take down Faker and...
oh no, Culling going to come out. Artemis at melee range. Needs help from Taki. Going to be blocked. Chain lash though is enough.
God.
He's trying to set records. Again a chain lash. He's taking on the whole damn Gam. Owner comes in to save Grace. He says, Faker, you can't take all the kills. He runs in, he gets charmed up. Finally shut down with Faker's skin on Glory. Owner trying to cut away. Dread of Return brings him back in. Orb Deception is enough damage. With a bit more gold going to Gam, T1 lose about 2,000.
Okay, a pretty big gold swing for Gam here as they were able to finally take down Faker. Faker got a little bit overeager. He was stuck under tower, got CC chain, and they were able to take him down. And we'll see if it's able to make the difference here as now Taki might be in trouble.
Taki, Dredgeline doesn't get him in the right way. Pays corners off his escape. Carrier's on top of him. His Alistar has been so big this game, and it's still a T1 glazing session, but because of the way they've been playing. Taki, bopped. He's saved by Keria with the TP coming out in the flash as well. Keria, he's going to pull himself out with the unbreakable will. The stun up from Pays, nicely done.
I felt a bit personal from Keria. He just flashed to kill the 0-6 Nautilus.
He wanted a piece of the action.
The fact that he bumped him over the wall, he was like,
you can't get away now.
You're not getting away. Nah.
Herald's still up. This is a 34 kill game in 17 minutes. It's not even Baron yet as T1 controls top. Is Doran dead?
Doran is not dead. Faker is here to cover him.
Oh my god. Here he comes. Doran slowed down. Stride breaker. Here's Faker. The chain's going to be blocked. Paranoia stolen but not used.
Now Faker though with the Paranoia will be so deadly. And in the side lanes and wherever he goes, honestly. Faker is a very scary player for GAM to face right now. They need to rely on a CC chain so that he cannot get the healing, because if he gets those Kingslayers off, he's going to be healing just way too much for GAM to be able to deal with.
So, GAM, 5,000 gold in the hole right now. Glory got a lot of gold to net Lichbane, and now they're looking for Owner. The setup there with Cataclysm. Artemis layers him down and peppers him with the culling. Hayes can't help him out. Owner caught out again. And this, for T1, has been a recurring theme so far at the tournament, but more so here in this game, it's starting to build.
GAM does have a lot of damage in their team comp. When they're able to layer that Ahri ultimate and the Nocturne Paranoia, they're able to do so much so fast that Owner is not prepared for it. Now Doran wants to go for the 1v1, use the dominance.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a skirmishing chaos frenzy here in this game. Slice and Dice going to be used. Kiai going to try and TP out without the Ruthless Predator available. Close to dying, but he does not. Kiai teleports out, and Doran can't get the kill.
Still though, TP use from Kiai here. We'll see if they can try to transition that into a Baron pressure in the next 1 minute. I would assume that T1 is looking to try to do this Baron Nashor on spawn. The only thing is they don't have great damage on the Baron Nashor.
Faker using that because the hijack is timing out. So he's just going to reset it. Also just confuse maybe GAM a little bit more as he backs away, and Faker sitting on a Seekers now. So Zonya's going to be the third item here. As so far for this guy, it has been, I would say, I can't say generational gaming because that is just false. It's so much BS.
Yeah.
When Faker has many generational games. But it is a doozy right now where Faker is hard carrying along with the setup from T1. Stretch line, he doesn't have dominance available, just use it, he's dead. GAM are getting creative and it is working.
GAM have so much burst. We'll have to see if T1 want to fight this 4v5 or give up the Infernal Dragon. Knowing T1 and knowing this game, I think they want to try to fight the 4v5.
I think Faker's going to get the wave and then pick an ulti. He's got a lot to choose from here as GAM moving into the river. Tucky using the blast cone to try and get an angle when Jack Dragon begins.
We'll have to see here. Faker's off on the flank, but Glory is trying to watch him here, trying to get the charm.
Faker, who's he going to find? We go to the POV cam. He's in the bottom of the fight looking for an ulti to steal. He'll chain lash in. The encore comes through as well. Darkness for the time being even matters not because T1 have numbers advantage in this choke. Depth charge taken. Faker the angle, but he can't Seekers in time. He's dead. GAM find the fight. Even though T1 is so far ahead, it's their moment. Glory missing the charm, but not the game here. He sends out an Orb of Deception, finds a kill. Owner runs for his life with the Herald, but Glory has a reset and a charm. All he needs to do is find it, and he does. And a dredge line to boot. GAM take all but one to the death knell, and this game's still going.
And GAM get Nash. T1 with a mega throw here. They get too cocky, contesting a singular dragon for GAM. 4 versus 5. They think that they're way too strong. Faker has no time to press the Seekers. He goes down, and now we'll have to see if Doran can try to get something in the back end. There's Faker keeping in.
He gets over the wall. He's 1v5 at the time being. Baron goes down, but the bodies are going to drop for GAM. Doran into 5 doesn't care. He'll take one for the next. Faker looking for the depth charge. He won't get the reset here on Kiaya. He gets the next depth charge on Artemis. He will die. Baron for 3, and Doran took on the world.
A heroic play from Doran here to get T1 back in the gold lead. Takes down 3, removes the Baron power play for GAM, and it puts T1 firmly in the driver's seat here. We'll have to see if they can try to siege or do anything with 3 dead from GAM.
Now, this is not a clean game. This is not perfect League of Legends, but hot damn if it's not spice. 43 kills in 21 minutes. What do you reckon, Jack?
a lot of kills.
I think we're going for more.
I think we're going for a lot more kills. At this rate, I don't think I need to be talking too much. You could do all the talking.
Bro, I'm not going to be done. I'm not going to be here for the rest of the days at this rate. Let's look at the replay. Which one is this? The Doran versus the Calamity.
So much AoE damage here from Doran. With the Dominus, with the Q, with the Stride Breaker. He's able to take down the Nocturne, take down the Nautilus, and then Faker takes down the Lucian in the back end.
So where are we at? What actually matters in this game, Jack? What the hell are we talking about now?
I mean, what we've seen is that GAM have incredibly high burst. So if T1 make a mistake, if one person makes a misstep, doesn't matter if it's Dorn, if it's Owner. I think the only person is Keria who can live for a little bit longer, but the rest of them die so damn fast that if GAM is able to pull it off, they can just one-shot someone and then win the fight. So it really comes down to execution. You want T1 to be the ones engaging first, because if they're engaging first, then it's really hard for GAM to coordinate their Nocturne, their Ahri, their Zahan, all together to go on the same target. While if GAM get that preparation time, get to use that Paranoia with the Spirit Fox Glory, they can be the one one-shotting a member from T1 and starting the fight on their own terms.
3,000 gold is what separates T1 from GAM, and a comeback to move to a Game 3 in an elimination best of 3 at EWC 2026. Damn unspeakable horrors of what we're going to await them with this Silas moving into now 14 kills, right? But the fact that they're back in this game, the fact that T1 made so many mistakes, to GAM's credit, that shotgun, when does it go, or rather, when does it get played out next? Is GAM using the Baron buff to try and get some gold here? They are down in the power play because they lost 3 members after it, but still, they've stagnated the game, Jack.
Yeah, and also, like, Pace has the Magi at 0 stacks.
True.
So that feels pretty bad for him. As well, Faker, he was sitting on the 10-stack Dark Seal. He was forced to sell that.
Yeah.
While it's actually Glory now with the 10-stack Magi's himself. So a lot of throws here for T1 that has definitely cost them a lot, but they are still ahead, make no doubt.
Doran's going to get ganked here. Is it a window for GAM? He slices and dices in, dodges away and gets back out. Glory looking for the dive or potential damage, but he'll just take the plating instead. All the attention from T1 right now is focused around this mid lane while Faker is solo leveling up in that top lane. He's taking the turret here. And Jack, this is going to be a trade for GAM. Gold is going to be shared, yes, but Faker getting the inner turret is obviously going to be more worth.
Yeah, Faker getting even further ahead here. He's going to be looking to complete that Sonya's once he finally bases. And what we talked about earlier in the Champ Select, well, I like the T1 comp more.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize how much damage GAM would have, to be honest. Sure. Because what I thought was they really could only go on the Seraphine, and if they ever went on the Jarvan, the Renekton, the Silas, it would be hard for them to win the fight. But what we've seen is, as long as they have a little bit of distance between the T1 carries, they can blow someone up in 2-3 seconds so fast that the rest of T1 can actually not react. And now Doran is pretty deep here, but he's going to be fine. As T1 want to get full control of this Infernal Dragon.
Game's not going to connect. Infernal Dragon would be number 2 for T1. GAM get this, they move to Soul Point. Does feel like a nail biter that could be beneficial, but are they going to go for the mid turret instead, try and open up their map? It seems like 4 members going to at least get the mid push here as T1. It's Faker trying to find the chains. It's Pays matching the wave clear with Faker clearing the rest. T1 are going to be in this dragon area first.
T1 holding control. GAM need to find some way to break their formation. Taki can't really face check. They're having Kiaya do it.
Pays with the damage as well. Kiaya takes a little bit, not too much to speak of though. Drakthar has an angle. Not being spotted out. They know there's a control wall there. They're thinking, where is this Nocturne? Paranoia turns the lights off at 2K. Carrier face checking, looking for the engage. Depth charge in. Up to T1, get the Drake. Owner teleports a little bit weirdly as Carrier's already jumped on in with the breakable will. Kiaya now has a Grim Deliverance. Perfect AoE. And as Drakthar just walks into melee range, T1, are they losing this fight? I'm looking, I'm seeing Faker dead. Doran heals up for the time being though, trying to carry the rest of it. While meanwhile, Owner gets some autos down. Pays lives through a little bit, but it's not enough. T1 have thrown it all in the sink as GAM find themselves Deliverance.
And GAM have out-team fought T1 in the 5v5. T1 pick up the Drake, but GAM pick up 5 kills for 3. They're gonna get the mid tower, they're gonna push him both and get that as well. And finally, they will equalize the game in the gold.
A 14-2 and Silas couldn't do it. But apparently the Ahri could. GAM are going to move to inner turrets now, both in mid and bot. So much gold on the menu, and it's going to be equalized even more so. Gam are going to find themselves in a gold lead for the first time this game, and Baron is coming up in 10 seconds as we look at this one replay.
And T1, while they were able to get the Drake, Keria goes too deep. You see here, he has the ultimate active, but he flashes in to try to get onto Artemis, but Artemis has the flash cleanse. He can get out, and now Keria has no ult. He ends up falling, and this Sahen is doing so much, healing so much, and just wrecking havoc in the back line here for Gam.
As you said, shotgun. Trigger pulled by Gam. Flush away from the charm is not enough. Seraphine, the only one left alive. That is a rough fight for T1. Faker died at the start of it. And Jack, we could be going to 3.
We could be going to 3, and it feels like a lot of this is due to T1's hubris, I must say.
Yes, I think very much
They decided
so.
to continue fighting no matter what. They never wanted to put on the brakes. Even the 4 versus 5 when Doran got caught, they still wanted to keep fighting. And it has cost them dearly now in a 51 kill, 27-minute game. Gold is completely equal.
We need
2 Drakes apiece. It really all comes down to execution at this point, but you can see how strong this Sahen is now. This Sahen has outscaled this Renekton. It's going to do a lot more in these team fights, and it's becoming harder and harder for Faker. Even though he has 14 kills, he's down in gold.
He is indeed. Somehow, Faker down in gold is hilarity. T1 here in this game for a lot of their fans, it's going to be hilarity and disappointment for them. If T1 go to a game 3, they'll be one step away from Gam eliminating them. Gam's already beaten MKOI. The story of this tournament is that the number 3 seed from EU couldn't put up a fight against Gam, who, remember, they didn't actually qualify through here. They're partnered organization, Jack. So they're not the best the region sent. But Gam are here, nonetheless, putting up a fight against T1 of all teams.
They're here to play.
Very respectable, yes.
Putting up a much bigger fight than Team Secret.
Oh, yes.
So a great showing from Gam thus far. A really competitive game 1 yesterday against T1. And taking down MKOI, as you said, Jake. And now a great game 2 from them as well. Off the back of the Gam top side. Really stellar performance. But we'll have to see how T1 can navigate these later fights now. As Faker's advantage has evaporated, he needs to be able to find a flank or a great ultimate takeaway to be able to make the difference in the fights. But we've just seen him get continuously CC chained and taken down too quickly for T1 to be able to manage. But Doran looks like he might be caught.
Yeah, he's super deep here. Doesn't have the flash available. A 3-item croc has to run. Gam aren't going to commit resources to it, though. And Faker also has the TP. That would have exploded with Pays being able to join as well. They back away. Dragon's up in a minute. 2 apiece. 3rd means everything. Baron there also, but it's an afterthought, I feel like, right now. Dragon seems so important in the game. We're Infernal for a shotgun comp. Cannot be given.
Yeah, you see T1 now, they're keeping in the mid lane. They want to get full control of this Dragon here. And Gam was able to break their formation in the last fight. And now they're tasked with doing it again. As Faker's basing on a ward here, this could be the timer that Gam wants.
Maybe it's a bait. Paranoia going to be used. He runs away with the chains, jumps back in. Paranoia in response as well. Encore not bad. Faker will take one. Glory is down. Tractor up next as well. Gets in the background. It's Grim Deliverance on Kiaya. He's in the middle of 3, but with the flag and Dragon, Faker healthy. I think Gam have gone too far. A double for the GOAT. As 3 with the Dread of Return, yes. Kiaya with the GA, yes. But will he live? You know the answer's got to be no. As Cataclysm brings him down, he's going to try and rush out of there, but a flag and Dragon, he takes so long to die. As he resurrects at full HP, Faker's going to try again. He brings those chains right into his infernal face. Dread of Return on back. Somehow, some way, this champion's in the game. Grim Deliverance, though. Faker will finish the job after doing 9,500 damage.
And both top laners were absolute raid bosses in this team fight. Doran takes out the Gam bot lane, while Kiaya bought so much time for Gam, but it was not enough. T1, they ace Gam, they're gonna pick up the Infernal Dragon, they're gonna get the mid tower, and they're gonna be looking to set up this Baron Nashor.
But is the game over? No, definitely not. I don't trust it. Jack, I definitely don't trust this 58 kill game as we look at the replay. And that 10k damage came purely, I think, from Kiaya and a little bit of the jungler.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great engagement with Pace, but it takes so long for Pace to die. they actually got to one-shot Glory with the Nautilus ult that Faker took. That could have been the difference maker for Gam. If Glory is able to live there longer, take down pace, it's a whole different fight. And then Kiaya is left to 1v3. And he's a scary guy. He can 1v3. He flashes onto Keria. He buys so much time. He's nearly able to take down Faker with the healing, with the damage, with the dashes. But Faker is able to survive on incredibly low HP and take down Kiaya near the end.
And at this point in the game, he heals up to full pretty much. So they got to do it again. It's like a second phase of the boss, Jack, and you're like, oh my god, he's got the same HP.
The raid boss has 2 phases.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cullen going to come through, caught out. Is Faker? No. Not quite at half HP. Gam in their 4-man entirety, hover around, or rather 5 through mid. T1 have an angle up in top side. They're going to look for the push up there, maybe, or to steal camps. Remember, Baron is the only objective up now, so that
Faker
does feel like the game
flash.
side. Yep.
Faker just lost his flash in that play. He's not going to have that up and available. But T1, they don't care. They're starting the Nash. Faker's TPing in. T1 want to fight.
What ult is he going to steal? Hijack up and available. Carrier with an angle. Gam move in through this side brush. It's Draktar with the lights to turn off. It's Doran with an angle spotted out. He's got Len, so he knows Kiaya is there at the back line as well at 8k. Carrier starts it off. Onan looking for his angle. The on-call not too bad as well. Onto Kiaya. He's versus Doran. Onan tries to jump in and they dive Artemis to the dirt. Meanwhile, Pace is dealing with Taki while I'm watching Faker glide through with Glory's ultimate. We're going to do this again. Kiaya's going to resurrect, but instead of 3 this time, there's 4. He'll die quicker. And T1's team fighting when it comes to the tooth and nail of the game is going to be better.
And T1, they start the Nasher. They know they have the advantage with the ultimates, the Gam burn trying to take down Faker. And with that, they seal Gam's fate. They're going to get the ace. They're looking to end this game, running down mid. And what better way to do it? With 20 kills for the GOAT himself.
It was messy. It was convoluted, but 20 kills for Faker. I'm not going to say this is a generational game from him, Jack, but I am going to say that he still started this, and now he'll finish it. Next start number 1 and then 2. Faker ends with 20 kills on his Silas. Still the GOAT, always will be. T1 survive elimination, survive Gam, knock them out, and continue to the elimination bracket at EWC 26.
And what a monumental game from Faker. I mean, always the Silas. It's a pick he's known for. It's a pick he's made the difference on. I'm brought back to BLG versus T1 World Finals 2024 Game 4.
Oh, yeah.
Where he had the incredible Silas play on mid lane to win that best of 5 and win that World Finals. And it feels like a player that always when it matters most, he steps up. He's going to be the one to be in the clutch moments and bring the victory for his team.
And I think the takeaway from this is T1 have that spark, but they do not look super clean. They're going to move on as a better team, but Gam gave them a run for their money. They will be eliminated here at EWC. They knocked out MCoy. They can be proud of that in the best of 1, but I think, well, sorry, best of 3.
Yeah.
But I think the best moment in that second game is when we saw the fire that Gam had in them. That comp made a lot of sense where we got to extensive fighting. We definitely got the old VCS way of playing for Gam.
Gam showed a ton of life today. And throughout this whole tournament, the fact that they were able to nearly take down T1 Game 1.
But not enough. Faker on stage, 20 kills on his Silas. Still the best of all time.
No doubt about it. The GOAT standing by. T1 booked their spot in our quarterfinals here at EWC. A big thanks, of course, goes to the unkillable Demon King himself. Paris, faites du bruit pour Faker! A real standout performance from you. You went big. Did you feel the pressure to step up today, knowing that your team's backs were against the wall here with potential elimination?
일단 페이커 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 탈락의 위기에서 정말 팀을 구해내시고 결국에는 팀을 캐리하는 모습 보여주셨는데 그런 위기에서도 흔들리진 않으셨는지, 그런 위기에서 좀 부담감이나 이런 건 느끼시지 않으셨는지 궁금합니다.
오늘 경기 사실 좀 걱정도 많고 좀 잘 안 풀린 경기도 있었는데 그런 와중에도 그래도 저희가 할 수 있는 것들을 좀 최대한 하려고 하고 있고요. 지금 좀 부족하지만 남은 경기 동안 오히려 좀 성장할 수 있는 기회라고 생각하고 잘 준비해 보려고 할 것 같습니다.
Yeah, we were worried about our performance. Yeah, we were definitely pressured. However, we just tried on what we do, what we can, and we were trying to stick our plays as much as possible, and we're trying to be improved as much as possible here.
Première question, Goat, effectivement, est-ce que tu as senti la pression? Vous étiez acculé, dos au mur, et est-ce que c'est ça qui vous a fait step up? Et bien effectivement, on a senti la pression, on était un petit peu en galère, on est revenu, on a réussi à s'améliorer pendant la game, et je suis évidemment ravie. Faker Sanso, Paris, Ongel, Wanyaneo. Welcome to Paris, bienvenue à Paris. Évidemment, my question, you've made everyone agree. You are the legend of the game. Everyone knows that. So it must be hard sometimes to have self-criticism. But if you had, to have maybe something you want to improve about your game, about yourself, what would it be today?
일단 페이커 선수가 역대 최고이고 언제나 최고의 선수라는 걸 다들 알고 있겠지만 그럼에도 불구하고 계속해서 좀 보여주는 모습이 계시잖아요. 그래서 사실은 자아 성찰하기가 좀 꽤나 힘드실 것 같은데 그럼에도 좀 계속해서 자신이 좀 발전해 나가야 될 부분이 있다라고 하면은 좀 어떤 부분이 있다고 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
뭐 최고라는 수식어 자체가 저는 결국에는 과거형이라고 생각해서 지나간 경기는 지나간 경기라고 생각하고 중요한 건 앞으로 있을 경기에서 얼마나 더 좋은 퍼포먼스를 보여주는지가 중요하다고 생각합니다.
Yeah, so best means the past. So it is always going to be gone games. I don't really look back at the past. I just focus on the game at hand. So yeah, for me, it's just about how to improve myself on my performance next game.
Yeah, game after game, day after day, that's a big humility from you, Faker. Donc la question, c'est évidemment, quand tout le monde dit que t'es le GOAT, quand tout le monde dit que t'es la légende du jeu, c'est dur de se remettre en question. Qu'est-ce que toi, t'as encore envie d'améliorer aujourd'hui? Je me concentre pas sur le passé, sur les trophées. J'essaie de m'améliorer game après game. Et je pense que ça s'est vu aujourd'hui.
It's time for another key crush here in Paris. Anything more iconic than a Faker key crush? And look who's standing by in the distance. I'll leave you to it.
It's time to go. Faker, Maddox, you can come with me to the key crusher. One of your first time crushing a key. And who better than Tyler One to welcome you in that thing?
So excited for you, bro. So excited. Good job out there. They were like, maybe we shouldn't root for. I'm a T1 favorite. You killed it, by the way. Anyway, sorry guys. We're gonna be crushing the key right now. He's gonna brief you. This is gonna be Gam's final goodbye. Congrats.
I think right before Faker crushes the key, do we have Ian? I'm gonna wait you for 1 sec. I think Ian is checking in with some T1 fans. Do we have T1 fans in the building?
Yes, we do.
Of course we do.
T1 fans, how we doing? Are we ready to crush a key?
준비되셨나요? Yes, he's ready.
Say
He's
crush.
ready.
He said he's ready.
Yes! He said
Let's go.
crush!
That key. Yeah! Make some noise, yeah!
Faker, Maddox, I'm gonna welcome you back onto the stage. We're gonna go see some T1 fans here. I think everyone can congratulate you on this. I'm gonna ask you one more question. You have fans all over the world. You have fans here in France making noise for you. You have fans coming from Korea here to cheer you up, and you deserve it. Do you have anything you want to tell the fans going on to playoffs?
이제 마지막 질문으로 정말 전 세계에서 봐주시는 팬분들과 그리고 파리 현장의 팬분들과 그리고 먼 곳에서 한국에서 또 페이커 선수를 보러 오신 많은 한국 팬분들을 위해서 마지막으로 해주실 말씀이 있다면 어떤 말씀 있을까요?
이제 저희 팀이 8강에 진출했는데 사실 지금 좀 부족한 부분이 많다고 느끼고요. 그렇지만 저희 팀이 항상 우승할 수 있는 저력이 있다고 생각하고 남은 기간 동안 팬분들이 좋아하시는 경기 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, I mean, our performance is still lacking, I feel. However, we still have our potential to lift the trophy. So, yeah, we'll try our best to give the best performance we have. Thank you so much.
Encore une fois, du bruit pour Faker, mesdames et messieurs. De l'humilité de son côté, on n'est peut-être pas encore à notre meilleur niveau, mais on a le potentiel pour aller chercher ce trophée. Mesdames et messieurs, une dernière fois, du bruit pour Faker. To our last BO3 of the day. See you there.
There he is, the GOAT walks off after crushing the hopes of GAM Esports. And as Lou said, another match in just a little bit. But first, we've got to break this one down. 40-23, it sounds like an American football score. Touchdowns and field goals abound. And it started off super one-sided and all of a sudden got so messy.
Absolutely. I felt like this was an absolute bloodbath, and you can't expect anything else from GAM. We asked them to go pedal to the metal, try and confuse perhaps T1, push them to their limits, but I don't think there's many teams that can truly push them there.
It was most dominant game from T1 by far in the EWC, and it was insane performance, and now we are prepared for the interview here.
Yeah, again, a huge victory here. Lots of fights, lots of scrapping, and I think something to be proud of if you're a GAM Esports fan. Glory with multiple opportunities. Kayaya seemed unkillable in a lot of those fights. But 40-23, that's a spectacle you don't get to see too often as we take a look at the scoreboard one more time. 40-25, excuse me. As lots of gold. That gold graft was all over the place. But there is one man joining us here, a very special guest from T1. Please welcome world champion owner 선수. 안녕하세요. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요.
어떻게 지내세요?
지금 또 이제 열심히 대회 하고 있는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, we are playing now, so it's kind of rough, yeah.
Yeah, Trouble had a question about the schedule given all the success that he's had.
Yeah, so usually when you lose in a tournament, you take some time to bask in your loss, think about it, move forward. But your schedule is so packed. MSI, EWC, back to LCK. How do you deal with that?
이제 보통 그 토너먼트가 하나 끝나고 나면 좀 패배 이후에 조금 회복할 시간도 있고 그런데 지금 이제 MSI, EWC 그리고 또 이거 끝나면 LCK도 있고 정말 스케줄이 엄청 많이 힘들잖아요. 어떻게 보면 이런 상황 속에서 좀 어떤 식으로 좀 본인만의 대처 방법이 있는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 스케줄이 이렇게 힘든 일정이긴 하지만 힘든 일정이 없는 것보다는 훨씬 프로게임 하는 데에서 낫다고 생각해서 그런 마인드로 지금을 즐기자라고 생각하면서 이런 힘든 일정을 소화하고 있는 것 같습니다.
So for sure, schedule is rough, but better than nothing, you know. And as a pro player, it's really enjoyable, and it's really grateful to enjoy this kind of tournament. So I'm trying to have fun.
Absolutely. You only have that schedule because you're always winning. So definitely a blessing. Well, you got a question about the meta?
Yeah, because I really want to ask how the meta transit to EWC, because MSI and EWC is the same patch, but it seems like everyone has different idea. 그러니까 사실 MSI랑 EWC가 같은 패치임에도 불구하고 메타가 계속해서 바뀌고 있는 것 같거든요. 좀 본인이 생각하기에 지금 메타 어떻게 좀 생각하시는지?
지금 메타가 이제 B1딜이 굉장히 많이 나오는 메타였기 때문에 B1딜 위주로 이제 서폿과 정글이 좀 주도적으로 게임을 해야 되는 메타라고 생각해서 그런 부분이 좀 재밌는 것 같습니다.
I think right now in this current meta, you have to work with the non-AD carry bot lane, and I think on top of that, you have to work with your support a lot. So I think that's the most important part in this current meta here.
You had a question here about specific junglers.
Yeah, I feel like it matches really nicely with that question into the meta, because not only do you have to play versus different bot lanes or with different bot lanes, it's also different junglers. Now for Shun, you played him on MSI, but now you had to prepare for both Shun and Drakthar. What is the difference in the way you prep to face different types of junglers?
이제 챔피언뿐만이 아니라 선수들도 어떻게 보시면 정글러로서 슌 그리고 드락사르 같은 그런 타입이 다른 선수들을 이제 상대를 함에 있어서 어떤 식으로 다르게 준비를 또 했는지 좀 궁금합니다.
일단은 개개인 선수마다의 특징이라는 게 있기 때문에 경기를 좀 보면서 어떤 느낌으로 하는지를 좀 많이 봤었던 것 같고요. 그래서 그에 맞게끔 잘 준비해왔었던 것 같고 빌드전이 아쉽게 지긴 했지만 또 다음에 만나면은 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I've been watching how they play because everyone has different kind of play style and the personality on the Rift. So I've been watching their games, and again, even though we lost against BLG, I'm pretty confident in myself that I can play better against BLG here.
This schedule has been very busy, but we are here in Paris, France. How has Paris been for you so far?
바쁘긴 하지만 어쨌든 파리에 오셔서 지금 이 현장을 즐기고 계시잖아요. 어떻게 생각하시나요, 파리?
일단은 바쁘긴 하지만 이렇게 파리에서 많은 팬분들과 함께 이런 또 대회에 참가하는 것 자체가 너무나 영광이고 또 이렇게 즐길 수 있다는 것 자체만으로도 선수 생활하면서 많은 경험치와 많은 추억 이런 걸 가져가기 때문에 지금을 너무 즐기고 싶은 마음이 큰 것 같습니다.
It's packed, but it's always been honored to share this kind of memories with all these fans here, and I'm really happy that I can share this kind of memory with my fans. So I'm trying to be more glad that I can actually share these thoughts with my fans here.
And then finally, with this victory against GAM, you finish as a 2 seed. Who do you want to play in the next round? Would you rather play Gen G, Hanwha Life, or AGAL cannot play BLG because they're in the same group?
이제 감 e스포츠 상대로 승리를 거두셨고 이제 다음에 8강에서 젠지, 하나생명 그리고 AGAL 이 세 팀 중에 한 팀을 만나시게 될 텐데요. 어떤 팀을 상대로 좀 만나고 싶은지 궁금합니다.
실은 어떤 팀을 만나고 싶은 팀은 없지만 그냥 어느 팀이 됐든 저희는 저희 스스로 잘해야 된다 생각해서 어느 팀이 오든 꼭 승리할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
I don't really have a preference to play against because it's on us, to play good. So it doesn't matter who do I face. I'm gonna play better and the best for the team
there
and
it
the
is.
fans.
Such a professional answer. Owner 선수 감사합니다. Everyone, Owner from T1. We'll see you after this short piece of content to set you up for a second knockout match.
We're over at the Allianz Vault where we got some MLBB action going on, and we got Trav Talk to Underscore to give us a bit of a rundown of what we are seeing today.
Yeah, so we've just finished up our group stage in MWI. Obviously, we're in the women's international competition of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And the expected people have got through. Vitality still leading the charge at the moment and obviously need those points for the club championship as well after a pretty disappointing week one in Fatal Fury. Falcons, however, though, do have two teams through.
Ooh.
And one of them, bit of a spicy quarterfinal, will be going off against Vitality. So big quarterfinal for both of those organizations trying to get points on the board for the club championship. Na'Vi made it through as well with a successful first week, obviously winning Fatal Fury and getting the points on the board there. They're in a great position to go far in the club championship.
It sounds like everything's going well according to plan, so to say, here over at this stage. But that's it from us from now. Back to you. Showmaker joining us ahead of his matchup against G2 alongside Maddox for the translation. Thank you to both of you for taking the time. This is quite the important series because it's a qualification one. You are in the lower bracket after the loss yesterday against AGAL. Could you give us a rundown of what you think went wrong in that game?
일단 쇼메이커 선수 오늘 정말 중요한 최종전을 일단 앞두고 있는데 일단 지난 경기부터 한번 좀 얘기를 해보죠. 사실 지난 AGAL 때와의 경기 때에는 좀 어떤 점이 좀 잘못됐는지 좀 말해줄 수 있을까요?
이제 좀 상대보다 교전에 있어서 좀 아쉬운 플레이 보였던 것 같고 좀 뱀픽이 저희가 난이도가 좀 있었는데 그걸 수행할 인게임 능력이 좀 잘 안 나왔던 것 같아요.
Yeah, I think overall team fight was a little bit sloppy, and our picks and bans has been actually very difficult to play. But I think in that sense, I think we should have been more careful and more cautious doing the team play and team fights.
Well, G2 is a team that when we're looking at their drafts and their team fights, it feels like they have been getting a lot better, especially at MSI. They were able to take away the series from T1. Does that make you a little bit worried at all? Or do you think that after the game from yesterday, being able to learn from your mistakes, that G2 is not going to be a threat?
이제 그래서 사실 MSI 때도 G2가 정말 뱀픽이나 좀 팀 교전 부분에서도 정말 좋은 모습을 보여주면서 T1을 이기기도 하는 등 상당히 좀 위협적인 모습을 보여줬잖아요. 그래서 그런 점이 좀 DK에게 있어서 상당히 좀 뭐라 해야 될까 위협으로 좀 작용을 하시는지 그리고 AJL전에서 좀 그런 것 느낀 점을 좀 어떤 점을 배워서 좀 대응을 하시지. 그래서 G2가 좀 그래서 G2가 좀 상대가 안 될 것 같은지 아니면 상대 좀 하기가 좀 어려울 것 같은지 좀 여쭤보고 싶네요.
일단은 G2 상대할 때 있어서 뭐 모든 팀들이 겪는 문제겠지만 확실히 좀 특이한 뱀픽들을 사용하면서 좀 상대방을 혼란에 빠뜨리는 그런 시리즈들이 되게 많았기 때문에 좀 저희도 그 부분 인지하고 있고 뱀픽 얘기도 되게 많이 했고요. 그래서 잘 상대해볼 생각이고 또 AL과의 경기에서 뭔가 선수들이 또 경험도 쌓고 이제 그 현지 무대에서의 긴장감 같은 것도 잘 느끼고 또 배웠을 거라고 생각하기 때문에 충분히 승산이 있다고 생각합니다.
So I think against G2, I think every team struggles. Their picks and bans are very, bizarre and very unorthodox. So yeah, it's a struggle for every team. However, we know and we'll take that in mind about their great team fights and their picks and bans. So we'll have to adjust to that to counter it. But also that from the match against AJAL, we have learned a lot and made a great experience, especially playing in front of the crowds. So yeah, I think that experience will help us getting into the G2 match.
Yeah, it's going to be a game in front of the crowd again today. There are so many people here already. You will be playing against an EU team, so I'm not sure which side the crowd is going to be leaning towards, but this also being an elimination match, does the crowd and the pressure maybe add on to it a little bit?
그래서 사실 관중들이 또 많이 와서 보시는 만큼 또 EU 팀을 상대하시게 되잖아요. 그래서 EU 관중들께서 어느 팀을 사실 응원을 더 많이 할지 잘 모르겠지만 그럼에도 불구하고 이제 많은 관중들 앞에서 경기를 하기 때문에 좀 부담도 되실 수 있으실 텐데 그런 거에 대해서 좀 부담감 많이 없으신지 궁금합니다.
뭐 물론 부담감 같은 것도 있겠지만 최대한 좀 그런 압박감 같은 걸 즐기려고 노력하고 있고 또 많은 팬분들이 와서 그렇게 크게 환호성 질러주시는 만큼 저도 들뜰 것 같아서 되게 재밌는 경험이 될 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is definitely on because like there are a lot of crowds, and also we're hanging on elimination. So yeah, I mean, pressure is there, but we're going to enjoy the most of it as much as possible. So especially we're playing in front of the crowd. So yeah, we want to show our best performance there.
Well, thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to it. Good luck to you guys today, and thank you, Maddox, for the translations. That's it from us. Back to you.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're here at the analyst desk with Ox joining myself and Wadid. And, I just got to give big props here to Wadid for that last interview translation live with owner on the spot. Wadid, that was Wadid, number one.
Honestly,
thank you so
Wadid,
much.
Have you been practicing your Korean? It's gotten really good.
Yeah,
thanks. I'm working on my Korean skills, it's been working out. Thank you.
Well, we might have to use that again because our next match is G2 versus D plus Kia here in Group A. One of these teams in the lowers will be going home in this best of three. One of them will be moving on to the knockout stage as the number 2 seed alongside AGAL.
And I feel like this Group A, when we first saw it, it was always going to be difficult to see who makes it out. I think there was a lot of competition we've seen already, and the fact that it's G2 up against D plus Kia,
two strong teams for that last spot. It's going to be sad to see either of them go home.
Yeah, for sure. And also, like, I'm really hyped about this matchup, by the way, because whenever they play against each other, there's so many storylines. And this time around, I really want to focus on the mid lane, especially because it's Caps versus Showmaker once again, because they played against each other so many times. They know how they do it. And yeah, this time around, it's all about the BO3. It's an elimination match. It feels a lot.
And in terms of series score, it's 3-2. Match score, it's 6-5. It's sandwiches. Back in the first time that they met, it was Caps getting the victory. And the most recent time, I can't believe it was 3 years ago in the Swiss stage, 1-0 for G2.
And a chance today for Caps to beat that record Showmaker currently has the advantage in. And for Showmaker, he can really just get a healthy lead ahead of him. A lot of pressure on this one, and obviously for G2, played in that best of one earlier. I feel like a best of three, something we saw from them at MSI, was a lot of flexibility in the draft, and we also saw that at First Stand as well. I think more space to innovate maybe than in the best of one, especially with Fearless now at play.
20 seconds left before we go to stage. Who you got?
Well, you know, as an LCK representative, of course I'm going with them, which I assume both you guys would as well, right?
I'm going for G2.
Oh, God!
Betrayal.
Betrayal. We'll see if Wadid has a job after EWC, but right now we're going to see who continues on in this matchup. It is G2, it's D plus Kia for the final spot in the playoffs.
Bonjour Paris, comment ça va tout le monde? Lou, they can do better than that.
Les gars, sérieux. Paris, comment ça va?
Now, every time I step on this stage, I think to myself, how can we do something even more incredible? Does it get any better than watching Faker crush a key at EWC in Paris? That was crazy.
I think that was pretty amazing indeed. Mais vous le savez, il nous reste deux équipes à monter sur scène, G2 et DK. Et vu que Carmine s'est qualifié, je pense que G2 n'a pas envie de rester derrière because KC qualified. And I'm sure that G2 doesn't want to be left behind, so they're coming for it.
They're coming for a lot of things. Number one, they want the lion's share of that $2 million prize pool. Every single team here is competing for those vital club championship points, and of course, to be the next to raise this trophy up in the air. Shall we bring out our next two contenders?
Yeah, you got it. The stakes are high, and it's time to welcome our two teams to the stage.
Please welcome DK! A former World Championship winning organization now finds itself fighting for survival. One more defeat ends their run here in Paris. One victory keeps alive the hope that this new look roster can still make its mark on an international stage.
Que va casser Showmaker aujourd'hui après avoir explosé la clé et la machinière? And it's time to welcome G2 Esports! Europe's leading force, incredible talents. They carry many hopes, and they don't want to be left behind in the Battle of Regions. Ils sont au sommet de l'Europe et ils doivent prouver qu'ils méritent leur place en play-off.
For DK, it's a chance to prove this new chapter still has life in it. For G2, it's another opportunity to show that Europe belongs among the world's elite.
Mesdames et messieurs, encore une fois, s'il vous plaît,
faites du bruit!
Thank
you so much, Lou and Ian, for the introduction of both of these teams. We have 2 more spots remaining. We do have JDG seeing whether they can make their mark as well against ML over on the B stream, and now G2 versus DK. And when they brought up the history between these 2 teams, Wolf, I was so surprised that it was so long ago that we had the last one, because this was like a marquee matchup for so long.
Truth be told, D+ Kia have not been attending very many international events since 2023. We had them obviously play in that little side special tournament we do where for the teams who didn't get to go to Worlds, right? We saw them go to Hong Kong, which is not an international tournament. We're able to make it to the very end of the LCK Cup. But EWC has been something special for this team this year. The qualifier run they had, she used eclectic picks in the top lane, or how they got here. But G2, I think in a lot of ways, are the favorites in a lot of people's minds. They have such a strong roster right now. They're looking very in form. Broken Blade's top lane match looking much stronger than the performances we've seen from Shiyu thus far. And, you know, when you look at some of the other matchups, you're looking at Hans against Smash, very close, very contentious. Showmaker, depends on his form, against Caps, who's been a lot more consistent. But the thing that I focus on most here when I look at these 2 teams coming to this best of 3 is draft, because both of these 2 teams have been drafting outside of the box, with D+ growing the Trundle bottom lane, the Trundle support there, the Victor being played in the bottom lane with Camille as well. Just yesterday, we're seeing some comps here from the side of G2 that have been very hit or miss, right? We saw the Ahri Camille composition not really find its footing earlier today, which is why they ended up falling to AGAL to find themselves in this matchup in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing that I'm paying the most attention to as an LCK representative is the Grim Reaper at the door. You know, it's the death note that G2 have put together for themselves. First it was B&K Theorex, out of a tournament. Gen G, out of a tournament. T1, out of a tournament. And the next one on the chopping block, just heading on over to see whether this axe is going to fall on them as well, is D+ Kia. It's only been Humble Life Esports that's managed to get over the line as far as survival against G2 in a tournament as an LCK representative. It is absolutely crazy how much our region has suffered at the hands of G2 in 2026.
It really has been. As we jump into this one of the picks I have my eye on is the Syndra, that I am not a huge fan of right now. I think has really left a lot of teams with not very many options if they do lose control of the game, even though it's Showmaker's favorite when you think about him historically. And we'll see if that is what they want to do in this draft, or if they're going to adapt a little bit here. Doctor and Poppy gone here. Smash, or rather Lucid, losing his Lee Sin and the Jarvan, so a lot of focus on the jungle here from G2.
Yep, the jungle Vayne also going to be taken away, so 5 junglers now have been removed. That's a joke, everyone. Vayne is likely a top lane answer. We'll see what that means as far as what Shiu wants to be playing, or whether he is going to be blind picking something like Anan towards that top side of the map. One more band to come through here for G2. And the Orianna up and available, Cassiopeia. There's a lot of these things that have been very first pickable, and the Orianna will be the decision here for G2. I think Victor first pick is actually kind of a good idea for D+ once again, based on that flex that they did demonstrate. Does kind of work.
It works really well. Syndra first pick would make me worried.
Bai's up, never mind.
Bai is available, and with all the other jungle bans we have here, it is very, very strong. And at this point to grab it early, there's so many different archetypes you could build this Vi with in terms of bottom lane follow-up, top lane with Shiu Zambessa, he's super well known for. Let's see what the response is going to be here for G2. If they look for a prio mid here, or for what's likely to be played here in the bottom lane with our awesome dude meta here.
Yep.
Ziggs will be the first to go.
Yeah, Ziggs Camille could just be the lockup right away. I think you would lose the Camille if you didn't lock it in here. But that's if they want to play it.
Yeah, Lebrov's Camille hasn't been as impressive as I think a lot of our other Camille players in this tournament thus far. And it is a risk as Skumans is going to pull out Susan right away.
I love this, and this is what we were talking about all MSI. We didn't get any Susan. I know that it was played in the LEC, it was played in the LCS as well, thanks Griffin, and I'm so glad that we finally get an opportunity, because I think the last time I cast Nasus being played in the jungle, it was like Spirit playing it, or Peanut playing it all those years ago. And so this is a huge treat up against the Vi this time around, seeing whether those withers are going to be real good. Okay, the Victor that we were talking about, though, is going to come in.
Yeah, Victor Flex does come through. And I think Leona feels fairly strong here because it's great into the Camille, denies the Leona Ziggs, but they're actually looking for the Camille themselves. This just allows Labrov to lock in that Leona third, though.
Yeah.
And answer. So I'd rather see the Leona side of this matchup. It's been doing so well this tournament. It also works well with the Vi, but instead, Career is going to be picking this Camille up right away, and I think that means this Leona is almost guaranteed for Labrov in this final spot. You will not have the opportunity to pick it if he lets it through.
Yeah, the other option is to take a Vi, or an Ari or something like that, if you do want to deny it, but I guess you do have some bans for that one. So I would expect the Leona should be coming on through here, and there it is. It's also color coordinated with the Ziggs, which I think is, you know, somewhat important to get that synergy on the bottom side.
It's just such a strong lane, it always has been. Now the Victor Camille is specifically what we saw from D+ Kia just yesterday in their matchup against Furia, so definitely have been working on that one, have been scrimming it.
Yep.
But given the history of Labrov thus far in this tournament and the skepticism we have, I'm surprised, especially with how well Leona's been doing, that D+ opt this way rather than the other way around, because this Victor could have still been flexed mid, and now it feels less likely.
Yeah, and I wonder whether it's because they feel like Victor into Leona is kind of all right. I believe that was what they played
was the same matchup. That's right.
The last time around. So maybe there's something to do with that. Not entirely sure. That game didn't have a lot to do with the 2v2, as it turned out as the game went on. It was largely about Smash just sitting in the bottom lane, getting a whole bunch of money, and then using it all to destroy Furia. Okay, but
we don't know.
Syndra are going to be taken away from Showmaker, and they are assuming that Victor is once again heading towards the bottom lane, which I think is a good idea.
We don't know what the mid lane picks are going to be just yet, again, assuming this Victor and Ziggs are going to the bottom lane. But one of the things that is a little bit scary to consider is a Gnar pick when the Vayne is banned away. It's very blindable, very safe, strong in the side lane. I think would work well with either of these compositions. So definitely one I have on my mind right now as a safe one, as the Renekton is taken away the Ambessa, which is great for follow-up on the Camille and the Vi here. Makes a ton of sense, especially with, as mentioned before, Shiu's proficiency on the champion.
Yep. One more ban. We'll see whether it is going to be, like, there is still Varus and things like that. If you do want to be playing something that's susceptible to an 80 carry towards that top side, maybe that's where they're going to look.
They could still flex this Victor mid and play Mel, Camille in the bottom lane or something crazy like that. You know, there's a lot of different possibilities here. It's a very tricky draft to navigate. We'll see the Cassiopeia now removed as well. So a lot of trades here. But one top ban apiece, one mid ban apiece. Or technically bottom.
Yeah, exactly.
Two mages and two top laners.
Yeah, I was going to say two mage bans, I think is fine. The Rise going to be a consideration here. Theoretically blind. There is an Anivia up and available if you would like to on the side of Showmaker.
I think this Rise is a great pick. It can help move the Nasus around the map. Can help empower the long-range engage of both the Leona and the long-range ultimate there from the Ziggs. And it's been a pick I've been calling for this term. I think it's still very good.
Yeah.
And it is going to be Talia, so keeping it still a bit of a mystery in this bottom lane, but I think likely to be mid to be able to follow the rotations of this Rise. So the last question now is, what is that blind top pick going to be for Shiu? Could just be the Gnar.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Perhaps the Gnar pick, but that's a Trundle. Where is everything going, guys? If this is actually going to be a Trundle pick, then
It's Trundle support for the Camille jungle and the top Vi, and
that makes sense. You can use Ming's skin, you know, because that was used in the jungle in 2018.
The blind Olaf will be the choice.
That looks a little bit more like a top laner or a jungler, I guess.
Pretty good into Nasus as well, to be able to just ignore the slow and get on top of him.
And you can also ignore a whole lot of what Leona wants to do as well. There is a lot of CC that can be very annoying. The satchel as well is the only way the Ziggs is going to be keeping himself alive outside of shooting himself away with said satchel. So I think the Olaf value is definitely going to be high. This is something that we have seen Xiu play many times. Is Broken Blade actually thinking of going for the Na as the answer?
I kind of feel like when I look at this draft, a lot of the choices that D+ gave to G2 are super obvious, right? Even though the Rise isn't that common, it was available. It is going to be very strong to give a little bit more rotational power here. The Leona was straight up, you know, the easiest pick for Labrov in the world. And then they blinded the Olaf with the Gnar available, so Broken Blade could try to play around that with spacing. Obviously, if you get hit by a few of those undertows, you can get slowed down and run down by the Olaf, but it's an otherwise fairly good matchup here for the Gnar, especially early on.
I do think it's hard to play, though, because Mini Na is very susceptible if you are, as you say, hit by those undertows. If played perfectly, it's fine, but I do think that there's a lot of people that would like the Olaf in this matchup if they're feeling confident about their skills. Xiu, though, has had a little bit of a rough time so far at the tournament, reaching quite a few deaths on his Jace in their previous series against AL. So just have to see whether he can get back on the horse and figure it out. I mean, as you can see, he's not too upset on the camera.
I had a very different read going into this series that a lot of what we had seen from D+ in our previous series were experimentation, especially in the match against Furia, where we were thinking, okay, these are some unusual ones, they're feeling it out. But now I feel like this is D+'s read on the meta. They want to be playing these Victor bottom lanes. They want to be playing around these eclectic picks, whereas G2, similar vibes, but it feels to me like they got a better, more well-rounded composition that plays well into D+'s style, and they look very prepared.
Yeah, and they've also had a lot more experience in this meta as well, especially on big stages, as the patch has not changed since MSI. And I love that, because you do get these scrim bubbles clashing, right? And sometimes they just merge into one, and other times one of them explodes. And I don't know whether the merge into one thing is ever going to happen with a team like D+ Kia. They often just decide that their ideas are the best, and we're going to see whether it works until it doesn't. And right now, it could just not immediately, as we are going to be starting with a little bit of a delay. You did see that we were almost onto the rift, but that was a lie. We're not quite there just yet, and we'll make sure that we get everything sorted out.
The best time for a pause is before the fountain opens, in my opinion. You know, it's not, there's never really a great time for a pause, but if there were ever to be one, it would be right now, before anything happens.
Make sure that you get everything sorted out. That doesn't necessarily give away what has happened, and in fact, it's like nothing happened at all, as we are getting onto the rift immediately. You can see some mice getting moved around. Mouses, sorry everyone. Mouses getting moved around. Gotta work on my tools. It's DK making their way out onto the rift here for game number 1 of this best of 3. Keep themselves alive at EWC.
I was casting with Hysterics at the end of the day yesterday. It feels like it's been a while since you and I have cast together as a result.
Yeah, it's been a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a long time, Wolf.
I know.
A really, really long time. I missed you.
I missed you too.
I really did.
Glad that we're reunited here. Victor bottom lane with the Camille, as Lucid is going to cross the jungle and grab this ward early and start Raptors. On the other side here, though, Skewmon is coming over with Labrov to potentially stop this level 1, as Smash is very far away from the minion wave.
Yeah, Korea's moving over here as well, though, and this is kind of frustrating for G2, because they were trying to go for the other side jungle, and you can see they've got a Vi just doing whatever she wants in the enemy side of the map.
Yeah,
DK will be able to push G2 away.
So they end up getting a lot of damage on Labrov. Now Skewmon's jungle is delayed. Lucid is already working on his second camp here. He's cleared the Raptors completely and is now working on this red buff. So I don't think this level 1 worked out the way G2 were hoping, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, and there's another hookshot to come down. Labrov taking even more damage. Does have that aftershock to help him out. But this is DK playing with a lot of tempo in this early game, and it's working out very, very nicely. Labrov is just going to go home right in front of them. And Korea going to clear out some vision Lebrov actually going to eat the Ignite as well. That's actually high value. Wasn't able to interrupt as the hook shot is going to be able to land on Hansama, but Korea tanking a turret shot is not exactly optimal. X-Tech sweep for a little bit of damage, but good bouncing bomb there from the Ziggs.
Hansama just not able to get level 2, so has to wait for his minions to get a little closer, just leech as much experience as possible. We talked about how it can be quite tricky for the Gnar if hit by Undertows. Level 1 also going to have to be a little bit more timid. We'll see what Broken Blade can get done now that he has a few levels under his belt. Lebrov going to the mid lane here to try to punish this immobile Talia, maybe get a flash, but Showmaker's playing incredibly respectfully, knowing that probably Leona should have been back in the bottom lane by now, and he's not. So Lebrov is called out here, and we'll just have to walk away.
Yeah, Showmaker actually probably pretty happy that Talia finding her way back into the meta here after the MSI patch. Did sort of, as it developed, that Talia was picked up as an answer to the Ryzen has always been something that Showmaker has enjoyed. Korea really going for a wander here through the jungle. Maybe looking for an opportunity topside. Is the Undertow going to get picked up here? Shoot, not going to be able to find the next one. And Korea making his way over. See whether he can actually get an angle towards Broken Blade. It looks like he feels like he cannot. And Lucid is clearing. I think he's 3-buffed so far. Will be trading scuttles.
This could be a huge win here for D+ if they can get Broken Blade, if Korea can actually set this up. Oh, doesn't look like it's going to happen here, though, as we'll see that back come through. Lucid going to go over here and try to control this camp a little bit further. Obviously, NASA scales incredibly well, more than most junglers, but if his camps keep getting taken away, he's going to really slow that down as Lebrov comes over to help.
Yep, Cyping strikes are a little bit harder to stack up if there's nothing to hit, as Lebrov going to get stunned up multiple times. Caps makes his way over, but Showmaker going to see him out. Lebrov down to 100 health as the punch goes through from Lucid. Not enough to kill him, but still, G2 going to get pushed away from their top side of the jungle once again. Little popcorn chickens come over. At least he gets a Q stack from that one, but Lucid will get rid of the rest. And this Nasus really is having a rough time in the early game.
He's starving, Atlas. He's not eating at all.
And this has been one of those things, you know, throughout the years of League of Legends. Nasus, not good early game. Afterwards, can get good. But right now, having a tough time. Broken Blade moving on over here as the Vault Breaker will get Lucid out. Good seismic shove there onto Caps from Showmaker. And Lucid should be able to get a Vault Breaker in here at the same time, as the Ghost is going to be used from Caps to get him out of the way. Korea moving over towards Hans as he flashes to pick it up. First blood for the Camille. And Showmaker going to sidestep the Zenith Blade. Caps flashes into the wall face first.
Lebrov also not going to hit the Zenith on the flash either. Double fail flash from G2, and G+ walk it off after the kill goes in the bottom lane. Skumon is starving, 400 gold behind nearly here over Lucid, and this early game is really in a lot of ways a result of the dominoes that start falling with Lucid starting Raptors and their level 1 going badly, as Career here even going to get the overgrowth to proc, and we'll grab, looks like a plate here as Lebrov pulls the minions away. Maybe not gonna actually pick that one up, but let's go back to this play here. The flash from Career denying the satchel. Great reaction time there to make sure Hans could not get out.
That was really, really well done from Korea, just kind of reading the play from Hansama. He obviously needed to walk to the other side of the satchel, and so understood. Needed to flash, make sure that the hookshot is going to be able to work out. So very, very nicely done. Secured that. Hansama now getting pushed out by Smash, who looked very comfortable in this matchup the first time around, is continuing to look so up against Hans here towards the bottom side, and we're expecting to see a lot of just 1v1 between these two. Hans not exactly psyched about that whole scenario as the Arcane Storm comes down on his head. Lucid now looking for the first dragon of the game as well, and D+, this is a phenomenal start. But if we know anything, Wolf, a good start means nothing when it comes to D+ Kia. Everything can go wrong, and we'll just have to see whether they can keep it stable, keep it all right, and finish it off.
We saw a pretty incredible start for them against Furia yesterday, and then Furia kept it pretty interesting for that first game. Game 2 a little bit different, but either way, the level 1's really working out so disastrously here for G2. I mean, Caps has no flash. They're just going to continue to threaten him here. And Lebrov comes over a level down, trying to help keep his jungler fed, you know, to get him any money he can.
Oh, Zenithblade comes through, but great buffer there of the hook shot. Showmaker with a threaded volley, trying to find Labrov, but he's just going to throw him around a little bit. It is going to be Skumon locking down his red buff. That is something at least. But Lucid is just kind of manhandling G2 right now. This was Lucid's most famous pick. Coming straight out of Challenger, he had an entire year where they just did not lose. If he got this champion, he would not die. He would kill everyone. He would be everywhere. It has since not necessarily been as much of an ace in the hole, but as we can see here, he's still got the
We're going
skills.
back to Lucid's Challenger days. I think anyone who faces D+K better hope that at least Jungle doesn't come back either, because that was another crazy one. As we do have a bit of a ward here to deny Career from making a second play here onto Hansama. I notice Hansama's kind of constantly set up in this zone where he doesn't know full information about where everybody is. He has to play defensive, but it's cost him a lot of farm. He's 530 gold behind right now. And several waves of farm have been denied from him as here comes a bit of an all-in.
Yeah, he's ghosting. Looking for the angle towards the mini now. Broken Blade gonna have to flash to get out of the way. That undertow as Shu has to just take a little bit of a detour in order to pick up the axe, but Broken Blade is in so much trouble. Still charging the Naba where he can. And you can see the axe is a long way away. Still trying to catch up as Hansama makes his way in. But there it is, the last hit with the Q, and down goes the Na from 0-8 to solo killing Broken Blade. A much better look here for Shu.
Yeah, much better here. I don't think the Ziggs TP is going to do Hansama any favors, by the way. Bottom lane completely open right now.
And this is the problem. I mean, Lucid's taking the grubs. There's a free turret there for Smash.
I mean, consider also if Broken Blade hadn't run left there, which makes basically it's guaranteed he's going to die, he's doomed, then maybe Hansama actually gets run down post TP from this Olaf as well. It's very scary. This is just so much control right now for D+, 2,000 gold lead, but I feel like the way it's happened and how well the money is spread across every lane right now is such a problem. And this composition is not necessarily going to come online, so he hits the slow and he knows he can go ahead and commit the ghost for the play here, has his ult, forces the flash here. And then Hansama is like, I gotta come up here and try to bail him out, so he commits the TP, and this means that, you know, the Gnar is just stuck in this awkward spot. He has to run left, and Hansama is just not going to be able to save him.
And you can see Shio actually had so much support, so many teammates on their way up. As you can see, Broken Blade, unfortunately getting run down. Has been a fun matchup for some of our Olafs, and it looks like Shiu is going to be joining that club in this particular game. And this was, I'm trying to remember back, because you were there with me, Wolf. Was this one of Shiu's first champions that he played in the Kesper Cup when he debuted for D+? I'm pretty sure it was.
I think it is, and I think it was one of those eclectic picks, but he has so many of them. Alawi most recently, I think, is his most notable, but before we can talk about it further, might have another orange buff situation here. His career, okay, will be seen on this ward. Broken Blade is just going to have to back away, but at least he won't die here from this ganking Camille.
Okay, Korea's still going to be rotating over, and they should be able to get the crash. The undertow will land. Might be difficult to stay underneath the turret, but at least the Nabar is in a good spot here for Broken Blade. So BB going to live by just hanging out and taking down these creeps. G2 going to try and slow this game down. 2,500 gold is not the end of the world, but it's getting there, especially this early on. As 3 grubs have been taken. The first Drake has been taken. The second one is going to be 1 minute away. And I don't know whether G2 are going to be fight ready at that stage. A 30 CS gap in the jungle as well. That is so many camps going over to Lucid, but at least the Protoplasm Harness has been completed here for the Nasus.
Yeah, so at least he has that really eco first item here built up.
Eco-friendly first item.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's a budget item. That's what you want as Nasus in the early parts of the game.
But it's made out of fully recyclable materials.
Absolutely.
And it's good for the environment. And that's why he's in the jungle.
The gold here at least too, it's just really a bit of a struggle overall for G2 right now. But this game is not by any means over. Nope. It's just a really, really tough time as Labrov will be able to eclipse and walk away here. I think for G2 right now, you need to find your moment. You need to find an opportunity, or otherwise just simply give up some early objectives. The fact that 3 grubs have gone over to this D+ roster is a huge problem, as Smash is just pre-hitting this turret for so long here. But you don't want to try to, for example, contest this dragon right now with no control whatsoever, surely.
Yeah,
surely.
Well, Skewmon is going to walk on down, gets a Control Ward in there as well.
Hey, they're starting to break through a little bit here.
Yeah, Banana Brush control is going to be there for G2, but Labrov is kind of out of position here. The Death Ray, oh my god, Smash does so much damage. The Arcane Storm is following the Leona. The hookshot from Career is going to work out, and there goes the Nasus. Caps is going to get Career out of there as he does find another Q to take him down, but that might be all they're going to get as it's a double kill for Lucid. Caps now gets closed in on, and I don't think he's getting away with that Realm Warp as it's a double for Showmaker. She was fighting against Hansama in the top lane, and while the disaster is happening around the Dragon.
That was a bit of a rough one, and I think from our perspective, right, you know, the casters have the full vision, full information. It just didn't look likely that G2 were going to be able to pull off the contest here.
I would contest, Wolf, that even with the amount of information G2 had, it probably still looked like a bad idea.
Just trying to be nice, Atlas. I don't think it was a good play here. Now, you have Realm Warp to play around in this fight, but unfortunately, they're not set up to use it. So when we do see Skewmon bounce over the wall here and go in, he's just instantly locked down, and the harness isn't going to be strong enough to actually keep you alive here. So now there's no contest on Dragon. Labrov was a ragdoll in this fight, and Caps gets the kill onto the Camille, but can't actually do otherwise any damage as Broken Blade's in trouble.
Yeah, the Hextech Ultimatum comes down, and Showmaker is going to be able to finish off this Nah. Man, the Camille combination with this Talia, the hookshot getting the stun from all over the Rift, and then adding to that the seismic shove from this Talia, not to mention the Vi that we've seen used alongside this so many times from these two players. D+ just looking so extraordinarily comfortable here in this game, which, Wolf, I was just not expecting based on what we'd seen in their previous games. AGAL really made DK look very uncoordinated, and in this one, they're like a well-oiled machine.
I mean, you could almost make the argument about that last Dragon fight that G2 knew they were in a bad spot, trying to go for the element of surprise, trying to play through that Skewmon Blast Cone engage, right? But just D+ were so ready, and so much of this game was about the level 1. So much of this game was about the early jungle pathing, where Skewmon got nothing and Lucid got everything, and then this Nasus was put so far behind that they couldn't actually keep up with the tempo in the lanes. And speaking of, like, Caps can't farm here, can't defend this turret, he has to back away, and now I think this is an insurmountable lead. Like, we have now reached critical mass here for D+. This gold lead has tripled, and I just don't know if there's any coming back here.
I mean,
it'll take a real long game, I think, for Caps and Hansama and Skewmon to come online.
So this game is pretty one-sided. I'm going to take this opportunity to say something potentially controversial, okay?
All right, I'm
you ready?
here for it, yeah.
So
let me look, the graphic agrees, yeah.
This is going to be really difficult. I think, okay, Lucid is going to come on over and look to see whether he can get some of his popcorn chickens. He's going to survive. I think that this was a really smart drafting choice and practice choice from CV Max.
Yeah.
I think that their read on the meta looks good.
I'm not 100% sure yet.
I know, it's controversial, Wolf. I know it's controversial.
That's a bit of a results-based...
No, it's outcome-focused, okay?
Okay, there we go. Yeah, sorry. We hate results-based analysis. But
no, that's for losers. We're about outcome-focused assessment over here.
It can be a little bit better. I don't think we've seen the power of what G2's comp could do on even footing, and you know, in some ways, I don't know if we even saw D+'s comp do what it's supposed to do in this game. The Camille, we saw a lot. We saw the Vi do a lot.
But I'm more just thinking the way that they've piloted it just shows that this style of composition has been practiced a lot by this team. And so the practice working out here for D+.
And my read when we came into the draft was I thought G2 had the better one. And D+ came with not only the draft, but the early strategy, right? The invade of the Raptor camp, the defense of Skewmon, which they were 100% ready for. How well they handled that. As we've got some D+ fans here in Paris.
Yeah, a lot of D+ jerseys actually in the audience as well, which is really great to see.
Some classic Damwon jerseys, I think, from that World Championship win where they got so much acclaim. Yeah. He was up 2 levels, so this Mega isn't going to scare him too much, but Labrov might. He's going to go ahead and use his Ragnarok, and Caps He expected that. He's going to walk away, but now Caps is in no man's land.
Yes, Cumont is going to come down as well, as that's a great solar flare. Korea, exceptionally dead, is going to be taken out here. That's a great pickoff for G2. And maybe the caster curse has finally kicked in.
Finally, I mean, we've been trying real hard.
So hard, man. I feel like I had to compliment CVMAX's drafting. Like, there were so many things that I had to do in order to get G2 going.
The closest game I've cast so far this tournament was when Carmen Corp had a lead on Genji for like 10 minutes. I'm just trying to get a good one here.
Well, let's see whether G2 can find their way back, as it's a decent start. They've got a Nasus. When it came to scaling, this is where we learnt what scaling was, is when Nasus was in the meta. And so you learn he does stack up Q, everything's fine. As Hextech Ultimatum comes down, Korea is in. He's going to flash his way out. As Cumont with the ulti running, he's just not that tanky. Cease and desist it's going to be Lucid back over the wall. Great shove onto 2 there, as Cumont's going to have to deal with this threaded volley, and he cannot do so as, oh my goodness, the Olaf has found his way back in. The undertow will take down the rise, and there goes Labrov. Q just cannot miss with these axes, by the way, as Han Sama's going to have to get himself over the wall, but he's running the wrong direction, and I have a feeling the referee is going to find him. Okay, there's another blast cone. There are mega cones in this game as well, and so it is taking him quite a distance, and so he will make his way out.
I noticed that even Cowbell Cowman, who often appears in dire times, you know, when we have long pauses.
Yeah, I know. Where is he actually?
Slow situation. He appeared on camera, but he had his cowbell sheathed. He's not even ready to say that this game is playable.
I completely missed it because I was focused on the Ziggs' great escape, but that really is, it's really depressing, Wolf. A sheathed cowbell is not something that you ever want.
G2 needs to employ TK.
At least get it out.
Now, in defense of G2 again, a lot of this game happened early, and it's now at 18.5 minutes in. Very difficult to make choices that make you look good, that make you be able to get back into this game, right? They're just trying to farm it out. They're trying to scale up, but D+ are being aggressive. They're not just letting G2 sit back. As we're going to go to this play here from moments ago. A little bit aggressive from Career, and Caps is able to walk it off, and then the re-engage comes through. See Showmaker here on the bottom side, trying to push LeBron away. This shove, really nice from Showmaker. It actually saves the bottom part of the fight for them. But D+ trusted it. They were already pushing towards the top side, and then Shiu hits these undertows. He does not miss. And look at this from Career.
Okay, we've got some drifting going on here. Oh man, all right, straight to Tokyo there, as Lucid going to be able to get a secondary charge on that inner turret. Inner fell down on the top side of the map. It's a 9,000 gold lead. So in the last series, we had Faker on like 12-0. The gold lead never got to this.
No.
Like, it's kind of ridiculous.
Well, Faker, he was winning a lot individually. There were some other problems around the map here and there. It was some back and forth team fights.
That was a very fun series.
We're not seeing back and forth team fights. We're not seeing, you know, it's not just, okay, well, Showmaker's got a 2,500 gold lead, but Hansama's ahead. No, they're not ahead anywhere.
No.
They don't have a jungler in this game. It's not necessarily Skumon's fault. It's a good plan from D+.
No, the poor little Ziggs tripped on a rock and he just fell over. Oh, Showmaker is just having the best time. I swear, Talir is so frustrating to deal with if you're a Nasus as well. I feel like it's a genius pick on that front. It's because you're trying to get a race like this large target that's very flickable and thrown around. He was, you know, it's kiting that can be the real problem for the Nasus. And it's continuing to be an issue here as Broken Blade flashing out of the way. D+ moving everyone towards this inner turret on the bottom side. The Baron is 27 seconds old, so it might be an option for a little bit later on. But right now, D+ going to have to siege the old-fashioned way, as G2 just trying to pick up the pieces as best they can. They're going to save at least this next plate on this inner turret, as D+ going to go home and spend all of that money. And Showmaker, he is no stranger to the Magi's Soul Stealer, and he's stolen 14 souls so far.
He just, when you see that item in Showmaker's inventory, that's when D+ fans know that it's safe to, you know, get up and go get something out of the fridge. You know, you don't need to watch the rest of the game. It'll surely be fine.
Yeah, there was one of those times, and then I woke up with no hair, Wolf. Look, he didn't buy Magi's that game. He was playing Renekton or Jace, I think. He was playing Jace.
He was playing Jace, yeah.
So there was no Magi's, so I guess it's fine.
There's no Broken Blade right now, I have a feeling.
Well, Korea is going to not find the Hextech sweep and then walk away. So Broken Blade is going to be all right for now. Showmaker just pushing this wave up, and they are doing such a good job just keeping this pressure up.
Yeah,
we were talking about it before, and that has been a bit of a downside of DK, is often they push their luck, but not in a good way. This time around, they are suffocating G2 and making intelligent plays around the map to avoid G2 having any opportunities to get back into this game. Outside of Korea just randomly tanking the turret there.
He's just trying to keep Broken Blade from backing, and I said there's no Broken Blade. He didn't die, but he has been put down several times. He's 0-3 right now, denied his back twice, pushed out of the lane, and unfortunately for G2, it's going to take, I think, 20 more minutes of survival if we are going to see some sort of comeback from them in this one. Their attempts to contest the Dragon, for example, were valiant, but they failed, right? So that's the risk they took that puts them at a 10,000 gold deficit. Had they just sat back, maybe they lose too much and the game is out of hand. But I don't know if it would have been 10,000 gold out of the hand, but that's the choice they made from the deficit. And they are really feeling it now as Caps is, and not like Shulk.
No, they're not feeling it like that? Oh no, you're going to have to put the Minato away, I think. That's all right. Skewmon going to be tanking up this turret a few times. Caps takes one as well. That's a nice little stun onto Korea as the Solar Flare is going to extend it. Skewmon makes his way over. Siphoning Strike starting to do a bit of damage as the Realm Warp is not great and the Undertow slows 3 people. And Korea is just going to try and do his very best to wander his way up. Broken Blade gets on in here as Caps is going to be able to cut off this Camille. And Hansama gets himself over there and will be able to satchel Korea back. So Korea is going to be dead for the 3rd time.
A story into picture-in-pictures, meanwhile, with the Mega going mini and fans surprised by the teleport.
Yes.
But he did end up getting over there. He did end up picking up the kill, so it ended up being worth it. Although it's not normally how we see Nar teleport. In this case, it made a lot of sense.
And it's 6 turrets to 0 as a result of that play as well. You did see Showmaker towards that bottom side trading the turret. And that is why the gold lead has now eclipsed the 10,000 mark.
I know we had a bit of a, it's actually an all LCK broadcast right now with the desk being fully LCK and us being LCK here on the caster desk. And I know they were we did a lot of grief for saying he thinks G2 is going to take, but I really expected.
No, I did too. I thought they were favorites, 100%.
Okay, now maybe they
Region
can
is
kill
suffered
this
at
guy.
their hands. It's okay. 4 versus 1 Olaf, and he's just going to flash himself out of the way. Great seismic shove from Showmaker as he turns up though. And in goes Lucid, but doesn't actually find the roll breaker and immediately explodes. Maybe it's a chance for G2 as into the backline they go. Hextech ultimatum is Korea. What are you, a top lane Camille now? What was that engage? Absolutely insane as Smash takes down Lebrov. And D+, they just brought down the wallets and G2 were taken out.
Yeah, that was a very, I mean, what do you do to Olaf? That's pretty significantly fed, and has a lot of friends coming up. Like for about half a second, I was like, "Oh, did they get him?" And then we saw the Weaver's Wall.
They killed Lucid. That was really that was a good part.
Yeah,
that was a good bit.
D+ did kill the Baron.
Okay.
No more. Hold on.
I mean, she was pretty killable here as well, as Baron is going to get taken down. That is going to be Korea somehow that manages to get that one because they didn't have a jungler. Still, Broken Blade coming on over, and the rest of DK going to look to try and escape. Remember,
doesn't have ult.
You do kind of have to keep everyone alive. As Showmaker just goes up into the sky for some reason instead of using the blast cone in order to escape, kind of trolled by his teammates, I assume. As Lucid, out of the Death Chamber, maybe straight back in, but the Zenith Blade will not connect. Maybe luckily for Lebrov, as it would have followed him underneath the inner turret. But that is a very deep teleport.
Oh, yeah.
Smash making his way over as well, and she wants to cut them off. Caps, oh dear, he's extraordinarily dead, but can Hans stay alive? That is the question. Lucid going to be left to 1v1 him, and that is not a very fair one for the Ziggs. Down will go the Leona as well, and now D+, they're going to break open the base, and is this just the end of the game?
It looks likely because they've got Baron buff. They've got a lot of damage here, and they are just sweeping through this inhibitor. Broken Blade level 14 just kind of running back to the fountain here as the onslaught of D+ hits, and it hits hard.
It really does. There's the vault breaker. The cease and assist there as well, as Skumond is just going to get eviscerated. Down will go the Gnar as well, or at least onto the fountain, as the Nexus turrets fall one after the other. The Nexus to follow, and D+, they do not want to be eliminated from EWC. That was an absolute shellacking in game number 1.
It all started in the early game, but the most impressive part of D+'s win was how they gave G2 no quarter, constantly applying the pressure. An amazing game of Camille from Career, who was ahead and had agency, but always used it. He was never going to let these guys get anything, as this is a perfect picture here of the Vi.
Yeah, Lucid just having an absolute day out on this Vi. Did fall down that one time. They still managed to win the team fight, and all across the Rift. I mean, D+, it was what looked like an extremely well-practiced draft, and then exceptionally well-utilized into what G2 wanted to play. And I was expecting that this was going to be a very different story. Desk, how about you guys? What did you think?
I thought it was a shellacking there, Mr. Max Anderson, Atlas, and Wolf on the call. Thank you so much for that one, as D+ Kia really take it to G2, who did not have any answer for the aggression throughout the game.
Yeah, I think we're seeing more and more adaptation in the bot lane. Like, we've seen the Leona into Camille going really well, but this Victor into Ziggs, having that early prio doesn't allow him to sit back and get to that point where he has the mana for wave clear. And we saw the early pickup of the Nasus from Skumond never really get off the ground. So that Gold Grath, smooth as you can get, basically.
Yeah, basically, I think Jungle Nasus is all about, can you actually clear the first pathing? But I think this time around, DK had such a great plan. Invading enemy red side as jungler, and then defending their jungle with their bot lanes, because this is the power of the Victor and Camille in the early game, because even though it's a 2v3, they can definitely just fight back and force them out. And after that, Skumond had no chance to bounce back, because he can't counter jungle, he can't go for the fight, he can't go for the gank. That's the downside of the Nasus jungle.
He just sat in the rush for a bit. That's all he could really do. And then when the camp started to respawn, this is the big thing, right? Getting that first red side jungle from Skumond is obviously massive, but contesting on the re-clear, D+ made sure they were there in numbers, and getting this initial focus down on Labrov, forcing him away. And then Skumond, the result of this, he got one little chicken from this. The rest of the camp went over to Lucid. So I think just playing really well around the Nasus and shutting it down from the early levels.
I really like how they play around Lucid here. I think even though he had the insane advantage, if he didn't have his teammates around him, I think he couldn't be able to snowball this fast. But I think Showmaker and Career being on form right now with him is like looking great here.
You know, for those of you that don't know, Wadid and our fellow co-streamer Yankos recently had experience with the Jungle Nasus during the Chijijik Legends match. And I promise it did not look like this. It did work. Griffin as well used this over at the LCS from FlyQuest, but when it gets stuck behind, there's just not a lot you can do.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly thought focusing down the Nasus with the Protoplasm first might remove some of the pressure, but like Caps is chasing Career off to the side, already 2 members down, and I just think Smash free hitting here, Showmaker free hitting, the DPS is constantly coming out, and Lucid on this Vi was such a prominent threat. We've talked extensively about Lucid on this pick, how he said when he first came in the LCK that he thought he was the best Vi in the league, and he's demonstrated it again here.
It was just much easier for D+ Kia here, because I think also they had the mid priority and the bot priority at the same time. And again, like Ziggs versus Victor is all about like the matchup that it happens in the mid lane as well. I think Ziggs wants to be boring in the lane, but Victor always goes for the trade, so he can't really do anything that he wanted to do on the bot lane. So I think in general, really great draft idea from D+ Kia here, and I think G2 has to think about different plan coming up to this game 2.
Ox, I feel like in a best of 3, when you are coming in as maybe a perceived underdog, when you go for a risky draft like this, I feel like that in itself was a strategy. Hey, we're playing around this, and if we fall behind, we're pretty, in a lot of trouble. However, it does feel like an intentional decision by G2 here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the Nasus, there's a lot of conditions that need to enable this. I'm fine with you going for a bit of a riskier draft in game one of a best of three, but the conditions have to be met, and I just don't think they achieved that.
All right, we'll see what else G2 has concocted for us in this best of three. Their EWC tournament's on the live in game number 2. We'll see you after this.
In our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Aha! You have the same mind. When I compare to the other role, I think top lane is so much harder. Like playing the champion is very technical. Like you have to 1v1 the guy. Like basically every lane. And jungle is like, I think it's like super hard. Like you can just play support and be fine. Aha! You have the same mind. When I compare to the other role, I think top lane is so much harder. Like playing the champion is very technical. Like you have to 1v1 the guy. Like basically every lane. And jungle is like, I think it's like super hard. Like you can just play support and be fine. Like when I play autofield, I play support and I feel like I'm just winning. It just feels that way, you know? Like you don't need to be like super good at farming. You don't farm. You just roam, you're just like, you feel free.
Yeah, it's low-key true. Kind of agree with Hans. I think the other lanes, you need to like think about more stuff and support. I think you have a bit more free time in general.
Well, I have the same answer. Because I'm an ADC, I think I have a lot of knowledge on support and also some of the support champ. I used to play it on ADC. If I would re-roll, I would be support.
For me, it's very different. I think bot lane and top lane, the lane phase is a bit similar, how they work. And if I played a lot of top lane, I think I would also be good at it. And also the fact that it's 1 versus 1, I think if you're better than the enemy top lane, you will have a lot of impact in the game. Which one did you say?
Yumi. Okay.
Yeah. Yumi is kind of like a common answer, right? So I was thinking Hans would say this, but for me, I played a bit against this champion and it looks very, very OP. I think it got nerfed, so maybe it will be worse now.
I didn't really see that champ too much, so I can't really comment on that too much. But Yumi, definitely, it's like when you play this champ, you instantly feel like it's very different than other champs when you play with it or you play it yourself. And I feel like the gameplay is like, there's not enough gameplay for me to feel like it's like a champion.
You like?
You?
Really?
I think everyone have their own sense of humor. I think I connect more with his own sense of humor. It's quite fun. I think he's a very special guy. You know? if you guys know him personally, you would actually lose it, but in a good way. He's quite funny.
Yeah, I mean, I love BB because I think he's a very funny guy as well. It's easy for him to make you laugh. He will figure out what it's funny for you and he will just imitate and like, yeah. He has so shown a lot of off-meta champs on stage, like Led, Yasuo, and Jasmine Screams. He has also played some really fast champs as well. We didn't show on stage, but yeah, I think he's really eager to try new stuff. And some of them really work well, some of them no. What do you write?
Tier?
Yeah.
Pickaxe.
Oh.
I mean, pickaxe because I need to survive, right? Like, I'm alone in the island. I mean, I could like craft the pickaxe myself, but I'd rather just have a pickaxe from my build, you know? Like, how can I craft the pickaxe from nothing? Then I probably need to cut some wood, you know? Right?
Makes sense, yeah. I wrote tier so I can have unlimited water, you know?
What you build?
What did you write?
What did you write?
I wrote actor.
Actor?
Yeah.
Architect and manga. And when I was a kid, when people were asking me what I would do later, it would be, I would always answer them architect or tennisman. But I got really fond of manga later on. So I was actually drawing my own manga.
In a different world, I would like to try being actor. I think it's a cool job and making people laugh and just, yeah, in general, I think it's very fun.
Oh.
What did you write?
Yellow Star.
Oh, I wrote Forgiven. Grey.
Respect. I have high respect for Forgiven. Yeah, I'm still waiting for the thing we had to do.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote Forgiven for the Greek synergy, you know, and I think he was really, really good back on his prime. With some time travel, you know, it would be very insane.
When I was studying League, Yellow Star was a pro player and looked up to him. And yeah, for sure, on his peak, playing with Yellow Star, we might do some damage.
Welcome back to the caster desk, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for game number 2 to see whether D plus Kia can do it again, because they are a team that don't often do back-to-back really good performances. And I have to say, I am a little bit worried about this game number 2 if you are thinking on the LCK side of things. G2, I think that they are definitely going to be capable of bouncing back, but we'll see exactly what does happen, because like, we often talk about Fearless and like it's going to take away all of these key picks. Well, now they can't play Nasus, you know, they can't play Olaf. Like, there's still a whole lot left.
There's no more
available.
Victor flex pick.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we could still have a very, very normal game of League of Legends here, and I think that G2, if they just bring it back to basics, it should be all right to bring us to a game number 3. That's what I'm feeling.
Perhaps we'll see our bottom laners use the attack damage profile.
Maybe. That's very strange. I know that I think it was Pays that was been playing a bit of Jace in the bottom lane, so yeah, there could be some attack damage champions down there. Yasuo was a bot laner as well, wasn't he, for a little bit?
Yeah.
I really liked the Yasuo Sejuani bottom lane. That was a good one.
I have not necessarily enjoyed this meta that much myself. It has been...
You're not an awesome dude kind of guy?
Sometimes when there's not a whole lot of, you know, 80s carrying, tanks just live forever, and then you have team fights where there's 4 champions on 2 pixels brawling it out, like in our T1 game we just watched. Where Zahin is also just impossible to kill. It takes 20 minutes for a team fight to end. So,
yeah, I don't like that either, mainly from a health standpoint, because I feel like I cannot do my job after a team fight like that happens. Maybe if it does happen in the next game, Wolf, I know that you just said that you didn't like it, so you probably don't really want to acquiesce my request, but if you could just play-by-play for a little bit, let me get my breath back, and then I can sub back in again. Or something like that. I think that would be a really good idea in order to try and save it.
My biggest fear going into the second game,
spiders,
is, well, if I were in Australia right now, I'd be like looking around, but I haven't seen any spiders in Paris yet.
Okay.
But now you've made me a little bit worried. So my second biggest fear, next to a spider crawling on this casting desk, is Syndra being picked up early in this draft by Showmaker, and them not necessarily being able to draft around that.
Yeah, I haven't been a big fan of the Syndra either, I have to admit. I mean, it is Showmaker, right? Like, him and BDD in the LCK have been our Syndra guys for many, many years. Chovy as well, I guess, sprinkled in there. But yeah, I would agree with you. I think that it's not one of those sort of ace-in-the-hole style of picks. But here we are into the draft, and already we have a first pick. BB going to lock down the Jarvan for Skumond, and now D+ here to try and figure it out.
You know, he got put down by the early levels, and Lucid out jungling him in that early game. But this pick, his Jarvan in particular, inspired me when I watched him at first hand. He was so good on this champion, and he destroyed our region.
Wolf.
Yeah, well, we knew it was
No, come on, man.
I told you I was nervous about it, and there was a reason.
Oh, my. You willed it into existence. You just manifested this Syndra right here into a Jarvan. Are you kidding me?
Well, he's got at least the Zins out to keep him safe.
All right. Thanks. Okay.
Aggressive guard can keep that. Aggressive guard keep that Jarvan away.
Okay. Well, in theory, yes. Okay. Now G2, what are they going to augment this Jarvan pick with?
Orianna is banned, of course, so we won't be seeing that pairing here. A lot of our mages.
What about Cassio Jarvan?
Could be good.
Although I guess Syndra is picked into it quite a lot, yeah.
Yeah, but it hasn't worked that well in the early levels. So we do see actually a completely different take here on this with the early Lucian.
Okay.
It does work well with Jarvan. A lot of really easy setup for the Lucian and a lot of follow-up burst for Hans, and they're also going to grab this Nautilus. Done are the days of the Lucian Nami.
Yep. The Lucian Milio as well has really fallen out of favor.
Lucian Braum? Forget about it.
Forget about it. We did see a
Lucian
Braum
Yumi?
ban.
No way!
Yeah, I hope not. We did know that there was going to be no Yumi because of that piece of content that we had prior to this, and Hans Summer said that he didn't like it, and so that's going to be all right. The Rel consideration here for Korea, which is not what I was expecting. I kind of thought that they would lock something away for Shiu and then protect it in the next ban phase. But instead, splitting the bottom lane.
Yeah, quite a weird pick. A lot of engage is gone. No Camille, no Leona, right? So with the Nautilus also taken away, they're playing a Syndra. You know, it ends up making sense. I think it's a pretty easy Jhin ban for G2 at this point. Jhin works really well with Syndra.
Yep, I would ban Jhin as well.
Yeah, you just hate Jhin, but
yeah.
I think it also makes sense from a strategic point.
Okay. There's multiple reasons to ban stuff. As we'll see what the first ban is going to be. I imagine still maybe looking towards the top lane, but never mind. It's actually a bit of an Akali situation. They're trying to protect the Syndra pick, which I just realized, which is why I had that sort of inflection in my voice, that the Syndra could be heading towards the bottom lane. Smash has been playing the Victor, but he could have also been playing the Syndra down there as well. I don't know about the Syndra-Lucian matchup. The last time I saw it was in mid lane about 5 years ago, and I don't remember.
Showmaker played both sides of that matchup a lot.
He definitely did.
So we will see the Yorick now taken away, which could lead towards a Jace pickup here for Broken Blade in the top lane, but Yorick also just a really strong side laning champion that gives D+ the ability to move G2 around the map. Cassiopeia feels like a strong tier list ban here for D+ Kiev. That's still going to be the focal point is the mid lane.
Yep. Wouldn't mind something like that, just to try and remove a string from the bow of Caps. And the LeBlanc is another great option. One of the shared champions between both Caps and Showmaker. Both of them absolutely fantastic on that pick.
It might be just even a Showmaker decision since CV Max, I just don't want to deal with this in this matchup. Caps is great at it. I am a great LeBlanc player myself.
Yeah, I know how bad this matchup can be. Yeah,
exactly. It's probably his call on that one. Again, the Jhin kind of out there and lurking as a strong pick here that isn't going to be taken. They're still expecting the Syndra bottom lane.
I don't mind it. Or just banning away the Cassiopeia bottom lane, which was something Viper brought in.
Good point.
A few different options there. And it can be really annoying as well if you want to try and play the Nautilus. The miasma is just frustrating to deal with, so getting that one out of the way is a good idea.
I think we are going to see the bottom pick here. Oh, okay.
Oh, dear. Oh,
we're not. We're going to hold that flex.
Third time's the charm, Wolf. Third time is the charm.
I thought we were going to see that, and then we were going to see a potential counter pick for the top side, but instead, just going to hold that Syndra flex here and keep G2 guessing. They did ban the York, so got a little bit easier. Is it's going to be a Rumble to come through here for Broken Blade, and we're going to find out now what Caps will be piloting here in this mid lane. The Silas to come back again.
That's a fun one. And Silas into Syndra is something that we've been seeing quite a bit. It doesn't feel like it'd be great just because Scatter the Weak can get him out of there if he does dash his way forward. But with the chains, you just find your way back in so comfortably. And that is a Zoe consideration here for Showmaker.
He did like to play this back then when also the Syndra was meta, and it's one of his favorites. Again, BDD and Showmaker from our region being the ones who love to pilot these the most.
And it's another poke comp to come out from D+. So Showmaker's world-famous Zoe, and that does mean that Smash is going to be playing the Syndra on the bottom side of the map, and all of a sudden it has become a poke composition with a Rel.
There's so much that gets in the way of the Silas trying to actually get backline access to this Jace between the Rel, the Scatter the Weaks, the trouble bubbles on the ground that can actually be really frustrating to navigate around. Same with the Jarvan. We'll have to navigate through a lot of this too, but I think in some ways, because there's so many different tools, including the Nautilus here for G2, all you have to do is hit one of those CCs. Once the cooldowns are down here for D+, and you get in there, the Rumble Equalizer gets set up, you have the Cataclysm. I am really worried about this comp from D+, because it doesn't have any form of consistent damage. It's all skill shot-based damage. You have the Qs come on the ground from the Syndra, right? You have the Zoe trying to hit those paddles. But you also have the Jace and the Shock Blast, which have been a bit of a pain point for Shu.
Hey, 1-1, okay? He's managed to win one of them. Did have, of course, that stinker that was what we were referring to earlier.
I just think it's a really hard composition to play for D+. It is incredibly difficult. I'm not saying that it cannot work, and I was fairly a quite large doubter, I would say, of their game one draft compared to what G2 had. The early game went pear-shaped for them, though, and we did end up seeing a very one-sided game. I think what happens here in the second one?
No matter what happens in this game, there is always a chance for G2 to come back. I think almost in every single scenario, just because if their hard engage works, D+ will collapse like a house of cards. But here we are, onto the Rift for game number 2, seeing whether G2 can bring us to that coveted third game decider to keep themselves alive here at EWC. Remember, we only had 2 more slots remaining. I'm not entirely sure what was happening with the other match just yet.
It looks JDG favored at the moment, but still too early to call in that second game. They're leading 1-0.
Yeah, we'll see whether it is going to be another LPL representative joining.
That would mean that the only Western team to go through so far would be Carmine Corp. If that does end up happening and G2 become the hope here in this one.
And we did expect that G2 would have a pretty good showing in this particular match so far. D+ being able to navigate their last draft very effectively. And this one, completely different story. And yes, they outrange. And if they can actually disengage from G2 effectively, then there could be some opportunities. But man, it is such a tightrope to walk here for D+.
Now, if Career sets up some CC here, it's very easy for Smash to follow up and do a lot of burst damage.
Anchor is going to connect here as Career is going to try and keep himself alive with that heal. All of a sudden, that is now on cooldown. Chain's going to connect here. Showmaker does find the trouble bubble, wants that paddle star, but has to proc the extra damage with the auto attack, and there is that paddle star down to 100 health. Obviously, it's a Silas, right? Does have that Kingslayer coming back up, so can get some of that health bar back.
Caps healing up, as you say. The big difference in the bottom lane compared to these two AD carries is that Hans Sama doesn't need to necessarily hit abilities to actually do damage. He could just right-click whenever there's an opportunity. So if Career and Smash miss, then it is going to be very difficult to play out what happens next. But you can see right now, control in mid and top. Bottom lane is definitely G2 favored.
Yeah. And based on what we're seeing out of Smash, I'm like wondering whether actually he wanted to be a mid laner, because he's just been playing mid lane champs over and over again. Labrov does take a cheeky turret shot there as they do get the shove in. Checking out all of these lanes though, it's Caps that's really drawn the short straw in this one, having to blind pick the Sylas. Does have a bunch of ultimates that can work out. Like Crescent Guard, for example, is a brilliant one. Not to mention the Magnet Storm as well, if picked up in a team fight, can do a lot of damage. But the portal jump and being Jace is just not as effective.
Yeah.
It used to be that being Jace's Sylas was broken. I remember Pawn used to always play that one, and it was very, very dangerous.
And it looks like JDG did, by the way. They ended up winning that series. I mentioned they were leading when I last checked in, but it's finished already.
Gala just absolutely obliterating that key, as you can see picture in picture. So another one bites the dust here, and JDG find themselves in the knockout. So this is the last spot, the last opportunity here for any of the teams. Just to update you, I do have the list here in front of me. I was just having a look to see whether any team fights are going to break out. They are not. We've got AJAL from the LPL already through, BLG already through, and JDG already through. As well as KC, as we mentioned before, Genji, and T1 already in there as well. DK trying to join their brethren, but that's not going to work out as First Blood goes over to Labrov, and he will not be dying to the turret this time.
The angle on the dredge line was perfect, and he is able to get that last bit of CC through, as well as the damage required there to take Showmaker out. So a very nice early lead here for G2. And done without Skumon's help.
Yeah, beautifully done. Xiu now moving back towards that top side was a very aggressive teleport. And in they do go. Oh, picks the flash.
Well, somewhat Skumon's help.
Yeah, a little bit of Skumon's
help. A little bit of Skumon's help.
But one of them went one way, the other one picked the flash. Like, it's beautiful. It's like, let's just take both exits to see who can stop him. And they absolutely managed to do so. Very, very nicely done here by G2.
Really, difficult as well to gank this lane without a setup like that. They played it really, really well. Showmaker now down flash, also pivotal, importantly, because Caps gets to keep his.
That is going to be a lot of damage from Broken Blade, but he does get booped away. And Xiu just going to go even in that trade, basically. 10 CS going to be the advantage for the Jace, though. And one thing can be said for Xiu is that the laning phase, he's been fine. It's just been overextending and dying over and over again in some of these matchups. As the anchor is going to connect once again. Smash forced to flash out of the way. Does manage to escape, but let's see whether Broken Blade is going to be so lucky. As there is the Shattering Strike flash out of Korea. Picks up the turret, heals himself back up again, and down will go BB. So the answering kill is going to be there for D+.
Broken Blade was able to get a lot of that wave. Was hoping that maybe he could clear it before the dive happened, but at least is able to pick up the money from most of those minions before going down. Does not have teleport critically, so Xiu up there going to be able to get some additional value, will be able to deny some more farm and experience. Owies. Yeah, that's painful. Showmaker going to need some resources to deal with him, as we saw before. They were able to get a kill on him, but when he's left to his own devices, will feel naturally strong. Hansama dashes here forward, does a lot of damage, and then it's a Hex Flash engage. Tricky angle there on the dredge line. Almost looked like it was going to hit the turret, but was able to hit Smash there, and then Skumon comes over.
Oh,
way out.
Smash not going to have a whole lot of fun here. Does manage to get the scatter, but Smash will just be dancing around, gets Ardently Blaze, and will be taken out of that one. As Broken Blade also going to suffer on the top side.
It's level 6 to clear the wave, but not quite able to do it in time, of course.
All right, so it does mean that the gold leads on the map are Xiu on the top side of the map for DK, and Hansama, who is in a great position towards this bottom side on the Lucian. As Labrov, let's see whether these heat-seeking anchors are going to continue working, because he has really started this game on the right foot this time around. And D+, miss a cannon towards that bottom side, not exactly the greatest of times, and you know that a support is having a great time when they're just hex flashing around the lane.
Yeah, and that is generally the state that you want to be in if you're in control. It's just threatening non-stop because you have that tempo. Labrov's about to get his Hex Flash back, and he's going to go for it one more time.
Yeah, over he goes. They did have that control ward in there, but Korea is still just going to get caught out. Crashes down in order to keep himself alive, but Sacrifices a lot of his health bar. Now Caps is potentially in trouble here as the Paddle Star will push him away.
Still doesn't have his teleport back, so we'll just have to chug through one more refillable here.
And Showmaker doesn't have damage items yet,
No.
right? Like, he's got a Sapphire
Cooldown
Crystal
boots.
and some cooldown boots, so it's not really the deadliest of Zoes at this point in time. Really does want to pick up the Ludens for that extra burst damage to really take control of this mid-game.
Showmaker had a really good ward there, so was not going to be caught or baited into trying to look for a kill there on the Caps and runs face first into Skumon. So ends up being fine there. The ward is cleared. Now we move forward. Shiu is proxying the wave here, clearing this up as fast as possible, trying to further his lead on the top side. Do have Void Grubs spawning. And he wants to deny some farm here from Broken Blade, but Labrov again is ready to Hex Flash, potentially over this wall. Will run face first into the ward instead.
He's going real fast. There's the flash over the anchor as Lucid going to need to come up. Doesn't actually have to, as G2 back away pretty quickly. Skumon now finding Korea in the river. We'll be able to get that knock up onto the Horse Pants lady. Caps coming on over here as Showmaker was fresh off a reset. And this was not the time to roam for Korea, unfortunately. Even the hijack coming through as the Magnet Storm is picked up for the Silas. That's a phenomenal ultimate for Caps to have for the next little while. See whether he finds an opportunity to use it.
Korea trying to look for a little bit of information or maybe even try to hold the wave there for Showmaker, but unfortunately for him, he is found at the worst possible time as, like you said, Showmaker was on that back, and now Skumon is going to be able to pick up this dragon, so we'll be G2 getting further ahead in this early game. It's really only Shiu that has that gold lead right now, and it's on a Jason. This comp is, like I said before, so complicated to play, and the Syndra is so tricky. If it doesn't get resourced and if it actually isn't tempo ahead in whatever lane it's playing, often a mage versus mage in this meta, but into the Lucian, you're just constantly getting pushed out. You're unable to farm properly. As you guys could see in the CS, he's a level down practically on Hansama right now, is about to hit level 8. G2 are kind of just winning everywhere with the exception of that top side.
And we'll see whether DK can actually play through Shiu this time around, because we know he is a man that does tend to overextend. The rhyme was unintentional, but the meaning was intended. Korea moving down towards his bottom side to try and keep Smash alive as the anchor is going to greet him. Crashes down towards his awesome dude carry guy.
Now Shiu needs some help, but Lucid's very far away. He's going to need a little bit more time here.
He's going to run up. That is going to be the shock blast to come on through. The barbecue is set up here for Shiu, but steps to the side and will be able to get out of the furnace for now. Skumon not quite capable of tanking that turret for long enough. The teleport brings Showmaker over to make sure that they are going to be all right. As Smash, Force of Will comes down, but there is the great scatter to cancel the culling and the unleashed power. Dodge this, says Smash. And now Shiu, he's teleporting down. There's going to be another one. This Magnet Storm picks them up. It's Caps that locks down Korea though, but Shiu, he's got the auto attacks. He's able to find the damage. And G2, they flash away to keep themselves alive.
Now they do end up getting away there very narrowly, as that scatter was not quite able to connect there, and Shiu did not have his shock blast back to look for another. It's going to be an additional teleport now committed down here to the top, to the bottom side. It's Hansama who did take it in this matchup into the Syndra, who was asleep.
Dear. Yeah, very annoying as the Paddle Star is starting to hurt now that at least a book has been picked up for Showmaker. Still doesn't quite have his lost chapter yet, right? Like, I do feel like if that first item spike comes in, if Broken Blade gets caught like that again, he could just die. Flash out of the way from Hansama though as Lucid does find a good angle with the Wind Becomes Lightning, and Smash makes his way back in. Not going to get the kill or anything like that, but a flash from the AD carry feels fantastic here for D+.
Going back to this play here, Smash ending up blocking this off, and Hansama holds his ground. Just eats so much damage from that Q, and the ult comes through and he just is deleted. And there wasn't, I mean, Caps was so far away. I don't know if Hansama would have been able to buy further time for Caps' TP had he just walked back there, but it definitely did not work out the way he wanted. Labrov's flash here is fantastic, but they still end up losing out on the exchange in a big way. Hansama was forced to flash on return as well, so D+ down on gold right now, but only 900 and got a big win back.
Yeah, and the flash scatter was really weird there from Smash as well. Didn't quite have an ult down in order to set up any sort of stun, but see what happens as this game continues. Most gold in the game belongs to Caps, Hans, and Skumon, and they have got a 1,000 gold advantage due to that one. D+ still kind of fine in this game for now. We mentioned it's a bit like a tightrope to make this composition work, and if G2 continue to find the hard engages that Nautilus is pretty good at, a Jarvan is pretty good at, then it could be real difficult. DK need to try and keep them at arm's length as best they can.
This guy picked up here for Lucid to now be able to match Skumond in that regard to big items. Really, these two drafts, when they collide together, I think the best way to put it is it's quite volatile, right? I mean, there's a lot of stuff that can happen that doesn't go the way you expect because it's just not the way traditional League of Legends is played when we have, you know, a Zoe Syndra comp here, but it's very fragile and very bursty, and if you don't end up getting those picks early, G2 outlast you. Pretty interesting stuff here as Showmaker will not get this sleep.
Yep, battles. The portal jump, though, will keep him safe over that wall. It isn't too much of a worry as Caps just wandering around this mid lane. And does have a 450 gold advantage on this. Silas as Labrov once again having a real good time with his Hex Flash. Showmaker going to get caught out here. Does fall a little bit asleep, does Caps, but Showmaker gets the worst end of that trade.
Yeah, he doesn't have TP either. Lucid's going to come over here and try to make something back of this, but Caps is already way out of there, so just going to have to go to his jungle.
Yeah, Lucid actually realizing, maybe getting the call from Showmaker that he has to stick around to lock that one down. Ludens is completed here for Showmaker. That is certainly great news. We'll start to do a fair bit of damage if those sleeps do connect.
That's the big one. He's already doing a lot of damage to you know, some of the squishier champions here on G2's roster, and now has the ability to fight in this upcoming Dragon if they can get control of it, or at least some space control here to allow him to get in there. Right now, they have a lot of space to work with here. As you can see, there's a control ward in the pit. The Dragon just shoves to the entrance as G2 are not there yet. So maybe we could see that early skirmish here for D+ around this double mage composition with that spike coming through from Showmaker, turning this into a lot closer of a game and putting us on a 1-to-1 Drake score. G2 do not have a great entry point here, so it looks like this time around, unlike game one, they will simply give it up.
Yeah, Showmaker also picks up a locket, which is kind of a ridiculous item to grab as the Zoe. That's a real good one. Could be used quite nicely in defense, but Lucid just going to be able to take this one down. They're not going to be able to utilize that locket just yet. The Showmaker is just going to throw it down as he wanders towards this bottom lane. Caps looking for an angle. The chains do not land as he still decides to go on top, but that bubble was gorgeous. He picks up the unleashed power and throws it at Smash, but the dash out of the way is gorgeous. Labrov comes down towards this bottom side of the beach ball, not going to land onto Caps. And G2 keep their mid laner alive.
It's just so, the League of Legends looks so weird when you've got the Syndra and the Zoe playing in tandem like that in a side lane as Caps is unable to make that pick work. It was so close. Those chains landed is a completely different story, but he will just have to walk away, back off. And we kind of reset to, again, a fairly normal game state here. One dragon apiece. It is Infernal Soul, which would be insane for either of these compositions, but especially with the burst power in this Syndra Zoe composition, G2 definitely want to make sure they can lock down the rest of those for this game. Yep. Broken Blade stabilized in his lane, went for the Rocket Belt, so a little bit more of a defensive option here in this matchup. Actually used it to stop the back there. Shiu, very briefly, you can see on the mini-map.
Yeah, also going to go for the steel caps as well to make sure that this Jace is not going to be too much of a problem. But speaking of problems here, Showmaker looking to move towards that top side. The bubble is not going to quite connect onto Broken Blade, who does decide that he's probably going to die, and so is going to just get rid of the minion wave before he does fall down. Korea locks up the kill. Not exactly ideal here for DK, but they'll take whatever they can get at this point.
Sometimes the difference maker in these types of picks is that he used his Rocket Belt to actually stop a back. So he doesn't have it defensively, can't get away there. And it was a quick rotation up from D+. This gold lead is so small here for G2. They had so much control, but it is becoming very quickly a very even game here as we're going to see Lucid take the Herald on cross map here. Shield will be able to walk away.
Yeah,
Wave is pretty thin, so I don't think they can get the full turret either.
Yeah, not quite. So I actually thought that they were going to get that last plate. It's what I was about to say, but does not actually happen. So first turret does go over to DK. The Herald goes down as well. That means that they pull the gold back in their direction just slightly. I still do think that that tightrope that we were talking about before still exists. And as this game goes on, the team fights just make a whole lot more sense for G2 and will be very, very difficult to pilot for D+. But it is a style of composition that they have made work in the past. And we'll see whether they can do it yet again.
That this game is so close is well, I'm gonna maybe have to hold my thought on this because we are gonna have a bit of a potential follow-up here on this sleep. Doesn't hit.
Yeah, Caps going to lose a lot of health on his turret and on his own health bar. D+ moving into the river, 2 minutes on the Drake, so we're not fighting over that one. We're just looking for a Rift Scuttler. Great knock up there onto his Demacian brother, as now Hansama possibly in a little bit of trouble. Getting a little sleepy as well, as now Smash makes its way in. She locks down Labrov. Now Skumon could be in a little bit of trouble, but Cap shows up. Massive health bar. He's also got the Xin Zhao ulti running, and Shu has to get the heck out of dodge. And this is the problem. G2, if they're in melee range, they will kill you.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's just no durability here outside of the Crescent Guard for Lucid. I mean, sure, career kind of tanky on the support here, but isn't going to last very long when there's that much firepower there for G2. And if Caps had been there a little bit faster, you can imagine how much worse this could have gone for D+, and the Crescent Guard is on their side as well, with Caps stealing that one away, and this turret will finally go down here. Be the second turret of the game, as the first did go over to D+, but it puts a much larger lead here into G2's hands. So it's very messy here for D+. Initially, a lot of CC goes down. The Crescent Guard buys space. Smash rotates over, right? You have that TPing Jace. There's no backbone for this composition once they end up getting control over Lucid. As Crescent Guard is down, and Cap steals it, and there's just no way out. She was forced to flash, and D+ end up losing out in a big way.
Yeah, and they didn't even really have Smash and Showmaker available for that fight either, as it was just kind of the other three having a little bit of a skirmish for themselves. Great collapse from G2 to make sure that they could get that advantage. However, the advantage is not really even 1,000 gold just yet. The game is exceptionally close at 19 minutes. My problem is that maybe that's not going to be enough if DK, as they do definitely want to start a snowball rolling to make this poke composition happen. 3-0-1 though for Caps on this Silas, as you can see here as we follow him out of base.
It's not quite Faker's 17 kills, but it's a pretty good spot
yeah,
in this one. And, you know, I think that G2's comp scales better here. So many different ways to fight a team fight. You can play through a pick with Hansama on the burst he has. You can play through the Silas setup. You can play it slow. And now they have control over this dragon, so D+ is the ones who have to aggress, and it's so much tougher with a poke comp when you don't have vision. As you can see here, D+ just cannot see where these G2 members are outside of Hansama, and Labrov's going in.
Yeah, how can you poke if you don't know where? As now Labrov going to take a whole bunch of damage. Battle Shelly comes on through as well, and the Nautilus is just destroyed. It is going to be Shelly making her way over at the same time, as Smash decides that Shelly should not charge. And we'll just give her a headache against the wall. Lucid going to be able to take down this dragon.
Frustrating turning point potentially in this game, because Herald's crashing mid. They got that on
they did
the
manage
top
to get
side.
the crash. Never mind.
And they're getting this turret down. 2 turrets fall. Gold lead over to D+. As this equalizer isn't going to necessarily help Broken Blade, who's in trouble. He's trying to go for the all-in.
Yeah, he does manage to get the silence off his man. Okay, that's a lot of burst damage.
And consider, this is an elimination game. If G2 lose it, they are out of this tournament. They had so much control. They had control of the Dragon Pit. Labrov's engage was a disaster. Now the Herald gets an additional charge here on the inner. It looks like, based on the minimap there, it might have been piloted by Lucid over there to get. I'm not actually even sure.
Might have actually been Showmaker showing up. I have no idea. Shelly did move from the mid lane to the bottom lane though, and the Wind Becomes Lightning comes in through here at the same time. Labrov unfortunately doesn't find the anchor into the wall.
G2's falling apart.
Is able to take him down. Yeah, exactly. This is not looking very good after the early game was played out beautifully, right? And if they just kept it stable, it was probably going to be all right. And honestly, 1,000 gold, it's not over just yet, but certainly some issues starting to form.
You know what I want to say, and I've been holding it in.
Okay,
well, you know when you're playing Zoe, and that mid turret goes down, Atlas.
Oh, the Zoe turret, Wolf, that was your first color point in your entire career, like 8 years ago or something.
It's been like 5 million years since we got to talk about it, but when the mid turret goes down, you have a Zoe comp, especially when you have a Syndra also in your bottom lane, which isn't normal, but for D+, it's what they have. It's hard to be on the map. It's hard to be Skumon trying to clear your camps. It's hard to be Labrov trying to set up vision, because if you don't have those turrets to fall back on, it becomes incredibly oppressive what D+'s comp can do. They have that ward deep up in the mid lane. They have wards on the left and right side of the river. And now, if anyone on G2 is alone, they will be collapsed on pick. They have to move as a group. Hansama alone.
Oh dear, the Scat of the Week comes on through. The Flash has to be used, but the Shattering Strike, the Magnus Storm is there. The Unleashed Power is not quite enough though, and Hansama creates enough distance. However, Lucid is there with the Audacious Charge. It's a 1-for-1 trade though of the 80 carries. His career is going to get chased out. Great equalizer does come down as Showmaker. Oh dear, this is not where he wanted to show up. Lucid is going to die. Shiu is going to turn up as well as Korea making his way back in, but the anchor is there from Lavrov, and immediately G2 are back on the board. I say that, they're getting a little sleepy as Skumon makes his way over, and Shiu is allowed to live for now.
A lot of push and pull in this game. It's 22.5 minutes
The pendulum swings, Wolf.
Exactly, and G2, I don't think, can take this Baron right now. They have too many members need to back. We don't have TP to rejoin, so it's not going to be a Baron on the play, but it will be gold lead back in G2's hands. I said Hans was alone, but he wasn't alone. He was just isolated, and D+ thought they found that target. Smash is zooming here, but I don't think he'll be able to do anything on his own. But he was able to buy enough space. The rest of the team shows up. The TPs come through, and G2 are able to fight this one out. So it's Caps who comes in here and makes the huge difference as he shows up on this Silas. And they're able to get over here, set up the Crescent Guard. Lucid is alone, trying to come back over, and is pushed back. And then this Jace just can't get it done. There wasn't enough burst damage in the initial salvo for D+, and that's where the problems can start. If you don't get the initial pick, then they have more consistent damage than you on the G2 side.
Exactly, and what you really don't want is for them to be able to engage at all. It's not really about a team fight that you want to look for. It's about softening them up, and then you can use your engage in order to finish them off. If you're starting at full health on both sides, I think G2 should win almost 10 out of 10 times. And so it's going to take some pretty creative team fights to be set up here with the Shock Blast connecting, the Paddle Stars landing, and these orbs being thrown around effectively here by D+. As G2 now moving into the D+ side of the map.
They really need to defend this turret by any means necessary. They cannot give that one up. It's what they want to play through here in this mid-game right now is a big push in the bottom lane from Shu is going to pull Broken Blade back. Broken Blade does not have TP, so a little bit of a tempo advantage here to get Baron Vision back for D+. And we finally have an even game here in this series. You know, it's anyone's game to take right now. G2 keeping it interesting after it looked like maybe they were starting to fall by the wayside, but D+ now getting a lot of vision around this Baron, a lot of map control still there as they still have that mid turret. As we're looking for that third item for Hansama. That is the main focal point here for G2. Once he has the IE complete, he is going to be a monster.
He really will. Smash is also looking for his as Caps just going to immediately engage, finds the Crescent Guard. Showmaker able to create enough space to get out, but the depth charge is doing so much work. Caps diving on forward. That is going to be Lucid falling. Crashdown gets him out as there is the Unleashed Power. One kill back here for D+, as the Scat of the Week I don't think should work on G2 right now. They ain't looking weak at all.
No, I don't think so. Jungler's down though, taking this dragon with enough damage here from Hansama, and a retreat from D+ is looking very difficult to contest here for the side of D+, and they can't do anything cross-map. There isn't any cross-map to take, so even though they got a kill back, D+ are not going to really be able to get anything in exchange, so that's going to be 2 apiece on the Dragons. Pretty close game here. Hansama picked up some additional gold in the fight. When all the cooldowns are gone, that's when G2 can just say, all right, we're going to force this fight. There's no more threats. There's nothing that you can do. Hansama gets stunned here by the scatter, and he's like, all right, that's it. Everything's down. I'm walking forward. Skumon's going in. He's going to trade his life here for all of that damage onto Shiu, and that's all G2 need to go over and take the dragon.
And DK, I feel like they need to slow things down, right? I feel like they need to find a pick, find an angle before these fights happen, but Caps isn't letting it. As he dives over and starts the fight immediately. And that's precisely what we were saying D+ cannot let happen. And like you were saying, the Infinity Edge is done. Also has some Merc Treads as well, which is great to see from Hansama. Keeping himself alive against all of this magic damage, I think is going to be a very, very good idea.
And it's one of the things that's most terrifying for D+ is that consistent damage output from Hansama. The next thing they'd be worried about is if they lose vision control over this Baron. Because the turn is fierce from G2, and they can't poke what they can't see, as this turret in the mid lane is so important. And they are going to keep it alive a little bit longer, but it is very, very, very low. Top turret completely gone as Caps will wipe that off the map.
Now looking to push down as a little bit of a stun onto Broken Blade. Hansama poking his head in. The Trouble Bubble is going to go wide. Now Shiu is going to walk over Vision. The rest of G2 are going to respond as Hansama takes that shock blast. Flash out from Labrov as G2 just trying to escape. Bubble is fantastically placed, but G2 are just going to split and walk away. Fighting without caps is not what G2 want to do. He wants to hold on to that teleport in order to play these side lanes and allow that Baron threat to remain.
Yeah, really nice play here from D+, getting over there, getting back control of mid, pushing G2 off the map, removing some vision, maintaining that mid turret so that they can still play around the poke. So much burst if it can, you know, be set up properly, and if you could see where G2 are and you could soften those members up like you said, that's how this is going to have to be played here for D+. An incredibly tough composition to pilot, especially at a game state like this, 2,000 gold down.
Yeah.
The fact that mid turret still up is a testament to how much practice D+ has put into this type of comp.
Well, I think we're going to have to say goodbye to the turret this time around as Labrov could be in trouble. He tries to anchor his way out as Showmaker moving on down. DK not going to be able to lock down the Nautilus. They will have to back away into this fog of war one more time. These control wards are going to fall as well around this Baron. Lucid just wanting to clear out his camps, get things ready for a potential setup around the Baron. The thing is, I don't think G2 can do Baron either. No. I think doing Baron into Zoe and Jace just sounds like a really horrible thing to try and
They have great turn though, because they've got a Silas, right? They have this Jarvan.
Yeah, they have to turn instantly,
and if
they make their way over.
If they get vision control and D+ have to kind of walk towards it and they don't have any poke, it's so easy to turn because D+ just don't have any answer to the turn. If they're face checking, they're doomed. So that's why right now the D+ is like, we have to put everybody on Baron, get all these wards cleaned up, get our own wards in there. And so G2 can play around getting vision, then getting the rest of the map. Getting vision on Baron, then getting the rest of the map. Because D+ always have to answer that vision. So G2 are doing such a great job of pulling D+ around the map right now.
And Xiu answering that bottom lane push. You can see Broken Blade actually moving that one up. Does have his teleport, as does Xiu. Showmaker and Caps as well, with theirs available. In fact, there are quite a few of these summoner spells up on both sides of the rift. I'm waiting for Smash to have his.
Ooh, that bubble. Almost forcing a flash there out of Hans if it was at a different angle.
And the Zoe, I mean, sometimes can do absolutely nothing in a fight. Other times, solo win. And we'll see which version Showmaker is going to be able to be as we get further along. As getting a little bit sleepy is the Nautilus. It's a lot of damage out, but Broken Blade finds his way in. Xiu diving on forward. Caps gets sleepy and goes golden at the same time as now Hansama trying to kite this one out, doing a lot of work. The culling cutting them up, and he has to get himself out of there. The Unleashed Power comes in, the last auto attack, as now it's Showmaker dancing around the battlefield, and a Sleepy Rumble is going to get taken out by a paddle star. There is the Zoe I was talking about, and Showmaker making it look easy.
That last auto there from Showmaker to take him out is just basically deleting him off the map. We saw in the initial engage from Career, because Career was always fishing. He was looking, he's like, I really, really, really want this flash out of Hansama because then the fight becomes so much more playable for us. Caps will dodge this one, but Lucid's still here.
Yep, stolen flash gets Showmaker over there. Dash cannon in. There is the ulti to come on through from Lucid, whereby Caps here is now going to be taken down, and Showmaker looking for another one. Unfortunately, the minions are here, so that paddle star is not going to land. The Caps shows up, manages to get the Crescent Guard, and then just dies.
Showmaker just taking over this game suddenly, Atlas. G2
is
fans.
Is this 2020, man? Is it 2020? Like, pinch me. Which year is it?
It feels like it is. And so watch this setup here as Hansama doesn't have eyes on Career. Has to flash. He barely gets out, but now he's flashless. And with those cooldowns there, G2 are like, all right, there's some play here. There's some wiggle room. Hansama's kiting back. And then you see, as this fight goes on, more and more of these skill shots coming out for Showmaker. Hansama has no flash, and then, boom! Smash gets the hit on him. He has no flash, he's slept, and Showmaker will take him out with that final auto. And Broken Blade is just left by the wayside. It was a good turn there from G2 after the initial salvo, but Showmaker and Smash, the double mage, has played it so well, and once Hansama is down, the fight is a wash.
Yeah, there is nothing that they can do. I have to say, the equalizer left a little bit to be desired, right? DK never really wanted to be where it was, and Caps found himself just right in amongst it. And I like the idea, I like the plan, because they do not want to give DK time to poke them out. The problem is you also need to have a good setup in order to make these team fights work, and D+ holding them at arm's length, utilizing Lucid and the Crescent Guard, the Magnet Storm for the extra CC, and then Smash able to get these orbs down and scatter the G2 members all over the mid lane. It was beautiful to watch. And we said, like, D+ has practice with compositions like this. The thing is, it's just always quite difficult to play. The thing is, they are managing to walk it. They are still on that tightrope, and they are taking down the structures on their way.
This whole point of Infernal Soul, with how Showmaker's playing, with the double Void Staffs, you know, we're pushing towards death caps coming through here for these mages. So much damage on the table here. Hansama's still flashless, right? He needs to be incredibly careful. G2 going to come over here and clear up some Baron vision. They'll never be able to clear that scuttle. So the same sort of ring around the rosy they've been playing isn't necessarily going to be an option here.
Oh, Bubble going to connect there onto the Nautilus. They have to stand in front in order to save him as the Paddle Star somehow goes wide. That is a massive amount of damage. That is also a sleep onto Hans. Thankfully gets back into the fog of war in order to keep himself alive. And Wolf, at the back of all of that, they managed to pick up the Drake as well. And I think Drake control is so incredibly important for poke compositions, because otherwise you're going to get pulled around the map. Soul Point now picked up for DK, and they are the ones with that tempo control.
It's just the fact that they were able to get all that gold back, get that dragon, means that G2 just don't have the same chokehold control over this game, as Career is a bit too far forward trying to clear this ward.
Yeah, going to get chained up. There is the Magnet Storm as well, as he's looking to try and escape. He's relatively tanky as he flashes out of the way, but that does mean that this Cataclysm is going to hold him in position very nicely. That Equalizer, so much better.
They got to go straight to Baron.
Gets the laser beam out to take down the Jace.
They just got to go straight to Baron here. LeBron caught though.
Yeah, getting a little bit sleepy. Flashes over the wall there as D+. Remember, they do have a lot of very annoying poke, especially if Showmaker is alive.
If they give enough time though, those picks will not necessarily be valuable. They are going to now put Hansama with this 4-item Lucian to work on the Baron, and I don't think D+ can contest easily. Lucian has GA, and he is heading over. Yeah. You see some zone control, but LeBron is so low.
Might look for the turn, but this Baron is so incredibly low. Getting a little bit sleepy is Caps, but he goes golden, and Showmaker able to flash out of the way, utilizing the flash that he stole earlier. And so the Baron going to be picked up by G2. Not a whole lot of response here for DK, as a minute and a half left on this Dragon means that it's a free reset back out onto the Rift for G2.
Yeah,
they should be able to guarantee 6 Elemental Drakes taken.
A response attempted here from Lucis, maybe steal a blue buff away and try to take some of those camps. So it all starts off here. I mean, this is the first domino to fall. His Career, this is what we were talking about. You don't have vision control on this Baron. You have to get it. Career is over here trying to take it, but G2 was thinking one step ahead. They are able to capture this well. Now, at the cost of a lot of these abilities, including Skumon's ultimate, but when they get this pick here onto Shiu on the other side, who's trying to set up a flank, it's the go button to Baron. And even though LeBron was low, they were able to secure it. They're looking for more. If they get a pick or two here, they could potentially bring us to 3 right now.
Yeah.
We're 35 minutes into this game.
There's a lot of crystals on these turrets as well, as Caps are going to get this mid lane pushed in. They're clearing out the jungle of D+ as well. And they always had the gold lead, but it had been really shrunk, right? And now it is starting to extend one more time. Skumon, though, takes about 1 billion damage, as the poke is still very scary from Showmaker and from Shiu.
Yeah, this push is pretty thwarted right now. They're just simply going to have to back away and reset, so D+, a little bit of extra wiggle room, which is huge because the Dragon, which is Infernal Soul for them, spawns in 15 seconds, so G2 need to rush over and deny D+'s take of this important Dragon. Skumon healed up and ready.
The thing that I'm scared about, Wolf, is that there's a Rabadon's death cap on Showmaker. If he hits anyone with that Sleepy Trouble Bubble and then the Paddle Star lands, they may just die.
Smash is about to buy his. He's got TP. He's going to grab that one and head straight over to this fight. This might be the last fight of the game.
Yeah, the bubble is on the ground, as there is that death cap you were talking about. The teleport right into this mid lane as Caps. He's got that Crescent Guard once again. It is going to be very dangerous. Hex Flash gets Lebrov in there, but the scatter comes on down. Great Magnet Storm there from Career. Heads to the skies, he goes, and Hans is dead. Caps finds the angle as well. A 2 for 2 so far, and they do eliminate. And now Showmaker trying to dance around the battlefield. He finds the angle, he picks up all of these flashes, and Lucid is there. The 3 Talon Strike, Caps knocked up mid-dash, and now it's Showmaker able to make him look silly, and the ace is picked up. D+ Kia make it happen in the river, and they We're going to see whether they can walk up this mid lane and break open the base.
They absolutely will break open this base. The shake of the head of that G2 fan in the audience, I think, can be felt around the world as Hans Sama is deleted in the fight. Death timers here, 40 seconds for Caps, 20 on Hans. They get this inhibitor, absolutely, but they may even put some damage here on these Nexus turrets. Lebrov gonna come up here and try to buy time.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and end the game. When the Dragon is up and available, I imagine DK can just head on over towards this Infernal. Remember, like an Infernal Soul for a poke composition, that's kind of ideal. And so DK going to get on over there and see whether they can grab that one. I really thought that it was going to be a G2 freebie.
And I don't even know. Like, I want to watch that fight back again, but I don't know if we have time to, because we're going to go straight into this Infernal Soul potential contest here for G2. I mean, it's not an ideal situation, but they've got to try something. TP in from Broken Blade as they are going to try to stop this Dragon from going over. Skewmon in good position here.
That's an aggressive teleport here from Caps. Does pick up the double bubble as Lebrov is already down to about a third health and maybe nothing as the Magnustorm picks up 3. Skewmon into the backline, but he is immediately put down towards that GA as Hans is going to respawn. It's a double for the Jarvan, but the rest of DK, they'll find the angles, and look at Showmaker just skipping around the battlefield, and they will kill them once again, and now start that walk over.
Yeah, they have the super minion wave here. No Infernal Soul needed. Double Mage Comp is going to work here for D+, as they will knock G2 out of the Esports World Cup in 2026 with a 2-0.
What an unbelievable performance in back-to-back games. Different styles, and just made it look so incredibly good. Showmaker's Zoe, we were transported back to when he was that world champion in 2020, when he was so dominant in 2021. It was off the back of champions like this, and since then, he has had games like this spread throughout. But man, I was not expecting it here on the EWC stage.
Everybody had a part to play. The scatters coming through from Smash on the Syndra, the sleeps from Showmaker, but Career getting the flash on the Hans in that critical mid-fight, constantly finding the right angles, and they got Hansama twice in those really important moments here to close out the game. G2 played a great game too. Obviously, game 1 not going to be their most favorite, not going to be memorable for anyone, but in game 2 they had a good showing, but D+ were just better on the day.
They were. I thought the early game went nicely, right? Lebrov finding so many of these angles, but afterwards found himself getting caught out. And it is very sad to say goodbye to G2, the team that was able to take down so many of the LCK teams throughout this year. I really did think that D+ was just going to be another name ticked off their list. But as it turns out, it's not to be the case, as we have Lucid alongside with Ian.
Thanks, guys. What a day for DK at EWC. I'm standing by with Lucid. Got some big fans out here, and G2, a tough opponent. You know, they took down your South Korean counterparts in T1 MSI. How did you prepare for them, knowing that they were so dangerous?
일단 루시 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문으로는 G2가 그만큼 강적이었는데 사실 MSI에서도 T1을 이제 꺾은 정적이 있는 만큼 굉장히 좀 두려운 상대였을 수도 있을 텐데 어떻게 좀 G2를 상대로 준비하시는지 궁금합니다.
충분히 잘한다고 생각했지만 그래도 뭔가 저희가 연습하면서 저희가 잘하면 이길 수 있다라는 자신감이 좀 많았어가지고 그리고 G2가 그렇게 잘한다고 생각 안 했어서 그냥 쉽게 이겼던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, knowing that they're a strong team, I mean, they have their powers, but I think if we can do what we can perform, if we have prepared a lot against them. So yeah, we were confident 100% that we could win. But that being said, I don't really feel that G2 is a very formidable opponent.
Wow.
Yeah, so I think we had a great shot to win if we just showed our full potential.
Well, you guys are definitely formidable opponents for anybody. However, at the start of this tournament, you had a tough loss to AGLS, and now you've just come off the back of 2 dominant best-of-3 wins. Do you feel like you're growing into this tournament?
사실 첫 경기 AJL 상대로 좀 패배를 하시면서 다소 좀 불안한 출발을 보였지만 그래도 이후 이제 2경기를 이제 승리를 거두시면서 좀 이번 대회에서 좀 성장하고 계시는 것 같은데 본인 스스로는 좀 어떻게 느끼시는지 궁금합니다.
지금 파리 와서 적응을 잘하고 있다고 생각하고 있고 그리고 개인적으로 폼이 되게 좋다고 느껴서 우승까지도 할 수 있다고 느끼는데 앞으로 경기를 더 해봐야 할 것 같습니다.
Yeah, coming here in Paris, I feel that we're adapting pretty well. So that being said, maybe we should have for a few matches to go. But yeah, I think we're gaining a lot of confidence that we can compete for the trophy.
Well, you'll find out if you can get revenge over AGAL a little bit later on. But for now, as you can see behind us, the final key will be crushed here in Paris tonight. Would you like to come with me to crush the key?
바로 키 포스로 가시겠습니까? Let's go.
Okay, we've seen some absolute banger key crushes over the last 2 days. Let's see how this one shapes up. Lucid, if you just take your position here in front of the key crusher. Paris, are we ready to crush the key? Here we go, this is it. Just come and stand right here for me as you watch the key crushed. The end of every journey at EWC sounds like this. G2's key crushed. Completely brutal. I call it beautiful brutality, to be honest. It's one of the key things, no pun intended, that makes this tournament so unique and so special. Lucid, we've got fans out here in front of you. Is there anything you'd like to say to everybody watching?
정말 많은 팬분들이 또 디플러스 기아를 응원하러 와주셨는데 팬분들께 마지막 인사를 해주신다면 좀 어떤 말씀 해주실까요?
일단 호응이 너무 약간 강해서 너무 재밌는 것 같고 그리고 호응 덕분에 좀 뭔가 도파민도 많이 돌고 이길 수 있는 원동력이 됐다고 느껴가지고 다음 경기에도 이기면 이런 호응 해주실 거라고 또 믿고 있기 때문에 또 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, there's a lot of dopamine flow in my blood right now because of the roaring crowd. I feel a lot of energy from here. So yeah, I'm definitely feeling of that. So yeah, I'm expecting a lot of fans will come here and cheer for us for the next game as well. And yeah, that's going to be a confidence boost as well. So thank you so much for supporting and we'll see you on the next game.
Well, Paris, one more time, make some noise, faites du bruit for Lucid and DK. You'll be looking to find out who you'll be facing in the quarterfinals, as will everybody else. We'll be doing a live draw right here on stage very shortly. See you soon.
Thank you so much, Ian Chambers, as we will see you very soon for the draw show. Why are you looking at me like that, Ox?
I had to look, I had to make sure it was you and not Ian. Right
that's true. That's true. I do a good Ian Chambers impression, just like Lucid was doing a fantastic impression of what a world champion can look like. A great, great game here all over the place in the jungle.
I mean, he was playing his classics, the Vi and the Xin Zhao. We've had some stellar Xin Zhao performances from him domestically, but seeing him bring it out against G2 and just take over that late game fight.
It was not an easy fight, to be fair, because you have to play against the classic AD carry, which is going to outscale you. But I think Lucid and Career managed to reach to the AD carry, and I think that was crucial. And the team fight synergy between the D plus Kia players is just finally is hitting there.
It took a little while, though, because this was a very close game. G2 with multiple opportunities here, and that unique dichotomy in the bot lane. It was the traditional AD carry, Lucian for Hansama, and he had multiple moments there to pull it back on in when we take a look at the damage that he did. But Smash and Showmaker and Lucid stepped up when it was needed.
Man, so much damage from the Xin Zhao. It's rare you see the jungler being the most damage in the game, in Pro at least, but this is not the first time Lucid's had a performance like this, but the team really had to come together on this one. Showmaker on the Zoe having some monstrous moments and being able to help shut down Caps in those late game team fights, because he was on a tear for a good portion of this game. And even look at the gold graph, it was all over the place, and for a lot of the time not in the favor of D+.
Yeah, and I loved this kind of matchup here if you are G2 going out like this, because you had two mages that were your primary damage dealers on the opposite sides, where if they stun you, you will die, but you do have a very mobile AD carry, a Lucian to move around and dance around it. If you were something that was like a Varus, that was a lot more stationary, it'd feel tough. I felt like they got a pretty good look at it here with Did.
Yeah, but the thing is, Lucian is, again, the short-range AD carry who can't really play against Syndra. That's why Smash kind of flexed it into the bot lane. I think nowadays it's just really hard to play the classic AD carries on the bot lane because you don't have the power spike. You can't really reach to the point where you can actually outscale because they're going to just snowball and end the game.
And when you get slept and knocked on out, then the punish comes on in, which is what we have a highlight of in that mid lane at 29 minutes, a show of the power from Showmaker.
And Hans Sama evades the initial engage quite well from Korea and starts to pump out a good amount of damage in this fight. Actually looks like maybe G2 going to be able to take this one when he starts putting out the damage, but unfortunately Showmaker has something to say about it.
Oh yeah.
And the sleep that comes through.
And look at the HP bar. Like, if Hans Sama finishes us off with the calling, then I think they could win the fight, but they are all 1 HP, but they don't have enough damage to finish that off.
I think the problem is Hans Sama is doing what he feels he needs to. He's being on the front line, getting the damage down because you're a short-range AD carry, but that puts you a threat. The Syndra and the Zoe are so hard to deal with, and that's why I felt like this was such a difficult game for him to navigate, and the Syndra pick worked really well for D+.
Yeah, and as you said, there were multiple fights that they escaped on 1 HP, did D+, and here in the final fight, this was after a huge team fight already, basically in the same area.
Yeah, again, like this is the fight where Korea finds the way with his flash engage because Hans Sama had the GA, so he could actually 1v9 this fight. But here, again, Xin Zhao and Korea looks for the target, and Hans Sama couldn't do anything.
He just gets his health bar wiped. And then it's like, well, I've got GA, and then he just gets Lucid jumping on him, taking him out, and Lucid is just thriving in this environment, getting so much work done. Credit also to Korea. This is a player who sometimes has struggled with confidence. He was so confident on this stage, on this realm, making some big engages in those late game fights.
D+ Kia and Lucid crushing the hopes and dreams of G2 and all the G2 faithful right there in the most brutal trophy ceremony in all of esports. And Lucid, I think it really meant it. Goodbye, hopes and dreams.
I mean, we couldn't really overcome the issue that we had, like G2 Esports, because I think they were not being able to have the, AP ball lane, and I think that was the main problem for them.
Chad, you heard that, right?
He said we.
You heard that too, right? We?
Bro thinks he's part of the team.
I mean, I am still.
That's true. It is AGAL and D+ Kia moving on here in that Group A. Why is that important? Because we're about to do the draw show in just a little bit. Let's go ahead and rifle through some of these brackets to show the results that we had. We just saw Group A. As we take a look at Group B, these are the teams that kicked off the tournament. Kicked off with Gen G and KC as the opening match. It was Sentinels with the upset over Team Secret. Then Team Secret falling out to KC, and KC getting the revenge against NA for MSI. They qualify on in as the second seed.
LEC is safe. We got one team at least. Right?
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. KC in the blue wall, make it on through.
Deacon, how many teams does the LCK have?
Let's get, okay, so, there's the MSI champions, right? Hololive Esports, okay. There is the reigning title defenders, Gen G,
okay. That's two.
And there's D+ Kia. We just saw D+ Kia.
Yes.
I feel like, I might just be missing one.
Reigning world champions?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right.
No, so four.
That's four. There's all four.
Four teams.
How many teams? The four.
Wait, how many did we have at the start?
There's four.
Oh, there was also four.
Yeah, there was four.
Oh, okay. That feels pretty good.
Yeah.
That feels pretty good.
Yeah. LCS was out too. They got knocked out later on. We'll get to that bracket in just a second. Let's take a look at Group C. Group C was my favorite, the group of death here, as you had T1 and BLG in the same bracket. Movistar Koi and GAM Esports felt their wrath. GAM felt it multiple times here after a pretty good start and a huge upset against Movistar Koi in the elimination match.
Yeah, and credit to GAM for putting up a fight throughout this, but this was just a tough situation to be drawn into. I think going up against T1 BLG, I think a lot of people had them cemented as the teams making it out, and they did.
Yeah, when it comes to mid-game macro, it's just really rough. I think T1 and BLG are the team who actually can just bounce back, even though they lose some advantage from the early game. They got the macro, so I think even though it was a lot of BO1s, a lot of BO3s, that it gives a lot of random situation, they're the team where they can just bounce back from the downside.
So Movistar Koi getting knocked out here might feel bad, but I think what feels worse here for the West is Lion here in Group D. They were bounced pretty early on in this tournament. A huge upset here by MIBR Los, the combination organization from the CBLOL, knocking out the third place finishers over at MSI. But then JDG did not make any mistakes in the lower qualifier match. They defeat MIBR 2-0 after Hanwha Life Esports breezed in with 2 best-of-1 victories.
I mean, here's the crazy thing. Based on the performance that Lion had at MSI, I even said this at the start, I don't think it would have been crazy if they actually beat HLE in a best-of-1 and made out of this first seed. That seemed reasonable based on the MSI performance, but this is so far from that. I think a big underperformance for them, unfortunately for the LCS, but JDG, very formidable team and very deserving of that second spot.
Now, this Group A here, we just saw D plus Kia qualify on in, but it was AGAL, the squad that made it in earlier through the best-of-1s as the #1 seed from Group A. As we take a look at some of their highlights from earlier today, they just look so solid right now. Flandre quite on fire and so consistent for this squad.
Yeah, I think ultimately for this team, I think having the shift away from the Enchanters and more to the melee engaged supports has definitely suited them. You've seen the jungle support, Tarzan and Kyle, just running around as a pair and being so effective. And Flandre stealing some of the Broken Blade tech and putting it to great use in this 1v1.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's kind of illegal to get solo killed by top Shen. By the way, he blind picked it and Anivia could really punish it. And also in the late game, I think the synergy between Tarzan and Kyle is on point. Whenever they land the engage, always there's a follow-up. I think all the players from AGL has so much confidence in themselves right now. So every fight that they're taking right now is like so much easier for them.
And the thing is, right, when we had the LPL playoffs, they weren't playing with all the changes that pushed melee supports back into the forefront. And I think AGL, this may be their time to sort of rise up and show a level of form we haven't really seen since last year in tournaments like last year's EWC.
And again, like here you could see Skewmon was looking for a 50-50 on the Drake, but as I said, I think this matter is not about objective, it's about team fight. If you cannot set up for the proper team fight, then you can't really get anything else. So even though you don't really have the cycle of the Drake, as long as you win the fight, you will get the win.
That felt like such a proper meta for a while here, where you would calculate, is this steal worth 1 kill, 2 kills, plus momentum? How is our wave state currently at? As you said, not the case here. It's about the fights. Tarzan with the steal and the team fight win. It is AGAL moving on as the #1 seed. But that's not the only team looking great here from the LPL. We got treated to one of the best rivalries in all of esports. It is BLG and T1 yet again, and this time it was BLG coming out on top in that matchup. It was just a best-of-1, but it looked real good.
I mean, BLG have been in terrific form. Obviously, the finals against HLE at MSI did not go their way, but for so much of it, they've just been, honestly, a very hard team to match up into. And I'm excited to see what they can do in the rest of the tournament. We'll be able to see that in a second. But for me, BLG was so close to winning that finals, going 2-1 up against HLE, and credit to HLE for bringing it back. But we had that earlier win against HLE in the bracket, and this win matching the win they had against T1 at MSI. I think BLG, we've seen this rivalry against T1 many times before, many big matches between these two teams. Seeing it again was an absolute treat. But BLG once more having their number with some great teamfight plays.
Yeah, that Casio ultimate into Poppy ulti, that chain CC is right there, and whenever we see BLG taking the team fight, they're so confident in themselves. And here is Viper POV when he picked Ezreal into T1. It looked so much easier in the draft as well because he just picked up Ezreal in the earlier phase, and I think he felt really great about it because we so many times we mentioned about how great AP bot lane is, but Viper is so at the table. Like, he's always going for the champion when it's the right moment, and here again, like him cleaning up with the Israel play is like so pleasure to watch.
I think if there's any player that we thought of when this meta started to come in with these AP major spot, it was Viper. He's had a history of playing so many eclectic picks in the bot lane. And the fact that he's still bringing out the classics like the Ezreal and just demonstrating this insanely high level of performance, it's so great to see. And honestly, it's a little sad the fact that he left the LCK. I don't get to see this as often in the region I'm casting, but man, does he know how to put on a show.
Yeah, and I just love specifically his Ezreal just gliding around on the edge of danger and then stepping on in when it's time for the kill. He was so fun to watch. You got to see some classic Gigabin as well. You heard his interview. We thought that we would do well. We're expected to win in the quarterfinals and looking into the semifinals. On they go as the number 1 seed here in Group B. However, T1 got to play an hour later. It was a rematch of day number 1's match against GAM Esports. And yet again, it was another game where the circus was in town. They were up 21 to like 4. And all of a sudden, the game ends at 40-25.
Oh man, like look at Pace playing Seraphim bot lane here. How can you imagine that you can actually get the double kill against Lucian Nautilus? He baits it out and he gets the double kill, and that made T1 snowball even huge in this early game.
Yeah, and I mean, Pace has just really brought all these picks into his pool. I feel like some AD carry players, the ones you get in solo queue, they don't want to play mages, they want to play AD carries. Pace is like, I want to win. I will play whatever it takes to win these games. And, bringing out the Seraphine here, especially compared to his typical carry picks we've so often seen him on. Faker also, on the Silas, was on an absolute warpath. And it's obviously a pick that he's had some amazing moments on, including in the World Finals. But he was just dropping triple kills all over the place in this one.
Yeah, again, a great performance by T1 GAM. Nothing to hang your head on, as it was awesome. I got to see with TK Nguyen the viewing party that was set up in Vietnam in association with Gen G to support the Vietnamese squad, who did find a way back in this game despite those overwhelming odds, because a lot of those kills were so early on. The gold lead wasn't that big.
I'm going to be honest, based on what we saw from GAM, I think in a different group we could have seen them go
for
the
sure.
Quarterfinals. I think they showed a lot of potential. It's just such a hard matchup in a T1 because you have to really just consistently make good play after good play. Because even though they made some great plays and punished T1, T1 just have so much resilience to come back in those later fights.
And also when it comes to BO3, you got to think about the fearless draft as well, because there's some picks that you can't pick up. And I think in the game 2, they couldn't really have a great synergy between the mid jungle. They had Ahri Nocturne, which is kind of off meta, I would say. So I think it was just a kind of experience difference, but I felt like we're going to see a lot more from GAM Esports and then later on the international stage.
That's right. We'll see how they continue to grow over in the LCP. Number 1 spot seems to be locked down by Team Secret, but that second spot has flipped between teams. We'll see who steps up there in the future for that squad. Now let's move on over to what we saw over on the B stream, and we go with JDG. They qualified on in, defeating MIBR Los, and it was big plays by the young duo where we fell in love with last year, the CFO duo in Junjia and Hongkyu, doing it here for the LPL squad.
I mean, those two were so good to watch internationally when we saw them just taking names, but once again being a big driving force for this JDG roster. And yeah, unfortunately, just a bit of a tough matchup. I have to give credit to MIBR Lost for taking down Lion, but unable to match up in this powerhouse on the LPL.
I mean, even though the draft is so random, you can't really expect anything or like predict anything. But I feel like you gotta be careful about LPL Poppy jungle. I feel like whenever like any other APL teams gets a Poppy jungle, it gets so how do I say, it's like versatile, you know. I think they're really just good on how they pull the limit on the champion, and I think that makes every LPL team look so much better on the champion here.
And to me, with the fact that Camille is now firmly in the meta, more of these engaged supports, Poppy got the buff stroke clear, I think it's definitely got a firm spot. So great to see Junja bringing that out and having a great impact. And Gala as well on this Jhin, this angle on this ultimate, just able to get a lot of damage down. Not enough to win this fight, it doesn't seem, but yeah.
It was enough to go ahead and close it out there on MIBR Los. Had the opportunity to talk to Coach Enetron, former Dignitas NA coach, bounced around in the LEC, now finds himself over at CBLOL. He said this was going to be a great experience for us, regardless of the result, with veterans like Ackerman, who's won LLA before, Feisty, who spent time in the LCK, and young prodigy AD carry Dudu, who is trying to fill those shoes where Brazil was known for pumping out some AD carries that were fearless.
The biggest thing to me about their performance this tournament is it is just extending this argument between the Americas. North and South, it's just been ongoing. You know, we had the Americas Cup, and then obviously we had the struggles at MSI from South America, and now the bounce back. It feels like there's just a lot of back and forth, but that win over Lion, definitely a meaningful one for the fans.
Yeah, a lot of damage there done by JDG as they're looking good moving on to the next round. And then let's show the reigning MSI champions, why don't we? It is Hanwha Life Esports who looked solid yet again, and the champ pool continues to just overflow with skills across the board here for Hanwha Life Esports.
I mean, when the AP bot lane started to come out earlier of the split, we thought it was kind of it was really playable to play against, because I feel like you can just always dive a bot lane, you can always dive the AD carry who just stand next to the turret. But I think Guma Yushi was the player who can just handle 1v3 easily on the bot side, and Abel's delight to roam around the map. And I think even though we all know how Hanwha Life Esports play on the map, you can't really punish them because you have so strong side lane with Zeus and Zeka, and the way how they play for the early snowball is just on the another level.
Yeah, and I think as well, Gumyushi shown with his multiple World Championships, he will do whatever the team needs, whatever the team asks. If he needs to be on the weak side and absorb pressure, he will. But we just saw in MSI Finals where it was much more playing through bot and setting him up. That versatility with Fearless being at play is super valuable with this bot lane meta as well. It's really allowed him to shine. I mean, he's already shone many times in his career, but right now he's looking in phenomenal form.
And finally, let's take a look at the reigning title defenders in Gen G. I had the chance to talk to my hometown hero in Dark Wings, who faced him in the mid lane and said, I had Chovy for about 3 minutes in the late phase, and that was about it, as Gen G dominated their matches.
I mean, even though we couldn't see Genji in MSI this season, I feel like Genji is one of the team where you can always expect them to play good, because you have Chovy in the mid lane. Like, he's gonna simply pull off the best performance out of it. And I think Genji is still one of the threat when it comes to EWC here.
I mean, as well, Genji obviously not making it to MSI, having some time to adjust things, to solve the issues they had, but also scrimming against the teams who were at MSI, taking that extra time and getting a lot of preparation for this tournament, and so far looks to have done a lot of good work.
All right, so time for some of the rules here of the draw. You cannot play the same team from the same group until the grand finals. So if you are drawn A, B, C, D, A cannot play A. It has to play C or D if it goes in that order. You cannot be on the same side as the winner of your group. That's basically how it's going to go. So we're going to draw all the Pool 1 teams. And then if you are a Pool 2 team, you cannot be drawn on the same side of the group, which means that Pool 1 draw is kind of what dictates a lot of these matchups.
And an example which I think really emphasizes this is BLG and T1. So BLG and T1 cannot be on the same side of the bracket. If BLG is drawn on the top of the bracket, T1 has to be the bottom. They won't face each other again until the finals, which feels phenomenal for BLG, because, you know, when you look at the teams in that Pool 1, it's AGAL, BLG, HLE, Gen G. One of those teams will be facing down T1. It won't be BLG, which I think, after that performance in the group, they've earned that, but it's a bit of a bullet dodge to save that matchup till later.
You know who else benefits from this? It is Carmine Corp, because they don't have to face Gen G, the reigning title defenders. And to speak a little bit more on that, we're standing by right now with owner of KC and the heartbeat of French esports and gaming. It is Kameto. Kameto, welcome, brother. I hope your co-stream has going well. Congrats on making it out of the play-in stage now into the knockouts. What team do you want to play against?
Thank you so much. I'm happy that we made it. I want to play against BLG, because I think they are the strongest team. Thank you. And we are here to play against the strongest, and that's why we're participating in international events, is to play against the strongest, and I want to face BLG. The matchups hype me.
How do you feel now that you're the last LEC team standing in the tournament and having all the hopes of Europe on your team's back?
I don't feel much about it. I think the team is focusing on herself. We don't really care about the other teams of Europe, NA, or anything like that. We just want to have success, so it doesn't matter for us.
Yeah, it's been really great. How do you think about the arena itself? Because it's all about the blue wall. Your fans are here to support your team. How does it feel?
it feels so great because we had such a bad run in the MSI, so the team was not feeling quite confident coming into this tournament. And by seeing the fans, when I talked to them, they were so happy, they were so hyped to play in front of our crowd. So yeah, it makes me feel happy.
All right, any final words to your fans who have come out and supported and shown a fantastic audience here for EWC?
Can I say in French or in English?
Of course.
Ok, bah merci les gars, comme d'habitude, à tous ceux qui se sont déplacés. Vous connaissez déjà le dicton, que ça se passe bien, que ça se passe mal. Merci énormément de soutenir le club. Sans vous, il n'y a pas de club. Donc voilà, merci les gars.
Thank you very much, Kameto.
Thank
it
you
is
so
so
much.
great to feel welcomed by you and the Blue Wall and all of KC fans around the world here in Paris.
Yeah, welcome to Paris. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so with that, it seems like we're getting closer and closer to the draw show. Just a couple minutes more, as you can see on stage, getting some of the preparations ready, the players ready for all the events that are going to be thrown at us. Again, and I want to run through the rules one more time. You cannot be drawn in the same side of the bracket as the winner of your group. So if you are a Pool 1 seed, you will not play the Pool 2 seed from your side of the bracket, either in the quarterfinals nor the semifinals. So that Pool 1 draw is going to be very important here, Ox.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I look at the Pool 1 teams, a lot of strength, a lot of powerhouses, and I think the mindset that we heard there from Kameto is accurate, right? You have to beat every team or be capable of beating every team if you want to get to the top. There's no easy matchups if you're going to win the whole thing. So he was like, we want to play BLG, but ultimately be nice if some of those teams knock you to the ground before you face them. And let's be real.
I mean, the thing is, we got 7 Asian teams in quarterfinals, right? And I think, as you said, there's no easy matchup at this point. And I think it's all about how you want to build up your team, how you want to build up your synergy between the players. Because even though the meta kind of keeps continue from the MSI, I feel like there's some small things that you can pick up from, like something like Talia Shen bot lane is like kind of popping up, but the Casio is still there to have some like pocket picks as well. So I think there's a lot to go, but again, like there's so many good teams here. There's no favorite.
I think what's really cool is we saw obviously the MSI meta shakeout develop, and then now we're seeing on the same patch it further get developed and more teams come in that we didn't necessarily see on MSI, their take on it, and just really extending. I always like when we have a lot of time on one patch to really feel it out, and especially because this was quite a different patch compared to what we had domestically for a lot of regions. Just making things interesting, especially with that added mix of fearless there as well.
Yeah, I mean, you just pick whatever you want to play. You know, I think it's really hard to predict what are they gonna first pick in the first phase. You know, I think for me, I have to predict some picks, but it's really hard to do that, especially in these EWC here.
Yeah, and that's why I love that last Game 2 matchup there between G2 and D plus Kia. It's the bot lane specific. Are you going mage, or do you trust yourself with one of those mobile AD carries to play on through it?
Yeah, maybe don't go Lucian Nautilus. We've seen that a couple of times.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan. Like, I get it. Nami is no longer a thing with Lucian. The mandate doesn't work as well. Don't go Lucian Nautilus, especially not in the Syndra. It's not into Syndra, Cassiopeia, these things, not a fun time for Lucian. So I think put that one to rest.
With these final 8 teams here, let's take a look at the prize pool and the breakdown of it all, because these 8 teams making it this far have cashed on in part of that $2 million prize pool, $600,000 going to first place, and each position further up you go, that's more cash. And if you make it to the semifinals, you'll be playing in that 3rd, 4th place match at best for an even larger chunk.
I mean, look, just the 3rd, 4th match alone ends up getting an extra 80,000. There's so much at play here, and just any extra win in the tournament is going to make such a big difference. It's a lot of money.
And it's so fun because we've had, in Valorant, we had a number 1 seed. It was 100 Thieves from Group A make it on out. And we had the 2 seed qualifier, NRG, as our 2 finalists here. So it doesn't matter whether it was a number 1 seed from a group or a number 2 seed from a group. Every single team has the opportunity to make it on out and get a big part of that cash prize.
Not only about the prize pool, but also about the schedule that they're going to have. It's all about the momentum, right? after the EWC, they have to play the regular split right away. So I feel like if you cannot achieve anything in the EWC, I think it's going to continue throughout the regular split as well.
I'm not gonna lie, if I went back to the regular season with an extra $600,000, I think I would feel better. I'd be in a better mindset
for sure.
than otherwise.
Yeah, let's take a look at the club championship as, again, EWC's major chunk of the prize pool comes from the club championship. Earlier in the tournament, we had Dark Angel from Fatal Fury win here for Na'Vi. That's why they're on top. 100 Thieves winning first place for Valorant, and those clubs now have their championship win. Remember, part of the EWC Club Championship, not only is it about points, but you have to win in one of your game titles.
Yeah, and notably at 12th is T1, so obviously looking to get a big win in League of Legends to push themselves up the standings.
Yeah, and also we could hear from Ruler that the last year when Gen.G got the 7th place in the club rankings, the League of Legends winning the title meant a lot for them, their organization, right? So even though the rankings are not looking like last year, if some teams can win out the League of Legends pool, then I think it's gonna be changed a lot.
You can see on stage right there. Oh, can we go back there? That's Yankos' head, and that's Doublelift's head. I feel like we're getting very, very close.
Two?
I know, I'm nervous.
Oh my God.
I'm nervous. I mean,
no.
you know, their hands were pretty good when they were playing. Now we're going to see how they're doing, pull in some of the teams. Again, KC, that's the team there that all this crowd is waiting for and wanting to see. Who do they end up playing against? Don't have to play against Gen.G, but a lot of those tough outs. Hanwha Life Esports,
Oh, yeah?
PLG.
Thank you. You don't have to play against Gen.G, but now you have HLE. Thank you. That's a huge advantage, right? I mean, that's the thing about EWC. It's all about the best teams in the world compete against each other. So you're gonna be good if you want to compete.
And again, you had the benefit. If you won your match, you were done that day. Even though it was best of ones, you win it, you're good to go. If you lost, you had to start grinding out these best of threes a little early, start showing your hand in the drafts. Were you up to date with what the meta was or showing your comfort? And so I feel like it's a huge advantage for these number one seeds coming out of the groups.
Especially for the number one seeds who went at MSI. We have so much footage on HLE, but on Gen.G, we don't have much on this patch and in recent time. So I feel like they've kind of been able to keep their cards really close to their chest on that one. And if you're going up against Gen.G, going to be hard to figure out what they're going to go for.
I mean, for example, Ruler was not the one who wants to play the AP bot lane mage, right? But I think he adapts and he picked up some picks that he didn't want to play. And now that kind of makes Gen.G even more into the draft. And I think that was the main issue for G2 Esports, you know?
And you know, there's a saying, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I guess they figured it out with Ruler.
They did figure it out. I've been told, promised, that we're not that far from the draft, or from the draw show. So I want to ask you, what is your dream matchup here? Give me one.
Oh, my dream matchup? I think it has to be T1 AGAL. I think that matchup, we saw that being a pretty hype matchup last year at Worlds. I think AGAL looked in better form here. And also it means we don't have an LCK versus LCK, which is nice for our region as well. But I think that'll be a banger. To be honest, T1 against any of those first seeds would be a banger. But I think that one, especially as we didn't get to see AGAL play against T1 recently. Obviously, HLE and Gen.G played against them a lot, both domestically and, you know, usually internationals.
Don't get me wrong, but I feel like LCK versus LCK could be epic as well, because we had like so many international tournaments, right? So we couldn't really see how LCK versus LCK works. So I think it's gonna be epic because it's gonna be happening most likely because we got 4 teams in quarters. So
you know, I'm actually a big fan of LCK against LCK. I actually see that a lot.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I actually watch it quite a bit. So yeah, it'll be pretty good. I'm sure it'll be pretty good.
I think for me, because we got a little taste of it in a best of one format, and all of our quarterfinals and semifinals are best of threes, I want a best of 5 heaping of that T1 and BLG matchup yet again. I love seeing the continual adaptation by these players. Faker died 9 times in that match, wasn't afraid of making plays happen, and still was going back to the well. It feels like it always gives to me one of the best rivalries in esports.
It's always been bangers, right? Back to that World Finals, which T1 managed to get. So many times we've seen that matchup deliver.
All right, the play-in stage is done. It's time for the playoffs, and it's all with the draw show. Who will make it on out? Let's find out together.
We are going to find out together. Paris, are we ready for the quarterfinals draw? This is where we lock in the bracket, the playoffs bracket. This is where it gets real serious, Lou.
That's real business indeed, and we have two very familiar faces here to help us with the draw. We have Jankos and we have Double Lift. Thank you for being with us.
Legends.
Boys, of course, in case you don't know them, legendary European jungler and of course a figure of American League of Legends. So it's a pleasure to have you here, of course. On est avec Jankos et Double Lift pour le draw. How are we feeling about this, boys? Since G2 are out, who do you see as maybe runner-up for the trophy?
I mean, at this point, I believe in KC, right? I'm still European. I hope they will do well.
Double Lift?
KC, last hope of the West. Gotta cheer for them.
All right, that's what I like to hear. Now, the way this is going to work, Lou, on your side, you've got the high seeds. On my side, we've got the low seeds. We're going to start off with Jankos drawing out those 4 consecutively.
Exactement, du coup on va commencer avec les seeds 1 qui seront placés dans le bracket. C'est Jankos qui va les tirer ici, un par un. And just a quick reminder of the rules, 2 teams coming from the same group cannot be paired for the first quarterfinal, nor can they be on the same side of the bracket. So let's get it. You ready? Let's go for the first one.
A lot of pressure.
Okay, first one. First one is Hanwha Life Esports, HLE, on top of the brackets.
Wow.
Wow.
It's your MSI winner right there.
Pretty solid. Up next. Let me help you with that. Up next, AGAL, AG, qui seront du coup la deuxième équipe dans ce bracket Seed 1.
They'll be feeling really confident this year.
Third up. There's not much suspense left. Who is it gonna be? Is it Gen G? Third position. So it's easy to guess who's the last one, but still. Jankos opening it to show us.
You're doing a great job, by the way.
Of course, Billy Gaming. So good news, we have HLE and BLG on different sides of the bracket, so we could have a rematch. How does that sound?
Well, I mean, the last time these 2 teams met, right, in a BO3 at least, BLG was winning and then HLE won the series. I'm very excited. I think there is some MSI exhaustion setting in, and whichever team can take it, we will see.
That's gonna get crispy. Effectivement, on pourrait avoir un rematch du coup de la finale du MSI en finale de l'EWC. Let's get it with the seed 2.
Yeah, Double Lift. A lot of responsibility here. You ready?
I'm ready. I just have to do a better job than him, and that's gonna be easy.
I love that. Let's get it. Let's go.
Nah, he's waffling.
I'm scared.
I like you're taking your time here.
I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Wait, I don't. I really hyped myself up here, and now I'm getting nervous.
T1!
T1 as the first C2 team. So the matchup is gonna be HLE versus T1.
Wow.
We can welcome HLE, T1. Wow. That's an LCK matchup. How does that sound?
That sounds really exciting. I mean, Paige Gumayushi, oh, I can't wait for that.
We'll take that, right?
That's that's Guma going after the guy that took his job. So I mean, it's a crazy matchup. It's a crazy matchup.
Can't wait. Let's
Matchup
move
de
on.
dingue. Effectivement, pour commencer, HLE face à T1.
What a start, Lou. What a start.
Everyone waiting.
JD Gaming.
JD Gaming as the second team to be picked. They are gonna be facing Gen G versus GD Gaming. Yeah.
Wow.
We're gonna have
Ian's
both
coming
players
up
having on
here.
stage.
And Gala with a fist bump. JD Gaming with their work cut out for them, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, all these matchups are crazy because it's top 8 at the tourney, so that's an exciting one.
Should we keep going?
Yeah, let's keep doing it.
Let's keep doing it.
Is that all?
Que des top teams évidemment dans cette fin de bracket. Deuxième match, JDG face à Genji.
Carmichael!
So it's gonna be AGAL versus Carmichael.
Listen to the crowd in here. That is a tasty quarterfinal.
I think I gave him the easiest matchup possible.
Wow.
I did.
Do you agree
I
with
did.
him?
Absolutely. I think this is doable. I think, like, you know, Casey should be happy with this. We take it. As Western team, we take it.
With all due respect, obviously.
Of course, yes.
Well, we know who it is, but let's just do the honors anyway with the final team to be drawn out here. It's DK.
So final match-up, you got it, ça sera D plus Kia versus Billy Gaming, BLG.
Incredible stuff. We've got a lineup of a lifetime coming up in this quarterfinals bracket. Banger after banger after banger. Let's get some final thoughts from you guys. Firstly, I'm going to really put you on the spot. Who do you think's winning this entire thing?
I'm gonna be honest, it's probably HLE again. Like, it's either them or BLG. It was the finals of MSI, but if you're a KC fan, you owe me. I gave you the easiest matchup possible.
Well, do you agree with him or do you have something a bit more crispy for me? Who's winning it?
I hope KC will make it all the way to semis. It's possible. It's definitely possible. As for the whole thing, I'm gonna go with most likely HLE as well. I think they're still in shape after MSI and they are very flexible in draft, so hard to beat.
Ouais, en effet, qui va gagner? Bah, du côté, forcément, des deux, c'est un peu HLE. Les favoris reviennent du MSI, ils sont en forme. Mais on a envie de croire que Carmine Corp peuvent aller jusqu'en demi-finale et c'est tout ce qu'on leur souhaite.
The best in the world continue to compete for this trophy. We'll see you tomorrow for the quarterfinals.
Thank you very much, Lou and Ian. Help from Yankos and Doublelift as we have our completed bracket. No team from the same group will be playing until the grand finals if they make it all the way, which means a banger right off the top. It is Hanwha Life Esports versus T1, AGAL versus Carmine Corp, Gen G versus JDG, and BLG versus D plus Kia.
Wow. Yeah, I feel like the HLE T1 matchup, an exciting one. And a crazy one to have already in the quarterfinals, but I think with T1 being a second seed, we're always going to get a crazy matchup in that first portion of the bracket. But I think here, you know, they said on the stage, KC, there was no easy team to be drawn against, but I think based on what we've seen, AGAL probably the best hope for them. Would you agree with it?
Yeah, for sure. But what about the bracket, though? I think they have to play against one of the best team in the LCK in the semis, but I think it is what it is. And it's not a BO5.
You know,
is it?
You know what, Ed? I think if they were on the other side of the bracket,
yeah,
they'd be in a tough spot.
True.
You know,
True.
You hope for a good quarters. The semis, it's harder and harder.
We'll see. It's very tough. Again, when you take a look at that, I think the HLE T1 has to be the one that jumps out at everyone. The storylines are all there.
For sure.
The captains that were sent out for the draw, it was Guma and Pays with the fist bump and a little bit of the smirk. It's going to be so awesome to watch.
I'm also excited for Gen G, JDG, and BLG D+, because, you know, these are obviously powerhouse teams, but not matchups we typically see. And the expectation is Gen G, BLG are favored, but I think D+, JDG can definitely put up a fight.
And also BLG versus DK, I think we might think it's just favored to BLG, but whenever we see Showmaker playing against LPL team, he brought up some overcome whenever he played against it. and I'm expecting more from him as well. So it's gonna be amazing quarterfinals.
Absolutely. Storylines across every single matchup here. The dates are locked. The times of each matchup will be posted very, very soon across EWC socials, to make sure to look for that. But the matches will start tomorrow. All the teams will be playing. It's going to be a huge, huge day of best of threes. On behalf of everyone here at EWC, thank you so much for watching, and we close the day with the STC Rewind.
Kicks him away immediately. Zenith Blade brings Kyle back into the fight, and look at the AoE damage. The Cataclysm from Tarzan Caps no longer, and Han Sama's also dead. Doesn't actually find the roll breaker and immediately explodes. Maybe it's a chance for G2 as into the backline they go. X-Tech ultimatum his career. What are you, a top lane Camille now? What was that engage? Absolutely insane.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Go.